request all brothers who are not counselors that they sit where I'm pointing on my left hand side, those who are observers and invitees, and sisters towards the back there. Thank you. Brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Please, can I ask all counselors to take the seats? We are going to start momentarily, inshallah.
Alaikum assalam. Alaikum.
Ahsan, can I ask everyone to sit down? We will start, inshallah. ask everyone to sit down, please. Thank you. Ahsantum. Alaykum salam. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين سيدنا محمد وآل بيت الطيبين الطاهرين. Mr. Chairman, Presidents of all regional federations, esteemed leaders, councillors, brothers, sisters, multiple attendees also online. On my left, many familiar faces coming to the UK, and at the very back, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This meeting is now current, and we will proceed towards the message from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from the Holy Quran, and we welcome Brother Muntazir Jafar with Salawat ala Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا اتقوا الله حق تقاته ولا تموتن إلا وأنتم مسلمون. واعتصموا بحبل الله جميعا ولا تفرقوا واذكروا نعمة الله عليكم إذ كنتم أعداء فألف بين قلوبكم بنعمته إخوانا وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار وكنتم على شفا حفرة من النار فأنقذكم منها كذلك يبين الله لكم آياته لعلكم تهتدون ولتكن منكم أمة يدعون إلى الخير ويأمرون بالمعروف وينهون عن المنكر وأولئك هم المفلحون صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل وسلم وزد وبارك على رسول الله وآله الأطهار على رسول الله وآله الأطهار صل على محمد وآل محمد.
Brother Muntazir, thank you so much for that eloquent recitation. وَاعْتَصِمُوا. We just hold on to the rope of Allah, and many riwayat say that that is none other than Amir al-Mu'mineen Ali ibn Abi Talib alayhi salam. I am taking the permission of the chair, Al-Hajj Safta Bhai Jafar, to just start with some housekeeping rules. For those who are in attendance, all executive councillors, please, if you would like to speak, or if you want to point of order for both of these, we would like you to raise your hand, please. It comes across quite alien for us because we've been used to, what are the abbreviations? SSS and PPP. So SSS and PPP are for those who have joined virtually. If you want to speak, you put in SSS, and if you would like to raise a point of order, it is PPP. Those who are in attendance here, please don't join online. Physical is alhamdulillah fine, and we can see you smiling, alhamdulillah. We have received very sad news from Unguja, from Zanzibar, that marhum Muhammad Raza Pope has passed away. And on this fourth Executive Council meeting, we raise our hands and recite Surah Al-Fatiha. صلوات على محمد وآل محمد. We will now introduce who is here. And inshallah, with my colleagues, I will take the help from each one of them. And we will start with Council of European Jamaat, the Secretary General of Council of European Jamaat, Sabira Bailaka. If I please give you the mic, and if you can introduce your fellow councillors, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Salim Bhai Ramtullah, our esteemed President, Murtaza Bhai Kanani, our esteemed Vice President, Rasul Bhai Bamani, Sibten Bhai Ali Bhai, and Hussain Bhai Ramtullah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to Africa Federation. Sheikh Zuhair.
Just to let you know, I'm also here online.
We say again, please.
Just to let you know that I'm also here online. Muhammad Ali Muraj, Honorary Treasurer of College and Councillor at Mediation.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Now, if we go to Sheikh Zuhair, if you can introduce the councillors of Africa Federation, please. Bismillah.
From Africa Federation, we have our chairman of Africa Federation, Al-Hajj Amin Bhai Nasser. We have our vice chairman, only by Khalfan. We have Al-Hajj Shabir Bhai Najafi from Kampala Jamaat. We have Al-Hajj Muhammad Bhai Jafar from Mombasa Jamaat. We have Al-Hajj Muhammad Raza Bhai Devji from Dar es Salaam Jamaat. We have Al-Hajj Raza Ali Hirji from Madagascar. We have Brother Ali Hassan Qasim from Dar es Salaam Jamaat. And then we have myself, Zuhair Jafar from Nairobi. Asantum.
Thank you very much. May I now call upon the Vice President of Pakistan Federation, Muhammad Al Bhai Merchant, please, if you can introduce the councillors, Pakistan, please.
We have on virtual our President Abdullah Hassan Gokul, General Secretary Hassan Abulo, Assistant Secretary Muhammad Hassan Akbar, Councillor Ashraf Ali Haidari, Councillor Agha Asghar Hussain Shahidi, Councillor Zahid Hussain Wasani, and Treasurer Askar Ali Basrawala. On behalf of Pakistan Federation, they are attending virtually and myself physically here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have an absolute legend in the house. If we go to the Secretary General of India Federation, Murabbi Mohsin Bhai Dharamsi, to introduce the councillors of India Federation. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. From India Federation, unfortunately, I'm the only person here live and kicking. But online, we have got Abbas Ali Bojani, the immediate past president of India Federation, Al-Hajj Javed Shroff, the vice president of India Federation, Sohail Kumar Haidar Burani, and he was the past president before Abbas Bhai of India Federation. We have got Hasnain Bhai Ajani, who is a businessman and a philanthropist in Bangalore. Fazle Abbas Onali Khoja, the present new chairman of Kutch Federation. Shabir Mohammad Ali Pajwani, who is a very active sportsman in India. And Arif Bhai Zain, who is the chairman of Gujarat Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go to Nasimco, Muhammad Arif Bhai Jagani, Secretary General. Please, if you can introduce the councillors for Nasimco. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So from Nasimco, we have our president, Brother Arif Jaksi from New York. We have our vice president, Brother Ghulam Abbas Najafi from Toronto. We have our treasurer, Siptain Merchant from Toronto. You have yours truly from Toronto as well, Muhammad Arif Jagani. We have councillors, Brother Kazim Mehdi from Minnesota. We have Brother Ibrahim Ramtullah from Vancouver. We have Brother, and online, I believe we have Brother Habib Megji from Toronto. And so we have Mahmoud Dalla, I presume online from Orlando. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asante. Can we go to the furthest point away, which is Australia Federation, and the new Secretary General there, Raza Bhai Bojani. Raza Bhai, would you be please introduce the councillors of Australia? Thank you. I think that they have not joined yet for some obvious reasons because of time. Last time around, we were somewhere in between and everyone complained, but now we go back to BBC timing, yeah? Ahsantu. I will like to introduce my good friend from Dubai Jamaat, associate member, councillor representing. If you can show yourself there, Bismillah, Ahsan. And can you just check if your mic is working, please?
Assalamu alaikum, happy to be here, Ahsan.
Ahsan. And yes, it's Brother Mahmoud Ratansi, councillor representing Dubai. I will now go through that. On this table here, you have Al-Hajj Safdar Bhai Jafar, the Vice President, Dr. Munidatu, the Honorary Treasurer, Zafar Bhai, Kaku. We have Brother Sajjad Rajan, the Assistant Honorary Treasurer, and the Assistant Secretary General, Ali Jawad Bhai Hansraj. And myself as well, your humble servant, inshallah. We are going to go through also the elected councillors from the conference, which is Al-Hajj Ali Akbar Bhai Shroff, Dr. Aska Molidila, Dr. Insia Agha, Brother Imran Sherali, Sister Marzia Hassan, Brother Muhammad Damji, Sister Ruqayya Datu Nanjiani, who is here and also going into that room and back again because we have a parallel conference. And we have Brother Zahir Abbas Himji, Al-Hajj. Councillors appointed by the President, Al-Hajj Haider Ali Magani, Al-Hajj Ali Hasnali, Dr. Ahmad Hassam, Mahmoud Bhai Dala, Al-Hajj Mohsin Lalji, Al-Hajj Mohsin Giwala, Shabir Bhai Walji, and Sister Shahana Nasr. Now we go proceed to the next part of the agenda, but I want everyone's name who was recited and yourselves. Can you have the loudest of salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad?
Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad.
Also, we have present here multiple members, first electoral commissioners. We have Dr. Darcy, who is sitting here, Jafar Darcy. The other electoral commissioner, who is Jafar Bhai Dharamsi, who will be joining later, inshallah. Further on my right is also attending here, and also the conference, which is the constitutional conference starting tomorrow, the chair of the CRC, Arif Bhai Asaria, Dr. Muallim Makbul Rahim, Al-Hajj Ghulam Abbas Bhai Kaku here, some who are the CRC members are also councillors, so they have two hats. If we now go to the Secretariat, we go to the light of lights for us, Dr. Sheikh Murtaza Ali Dina on my very left. Besides him, he is not taken his seat, who is Sheikh Afzal Merali, our head of education, Brother Abbas Pira. Next, further is our head of Madrasa Center for Excellence, Sister Zulekha Hirji. Operational manager for WF Aid, Sister Zainab Karmashi. Our head of marketing and communications, Sister Sabira Juma. And our head of risk and compliance, Sister Malika Alibai. Those are the people present here representing the Secretariat and the different portfolios. Yes, tomorrow we'll also go through the other part, which is census team as well, and that will be tomorrow, inshallah. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. It is a momentous occasion to be here at Hujjat Harefield, where one of the buildings is part of this specific vision. Without further ado, we would like to ask Al-Hajj Sipten Bhai Ali Bhai to come forward and to address this Executive Council. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Whilst he's walking up, Sipten Bhai is both an avid sportsman, a leader, and also a very friendly natured. He's the president of the KSIMC of London. Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'een. You alone we worship, and from you alone we seek help. Sadaqallahul Aliyul Azim. Salli ala Muhammad. Honorable President and office bearers of the World Federation, Honorable President and office bearers of Council of European Jamaat, Honorable Presidents and office bearers of regional federations, respected scholars, guests of World Federation from all around the world, and my dear Hujjat members, Salamun Alaikum. It is an absolute honor and a dream come true to be present here in front of you all, welcoming you to the WF Exco 2023 at Hujjat Harefield. Alhamdulillah. I hope you've enjoyed the welcome committee outside and inside. We made sure you had the full flavor of it today. On behalf of the Executive Committee of the KSIMC of London, Hujjat Jamaat, your host Jamaat, I want to formally welcome you all to this esteemed meeting. I want to also thank the World Federation to have accepted our offer to host the conference this year. Our entire team, including myself, are here to serve you during this week, and if there is anything we can do for you, please don't hesitate to ask, as we will be more than happy to assist. It takes a lot for any community to progress. A team with a vision, members who put in the work, well-wishers who donate to make it possible, and finally, a leap of faith with absolute trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. In January of last year, we went to our members with a dream for our future, a vision for generations to benefit. And today I am delighted to welcome you all here in reality. a freehold property of 6.3 acres of land, 135,000 square foot of built-up area, split over 3 very well-built buildings, parking space of over 530 cars, public park on one side, a canal on the other side, massive green fields in front, less than 5 minutes drive from M25 and A40. Ladies and gentlemen, all this in Greater London is nothing but a miracle. It is a gift from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and you all have played a role in making this possible. To each and everyone who has donated, no matter what the amount is, you will reap its reward in this life and hereafter, inshallah. You all may remember my words when I said in the video that the video and the posters do not do justice to the site, and today I'm sure all of you agree with me. A site which will future-proof needs of an ever-growing and already the largest Jamaat in Europe. A site which has the potential to make Hujjat self-sufficient in future. A site which will cater for all possible needs of our community. A site which has so much more to offer for Hujjat members, for the society we live in, and for everyone around the Khoja globe. I am thankful to COEG, our parent body, who opened doors for us whenever we went to fundraise. They assisted us all the way in liaising with other federations, and I'm grateful for that. The love and donations we got from Africa and Toronto is very much appreciated. And what can I say about the World Federation? As you are aware of our bond with the WF since inception, since the time of Mullah Sahib, Hujjat and WF have been together, and it was only fair that we grow together. This acquisition would have never been possible if it wasn't for the funds they advanced us to acquire this site. Today, we are in the WF house, a building that has been leased out to them to deliver on their vision. And their vision is to serve the global Khoja community, for which we are all proud of. As we stand, 80% of the space is let out, which is giving us a rental income of £1.5 million per annum. We have a loan from a local bank of 14.1 million. And just the interest alone on that is around £1 million per annum. This is our money. And that could be put to a better use. And all of you have means to help. If we are debt-free, imagine we can save this £1 million, and that can be put to so much of a better use. I respectfully ask you to please give us a long-term loan, give us your khums as we have the ijaza from Agha through WF. Anything that can help us pay back the loan. I leave you with this verse of Holy Quran. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Man dhal lazi yuqrizu Allah qarzan hasana fayuzaifuhu lahu az'afan kathira. Wallahu yaqbizu wa yabsutu wa ilayhi turja'un. Who will lend to Allah a good loan, which Allah will multiply many times over? It is Allah alone who decreases and increases wealth, and to Him you will all be returned. At the end, I assure you that we will do everything in our capacity to make this meeting the best you have ever attended. However, if there are any shortcomings, please forgive us. Once again, on behalf of Ujjat, welcome to London. Welcome to Hujjat Harefield, our new home. I pray that we have a successful next 4 days. And I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to unite us under the banner of Ahlul Bayt. Speaking of Ahlul Bayt, Ali wale baithe hain, to Ali ka zikr to lazmi hai. Amin bhai, ye aapke liye. Safar tawil hai, राह नजात छोटी है, अली का जिक्र बहुत है, हयात छोटी है. अली को कैसे मैं मौलाए कायनात कहूँ, अली को कैसे मैं मौलाए कायनात कहूँ, बड़ा है नाम अली, कायनात छोटी है. नारे हैदरी. We pray that the awaited Savior, our Imam Zuhur, is in our lifetime. Let's all recite a loud salawat for the hastening of his reappearance. But Muhammadin wa ali Muhammad salawat.
Ahsan September for the beautiful words. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. We acknowledge the presence of Muhammad Hussein Al-Hajj Muhammad Hussein Bhai Jafar, Councillor for Africa Federation. We will now proceed to a speech by an address by Al-Hajj Salim Bhai Ramtullah, the President of Council of European Jamaat, which you know also that all the Jamaats in Europe, including KSIMC of London, is a member of. Let's welcome him with salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. Respected scholars, World Federation President, regional presidents, Jamaat presidents, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. For those of you who know me, one thing you would know that in the last 8 years I've been very consistent of not writing a speech. Every time I do write a speech, I just end up not bringing it because I prefer to speak from the heart. I think that's the best way of delivering anything because it just comes out quite naturally. And September has covered half of my speech anyway by welcoming you and talking about the importance of this center. So first of all, I would like to congratulate September and his team for this great center and also for WF for this great building and the WF house and also supporting us in purchasing this phenomenal project for Hujjat Harefield. So thank you very much and congratulations to all of you. As the Council of European Jamaat, you're all aware that this is a very strategic region. And when I say strategic region, this is not just a strategic region for the Council of European Jamaat as in the World Federation, but even for the world. We are sitting in a continent that is contributing so much to humanity at the moment. And we happen to be having Jamaats, 16 Jamaats in this continent. And I think as the Council of European Jamaats, we need to make the most of this opportunity. This is also the home of this august body, Europe. Europe has provided education for many of your children, and it continues to do so. Of course, it provides the best sports. You know, we see the best football. Some of you would say it's questionable. I feel tennis-wise as well. I'm a big tennis follower. Wimbledon, which is around the corner. And by the way, you mentioned about keen sportsmen, about Siptan Ali Bhai. I did beat him at the SGRS in tennis, so I'm sure he'll remember that. So thank you very much. I just thought Siptan Bhai had mentioned that. As a Council of European Jamaat, I feel we have so much opportunities that we are not tapping into. And it's about time we look at this council very differently. We've always seen as the Council of European Jamaat as maybe one of the admin wing of the WF. And I say that in the most respectful way. But I think it's about time that we strengthen this federation alongside with the WF and our Jamaats, because if you look at all our Jamaats, they're very strategically placed. This being the strongest, the largest Jamaat in Europe, we have so many professionals. We're trying to collate a list of professionals we have, and I wouldn't be surprised that we have more professionals in this region than any other regions put together. I stand to be corrected, but once we have the data, we will share it with you. We're gathering a directory of professionals, and inshallah, we will be delivering and publishing the data that we collate together. We recently ran a census as the Council of European Jamaats, which was very successful, alhamdulillah. It gave us an insight of where the community is going and where we stand, and we need to understand our people, because it's very important for us to sit here as 100 or 200 people, but there's a majority of people out there who don't come to these meetings, and we don't even mingle or see them. And it's becoming less and less frequent to see these people because the attendance has gone down since COVID. So we needed to understand these people. So we reached to them through these online census. And the data, part of the data was pleasing, but the other part of the data was shocking, because there was a lot of realities that sometimes we brush under the carpet and we don't want to talk about. But it needs to be addressed. It doesn't need to be addressed at this forum, but inshallah, this is something we are going to work on a long-term plan with the WF and the Jamaats to address some of these issues. One of the issues that had come up at the beginning of our term, by the way, I've been in college only for a year and a half, for those of you who don't know me, so this is a very new term for me. We realized that as strong and as great this continent is and this federation is, we have our own challenges. One of the challenges Europe is facing at the moment is hardship. Most of you outside Europe would think that everybody here in Europe is financially well off. This is not the truth. There's a lot of Koja members of our community who are struggling. And this idea came to me when I looked at the Muslim community overall when they launched a hardship fund, and the numbers were growing. I realized and I thought, we need to look maybe in our own community. Because if the general Muslim public is suffering, we are not exempt from this. So we called an emergency meeting of all the leaders, and we launched an Imam Raza hardship fund. At the time, it was challenging because we offered and we opened a fund that was there without backing. We had no funding, no budgeting for that, but we had the good intention. And I always believe, you make the first step to every journey. And this was our first step last year. Alhamdulillah, we managed to help 200 families in 1 year. This was phenomenal because every person, every family we used to talk to, and we realized the struggles they faced in Europe. Some of your Koja brothers and sisters have been eating one meal and skipping one meal because they can't afford it. Most people think we have state benefits, but the state benefit at the moment is not helping fully because they have a universal credit which is capped. So if you go over that, it's up to you, and they say to you, you downgrade. Now some of these Koja members cannot downgrade because a lot of them are seniors' families. We've got seniors in our community, in some Jamaats, who have called us, we will most probably have to leave our home. What do we do? So we temporarily help them through this hardship fund so they can pay their rent, they can pay their heating. Some of them have not been using the heating in this winter because all of you know what's happened to the gas prices. So these challenges are continuing. Of course, we've got things under control at the moment. We've had a lot of help from Jamaats, from the Sadqa Fund. World Federation helped us. A lot of donors sitting here helped us generously. And we keep going. We had no plan, but Allah is the best planner, and He helped these people. So I'm making you aware so you know that this is a very strong region, but we have our challenges. The challenges are small, but we still need your continued support to continue the work we're doing. The second challenge we're facing within this region at the moment, which I'm sure this is a global challenge we have, is this direction. I just feel as a Koja community, we've started losing our direction. We don't know where we're going. I grew up looking at my grandfather as a very proud Khoja man. And he and my father were the reasons why I wanted to serve this community. And there's a lot of elders of the community I see here that I really look up to them. And they're my role models. And I feel I'm here and I'm serving this community because I want to emulate what they did. However, where we stand today and where we're going with our younger generations, it's quite worrying. Because we started focusing in the wrong direction. The Khoja community, as you'll see on the wall there at the back, there's a Khoja history. And yesterday when we were looking at it, it's very impressive. Our journey, like Dr. Mohsin was saying yesterday, we come from warriors. And if he gets the opportunity, he'll explain it one day, because I don't have time. But it was a great journey that we started, and we were very proud people of what we achieved. Now we're turning into people, I feel, who are becoming almost extremists in our thinking and not accepting the differences we have between us. And I say that in the most respectful way. No, you know, I point that finger to myself first. We have stopped engaging with people and giving people the benefit of the doubt. The minute anybody does something, we are very straight to judge. And this is something that will need to stop if we want to grow. Because I always believe in one thing. If you resent someone, it's like drinking poison and expecting them to die. That is exactly what happens. When you resent someone and you hold something against someone, you are suffering more than anybody else. They're not suffering, they're getting on with it. And we need to stop suffering as a community. We need to accept our differences and opinions and shake hands and move forward. Because you know what? Our Lord who has created us, He's blessing mercies on us every minute while we're sitting here, and He doesn't judge us. But we judge each other. I would go and congratulate the king on the coronation, and I would be called names that I have not heard before. I would go and commemorate the death of our queen, because we live in this country. This is our queen. Whether we like it or not, this was our queen. There were many of us who left the country. We left Africa and we came and settled down here. These people welcomed us. Whether there's a history of that, we deal that separately. Somebody has died. We need to commemorate this and we need to send a message of respect. Straight away, what happens? Differences of opinion. There's a problem. The leadership at COEG has a problem. These things need to stop as a community, because I will carry on. I will get on with my life. But the people who are keeping it inside, and brothers and sisters, I'm saying it for your own sake, the more you will feel that me as a leader I'm doing is wrong, you will suffer. I will carry on. I'm on a journey, I'm on a mission. Tomorrow I will not be a president here. I will continue. But why are you suffering inside? Open up and look that, you know what, today we have a leader who maybe believes in these things. Fine, tomorrow when he's left, somebody else will come and be in sync with me. There are many things I have to stand here as a leader, and many of you have to do. We disagree with each other, but you know what, we carry on. We carry on, and this is where we're going to become stronger as a Khoja community. The third challenge that we have is the art of giving. I feel we're very generous as a community, but we have started giving less and less. And when I engage with the younger people in this community, the young people ask me, what's the value in it for me? Why should I give? Because they don't understand the concept anymore. Because we haven't passed, there could be two challenges here. One challenge is we haven't passed the art of giving, but we haven't even explained to them the real benefits of giving. The younger generation look at the value. My son, for example, would ask me, I attend the mosque maybe 2-3 times a year. Why do I need to contribute? I go to the gym every day. I'll contribute. I'll pay. They don't understand the difference. This is a center that we need to educate our own children that has a bigger value. We need to make sure first we bring them in by us delivering value, but then also them seeing that their value is not here. Their value is in another world. Their value is after this. So we need to educate them. I was inspired by this sense of giving by somebody who I see as a phenomenal contribution to this community. You know, and I'll share this story and I'll end my speech because I'm restricted on time and I was already told and I've gone over that, so my apologies in advance. We visited in one of our executive councils the Peterborough Cathedral, which is a very old building. In fact, it's an iconic building for those of you who haven't visited. And when they started constructing this building, the hundreds of people who were there trying to lay the foundation, they were told by the priest at the time that this building will take over 200 years to build. So remember one thing, none of you are going to be sitting here to see this building finished. So those of you who want to carry on, please stay. And majority of those people stayed. And it's a beautiful building, but none of them were there to see it finish. And that for me is a great art. A lot of the times it's easy to give and to be part of something, but if we're not going to see the benefit, we doubt it. We think, you know what, do I really want to be part of it? And this is why I would really like, as College, because a lot of my Jamaat leaders asked me to appreciate this one individual, that regardless of him not being in this continent, in this country, and he has not even visited some of these centers, but has always been there to support our centers, our Jamaats, funding. You'd see his name everywhere. You know, he's always there. He's always been an inspiration. And I think I would do an injustice if I don't formally appreciate and at least give a token of appreciation just as a 1 minute to Dr. Mohsin Jaffer and Fawzia Foundation. So please, if you allow me, if I could just invite you here and I could give you something on behalf of the Council of European Jamaats. Thank you very much. Would you like to say something just for a minute, please?
Okay, we are running out of time.
Sure.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to thank you, but my wife and me would like to thank you, but first we must thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala because He has gifted us all. I will only accept this gift if today we decide, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, that we celebrate Khoja benevolence. Let me explain. Khoja benevolence. Little story to drive this home, because I know you're looking for funding. A lot of Jamaats are looking for funding. 35 years ago, as a young president of a new Jamaat of working class people, we wanted to build our first Shia center in Southeast America. And I went all around America and Canada. Nasimco pledged support. And then I came over, they made me a member, our Jamaat, a member of Nasimco, and I came for a conference here. And I talked to Mullah, and World Federation gave support. My marhum Murtaza Lakha twisted a lot of arms, and we collected funds, Khoja funds. We were only 5 families, Khoja families. All of them were non-Khojas. But we built a first Shia mosque because of Khoja funds. My wife and me, as we became successful in our medical business, we never forgot this Khoja benevolence. Today, I want us to make this a celebration. You Khojas are some of the most benevolent Muslims I know. And today, you are all, I guarantee you, trying to emulate that loving prophet of ours who was declared as a mercy to mankind. To me, you are followers of that prophet and are doing it, and I salute you and I celebrate the Khoja benevolence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So to finish, but we have projects everywhere. As you see, the Hujjat Hairfield has a project, so please look at it, support them. We have a project in Haydari. We have a project in Birmingham. In fact, Birmingham Jamaat has invited all of the members here on Monday. They're holding an event there. So personally, on behalf of Birmingham Jamaat, I'd like to invite all of you on Monday evening. We have a project in Essex. We have a project in Leicester. Leicester has also launched a project, and all of these projects are our capital projects that have gone through the WF. So please look at these projects and support them, because at the moment, all of them need an extension. Our population is growing. People are moving from Africa and all over the world to the UK. And UK, I still believe, is a hub. So let's support this federation, inshallah. There are some small Jamaats that we're in talk with. We're trying to bring within the continent. So we will let you know soon. We are talking with Safdar Bhai and some of the other donors. So inshallah, very soon we will bring you an update on those Jamaats. So thank you very much, and inshallah looking forward to connecting with all of you later. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Salim Bhai, thank you very much for those words. And really, we hear the passion as well as the specific message which you wanted to come across. Hassan, thank you very much for this. We now welcome Al-Hajj Safdar Bhai Jafar, the President of the World Federation, where he addresses the community as a state of community address. Let's welcome him with Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Thank you. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وبه نستعين وصلى الله على محمد وأهل بيته الطاهرين. Respected scholars, regional presidents, President of Hujjat, our host, Siptin Bhai, councillors, delegates who will join us, inshallah, on Friday afternoon as part of the conference, volunteers, distinguished guests, Mu'mineen and Mu'minat, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh. I echo the sentiments of both Salim Bhai and Sipten Bhai for a very warm welcome to each and every one of you. It is probably one of the record attendance in the history of this organization that we have almost 90 people in total when the conference commences, inshallah, in a couple of days, who are here physically and a lot joining virtually, which in itself is an indication of the democracy at its best. And I commend everybody for having made a tremendous effort to be here, and you are all very warmly welcomed. As far as Khoja benevolence is concerned, that we just heard, it is a time to celebrate. This is a miracle. And this is nothing but the blessings from the Ghaibah that Hujjat has been able to achieve this fantastic complex, a community that is fast growing with 6,000 plus members continuously growing, and now the complex has been established, alhamdulillah, with Khoja benevolence. And when he talked about this being a miracle, I would say it is a twofold miracle. One, it is that the fact that the community has achieved that, and two, miraculously as well, I would say, with Khoja benevolence, we are having an exco and a conference hosted by Hujjat in our own WF house, which is history in its making. Nobody had even visioned that this would happen. And let me tell you, because the treasurer is going to provide an in-depth analysis of how this unfolded and what relationship, or rather engagement and process we have established with Hujjat later on in the treasury report that comes soon after my state of community address. But the philanthropists who supported us with this WF house, that also helped the community, and we sat together with Sipten Bhai and his team to articulate a common vision, because it is for the members of Hujjat, but implicitly we benefit. This is your house. This is the house of each and every region, and this is the house of the community, inshallah ta'ala. So without further ado, we have put together a vision in 5 minutes of what we want this house to be established, and of course we will be seeking input from all of you and the Hujjat team as they embark on this 3-year journey towards manifesting what this entire complex would look like. The vision that we will show you now is just for the WF house, inshallah. So if we can comment that video. Thank you.
Welcome to Musgrave House, the new home of the World Federation, as part of Hujjat Village. Step into the future, our global hub, fit for the next 100 years.
We begin with the ground floor lobby, a bright, focal connecting point for the rest of the building.
From there you have access to the community cafe, a meeting point where friends, family and colleagues can dine at their leisure.
Adjacent will be a GP surgery, a pharmacy and an opticians, serving all the primary needs of the community.
Across the lobby, a state-of-the-art gym with showers and changing facilities, a safe space for us to meet and stay active.
Next to the gym, a significant section of the ground floor will be designated as an enterprise workspace for budding community talents and entrepreneurs. This has long been a vision for the World Federation, where a community hub will serve as a meeting point of great ideas, a place for both startups and seasoned establishments, where they work together and grow collectively.
The first floor will house the World Federation offices and will incorporate a state-of-the-art media facility, which will have a studio, control room and editing suite, vital to the future digital and technological needs of the community.
Adjacent will be a designated space for the MCE, the Madrasa Center for Excellence, where critical work takes place for our global madaris. Currently, we have more than 12,000 students in 86 institutions.
Next door, a modern library, serving all ages, equipped with all facilities one could need. After all, reading and seeking knowledge from the cradle to the grave is integral for every Muslim.
The library links to a state-of-the-art lecture hall where scholars across the globe will be invited by iCare, the World Federation's cutting-edge Islamic Research Institute. Seminars and workshops will serve all ages. This has long been a vision for the World Federation.
The second floor will be home to a large multi-purpose auditorium for community events and seminars.
The space can also be used for private functions with kitchen facilities in place for dining and hospitality.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Across the corridor is a quiet prayer space that will serve everyone at Musgrave House.
So much essential work happens under the World Federation. Aid, disaster relief, tabligh, our learning institutions and so much more. We all have a role under the World Federation, and this is a vision for each and every one of us.
We, the grassroots, will be the ones to carry the World Federation forward to future generations. Together, we can realize this vision.
This multi-purpose facility is the foundation for that vision. Tangible solutions and amenities that serve as a link between the World Federation and you, the ones who we serve. You who will take this forward for generations to come.
The world around us is undergoing tremendous changes. I have no doubt in my mind that these changes are going to affect us all, especially those residing in the West, and more so in London because of its central location for the time being. The World Federation is exposed to a horizon which is much wider than anywhere else, and it is for this reason that I see the need for equipping it suitably.
Founded in 1976, the World Federation is now completing its 50 years in 2026. The world around us continues to evolve with increasing complexities, diversities, and yet provides huge opportunities for our communities globally. I have no doubt that our vision statement of existing to serve humanity, to achieve the pleasure of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that commenced its journey in London and at Hujjat Stanmore can be manifested in the decades to come through the new Hujjat Community Village here in Harefield, inshallah. Let us recite Surah Fatiha for Marhumullah Asghar and all the founding members of the World Federation. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the very few donors. We had a handful of donors. We did not go out for a very big campaign, but we got donors to come here. Some of them are here today. Some of them you will inshallah meet them tomorrow. They are all almost here for this conference, and I really, on behalf of the World Federation, all of you are indebted, and I'm very thankful to those donors. And as I mentioned later on, the Treasury is going to provide details about the transaction itself, inshallah. What I would like to discuss now is the strategic vision in terms of progress going forward in three key areas: economic upliftment and the spiritual dimension of the community. So I will touch upon education and housing, the census and the conflict resolution paper that will be presented, and the eye care opening that will happen tomorrow. And my last point, but important point, is that I would like to present to you, and we heard Salim Bhai right now as well, that we probably need to redefine how we work as a World Federation, regional federation in Jamaats in a more cohesive way, so that we have a positive contribution while working as one family, inshallah ta'ala. I will just introduce some synopsis to that. I think we have been through that. Sorry. Yeah. So as far as the strategic pillars are concerned, we have 5 pillars that we had pledged, and we are trying to achieve those as far as feasible. On the faith dimension, the opening of the research institute that will happen tomorrow is one of the key components, where we are living in an age where the challenges of our time with artificial intelligence, with people being smarter, with so many denominations and ideologies and ideas coming through, there is a need to carry out research and support the communities across the world. As far as operational excellence is concerned, we will talk about that later if time permits. Importantly, of course, the economic upliftment, where we have approximately 7,000 families living below $300 in the Khoja community, which is not acceptable. And it is not a life of economic dignity, and we need to address that. And I would like to present to you what we have been doing recently to ensure that. Shahid Ali, I'll continue. I think the battery is gone. It's okay, we can continue on this. As far as the first pillar of economic upliftment is concerned, is education, education, education. And we know for a fact, 2 years ago when we came on board, we had a number of Khojas who are still deprived of higher education. We had almost filled the capacity as far as primary and secondary education is concerned. But today I'm pleased to announce, with your support and support of philanthropists across the world, Alhamdulillah ta'ala, I can announce with confidence today that there is no Khoja, Shia, Ishnashri, male or female, deprived of higher education. In Pakistan, I would like to appreciate Sajadia Trust, together with others. Of course, the Pirai Jamaat being the forefront of providing education at Fatimiyya, but with the support that we have from them on a higher education basis, any Khoja, Shia, Ishnashri student who wants a loan for higher education to study within Pakistan on a 12-year program will be provided that support. And we are there also to stand hand in hand with Pakistan Federation to ensure that that will continue, inshallah. As far as India is concerned, it has been a struggle, but Alhamdulillah ta'ala, Mohsin Badaramsi is there. And with India Federation, we have also pledged that every Khoja will be provided support for higher education, whoever wants to study throughout India, inshallah. So that has been achieved. The Zainabiyya child sponsorship scheme has been expanded. There were challenges in the past, and I'm pleased to announce that we have established an education department led by Ghulam Abbas Pira, who is here with us today. And today we support 5,000 students across the world. Of course, Khojas and non-Khojas, in providing them with primary and secondary education. And we aspire to be the leading Shia charity to be able to provide support on higher education as well, because we see education as the key pillar for the success of our communities. Moving on to the next slide. As far as housing is concerned, this is a burning area, and we have learnt a lot from Africa Federation. The work that Africa Federation has done together with the Jamaat has been phenomenal as far as housing is concerned. The rent-to-own schemes that have been developed over the years to support the middle and the lower middle class. And in India and Pakistan, in India in particular, we are focusing very hard on ensuring that the lowest segment of the community are taken care of. The living conditions are not acceptable in today's era. And we have a couple of projects that India Federation has provided us, and I'm pleased to say that there's discussion going on with a few philanthropists, and I'm sure you will support us with mere small cost of $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 to provide shelter to our Khoja community members in India. If you move to the next slide, and I just want to introduce this project in Bhavnagar housing proposal. I won't go into the details. Suffice to see, if you look at the cost, you are only talking of $15,000 per flat. And this project can commence instantaneously once we are ready for the funding. The next slide, and these are projects that are now ready on a rent-to-own basis. The second project, which is the Vartage one, is for the poor destitute. This is providing them free accommodation under the auspices of the Jamaat. They cannot even afford a penny. Alhamdulillah ta'ala, we are on the verge of signing this one, where each flat will cost $13,400. So at least we have 10 flats that are established and the poor people can settle themselves. It is an important element. There is a huge need of housing within the community, and we need to work together, and the Executive Council needs to deliberate and ensure that we provide that shelter to our community members. Work has commenced. We need your support. We can't do it alone. The next slide is a third project that has also been brought up by India Federation. We can discuss that later, but you'll see the amounts, $20,000 per $27,000 per flat. I mean, this is easy money. It's not difficult for even professionals in our community to contribute one house and get Sawab Jariya and Baqi Salihat. We'll move on. As far as moving forward is concerned, data gathering and impact assessment of the community is fundamental to plan the future strategy of this community. We want to move ahead professionally. We want to move ahead engaging with the young people of the community, understanding the needs and requirements. The first plan that the World Federation embarked upon was the strategic plan back in 2003. And alhamdulillah ta'ala, if you look at all the departments that have been set up in the World Federation, was thanks to the strategic plan. We moved on, and we had the Project North Star report. And I know the Project North Star report had challenges. There was regions who were not fully aligned to it, but there were some components that were accepted by the community. And let me tell you very clearly that this house decided to park that report, and we respect it. And let me reassure every region that the current modus operandi of strengthening the region is our motto. We will support every region to be strengthened. Let us remove the misconceptions and perceptions that we are here to dilute regions. A stronger region is a stronger World Federation. A stronger Jamaat is a stronger region. That is our commitment, and I say it unequivocally here, that this is the way we will move forward. And we have learned over the last 2 years, having visited I have visited more than 40 Jamaats in the world in the last 2 years, 45 Jamaats. And what we have learned is that if the Jamaat is strong, the region is strong. If the region is strong, World Federation cannot engineer deliverables on the ground with 150 communities out there. Impossible. It has to be done through the regional support. And we commit to our full-fledged, unflinching support to every region, inshallah ta'ala. The census. Shiraz Bhai and his team are going to present tomorrow is an extremely important way forward thinking strategic. We don't have a census. We are talking of 150, whether we are 150, 120, 110, we don't know. Yes, we have data from 6 regions, and we gather from the data that we are no more than 150 for sure. But the demographics of the community, the male-female split, the youth engagement, the perspectives are there, the net asset worth of the community. These are all things that, of course, we will not be able to fully capture. But I have no doubt that when Shiraz Bhai and his team present that paper tomorrow, which is strategic for us, it will pave way for the 2050 vision of the Khoja Shia Ishnashri community. Inshallah, that is our aspiration, that we should commence this work as we move towards 50 years of the World Federation, so that when we get to the 75th year, we know where this community stands, we know where this community should be going, and to ensure that the challenges of our community are addressed. We heard some of the challenges from Salim Bhai, and we will continue to hear other challenges over the days to come. We are here to support you, inshallah, working together. And the last slide, and the last point that I would like to visit today. Do we have a slide, or that's it? Yeah. These papers will be presented during the course of the next day or so. We are having challenges as far as divorce rates are concerned. They are on the rise. The conflicts within the community, business conflicts, community conflicts, Jamaat conflicts, these things are happening. We need a process to support ourselves and resolve matters within the community. Some fantastic ideas were coming up. There is a global marriage contract that is being worked on. We have daughters. Today I have cases, Sheikh Alidina will bear witness, girls who have not got divorced for 8 years because they are tied into the fact that the husband does not want to give divorce. This is unacceptable. How do we create an environment where we make sure there's a level playing field, the Islamic ethos are maintained, and the law of the land has been taken into account? Some good work has been done in Toronto. Some good work has been done at Africa Federation as far as the marriage contract is concerned. We need a global one. There is a template in place, and there's a discussion the Sheikh Afzal will present, inshallah, on that. Together with marriage education, why are partners not sticking on and moving on? There are challenges in terms of training, and I just saw an event of matchmaking when I was in New York with Nasimco, and I must commend Nasimco for a great achievement in achieving this matchmaking process in New York. And last but not least, we discussed about the dispute resolution, alternative dispute resolution. This is part of the draft constitution as well, but there is much more required to meet the wider needs of the community. So inshallah, this will be part of the deliberations in this exco, inshallah. And my last point, and that is, looking ahead, the International Center of Advanced Islamic Research, there is a paper on that. There will be an opening ceremony here tomorrow, and we have received a letter from His Eminence, Ayatollah Sistani, which we will read out tomorrow. For the opening of this center, we have received a specific message from him and advice on how to manage that. Compliance and risk management, I will leave the Treasury to talk about that very shortly. Investments. We are still stuck with 4.5 million, 5 million, whatever we had. Alhamdulillah, it has increased a little, but that's where we are. Our income level is still very low relative to the expenses and the fast-growing needs of the community. I don't know how to address it. I need your guidance. Should we stop there? Should we continue? Should we strengthen our foundation fund? This is something that we really need to look into. We keep on talking about it, but we are still stuck. Yes, we have made some investments, alhamdulillah. We are getting returns from that. Again, the Treasury report is going to talk about it. The Hairfield development is a new one. You have seen the vision. The vision is in progress. We are in work with Hujjat, and we are hopeful that there will be some income that will also be manifested from some of the compositions here. But the key objective is to provide these services to our communities. And operational efficiency and digitalization. We still don't have a CEO in place. A lot of work is happening, and voluntarism has its own limitations. It is profound, and I really would take this opportunity to thank our team, our solid team here, solid team that are all here today who are doing fantastic work as the front workers to achieve this. But we need some support on that area, and probably we will discuss that as well. And my last point is really the relationship between the World Federation regions and Jamaat Mu'mineen. I want the tensions to end. Democracy is healthy. We are here to deliberate, and we come with an open mind and an open hand, and you will see how we will be managing the meeting with absolute openness and democracy, inshallah, and we need the du'as to make sure that we discuss, we deliberate, we argue, we even quarrel at times. We are a family, but we get together. But the tensions need to end in the sense that if the Jamaats and the regions and the World Federation can sit together and chart out what are my boundaries, what is the boundary test. Maybe we as World Federation need to stop doing some things because the regions could be doing it. Maybe the regions need to stop doing things that the Jamaats are doing. We need alignment. How do we start the process of alignment? Maybe we need to sit together. The Jamaats bond with the regions, come up with a value proposition. The regions sit with the World Federation, come up with a value proposition. We are a strategic body. We want to remain strategic. But at times we are forced into the box of getting involved because of desperation in number. We have got 150 Jamaats, and not all Jamaats are on the same level. There are some Jamaats who are advanced. They don't even need the region, let alone World Federation. And there are some Jamaats who need both the region and the World Federation on a daily basis. There are two extremes, and there are some in the hybrid. We need to find a mechanism of operational efficiency. We are committed to that efficiency. We don't know what that model is, but we are in search of that, and I have no doubt that there is enough intelligence in this room to give us that model. We commit to working on that model so that it's a win-win-win. World Federation wins, the region wins, the Jamaat wins. There is no loser. We are only 150,000. We are a very small family. We exist to serve. We have to survive. This is our vision, and I recommend it to the House. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Hassan, thank you very much, President Saab, Mr. Chairman. I would like now to open up the floor for observations. And if anyone who is online, first of all, I'd like to acknowledge also that Riyaz by Hussein, as well as Riyaz by Ismail, as well as Brother Irfan Devji, as well as Sister Nida Ajani, have all joined, and they were joining. It's only that I did not say it on the mic from Australia. So welcome. We will, if anyone wants to say anything online, then you put SSS. If it's anything else from this room, then please raise your arms, please, and we will take it. And we note that Salim Bhai Remtullah, we note Amin Bhai Nasor, those are the first two, and then we have Alhaj Shabir Bhai Najafi as well, and thereafter also Dr. Molidina. So let's take from there, and if you want to speak, you just press the button. And before you start, I just wanted to say one thing, that we have also facility for Gujarati, and I can see that some of you are using them. If anyone really would like to have translation, then that is also a possibility as well. Salim Bhai, Bismillah, with the permission of the Chair. Bismillah.
Pramukh Saab, thank you very much for this very inspiring speech. And I think there's a lot of important points that you covered there. So we really appreciate it, and I commend you for all the work that you've done behind it. And the last point that you did mention, strengthening the regions, World Federation and the Jamaats, I think that's a very important point that you've raised. And inshallah, we're looking forward to working with you on this as COAG. You know, if we can give you as much feedback as possible to strengthen this, because often the challenge we face, and I see sometimes the sincerity you're coming with, but you know, people don't see that. Often within our community, we, like I said in my speech, we don't know what's happening behind the scenes. You know, we don't give enough credit to the volunteers and to the people who are giving up their day-to-day life to serve the community. And I want to appreciate that. You know, I feel we owe that to you, because I serve this community, but you are doing the same thing. You are serving this community. So we owe it to you, and we have to make sure that if there is any misunderstanding out there, that we work together to make sure that we are serving the same organization. This is our mother body that we are serving. So you have our full support, and inshallah we will work to achieve the best relationship within the region, WF and the Jamaats together, inshallah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. બરોબર. No, Hassan, thank you so much. Amin bhai, bismillah.
બિસ્મિલ્લાહિર્રહમાનિર્રહીમ. હું ગુજરાતીમાં બોલું છું. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, તમારો જે પ્રવચન સ્પીચ આપણને એકદમ હિંમત આપે છે અને માશાલ્લાહ ખુશ છું હું કે તમે કોમની આટલી ફિક્ર કરો છો, જમાતોની, અને કેવી રીતના આગળ જાય જે ઉત્તેજન આપો છો એ આપણા માટે એક ઇત્મીનાન છે કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન આપણા સાથે છે અને આ જ જમાનામાં જે જુદી જુદી બધી ચેલેન્જીસ હોય છે એને સાથે મળી અને આપણે આગળ લઈ જાય. અને આ તમારો હક મકસદ છે, આપણો હક મકસદ છે. તમે જો તો જમાતનો મકસદ એની જગાએ રિજનલ ફેડરેશનનો મકસદ અને વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનનો મકસદ આપણો મકસદ એક જ છે, એમાં કોઈ બી શંક નથી. પણ પ્રમુખ સાહેબ, મને એક ચીજ ઉપર જરાક તમારી નિગાહનો એટેન્શન લેવું છે કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન અગર જો પહેલાં રિજનલ ફેડરેશન સાથે ક્લોઝમાં રહી અને જે પ્રોજેક્ટ હોય એના ઉપર વાત કરે યા જમાતો ઉપર એના સાથે બેસીને પહેલાં વાત કરે તો મને લાગે છે કે વધારે યોગ્ય લેખાશે. હું તમને આપણી આફ્રિકા રિજનલ ફેડરેશનનો એક્ઝામ્પલ દઉં કે આપણે આફ્રિકામાં એવરેજ 44 જમાત છે, તો મને ખબર છે કે બધાય આફ્રિકાના છે. આફ્રિકા ચશ્મો છે જ્યાંથી બધાય પ્રગતિ લઈ આવ્યા છે. પણ અગર જો તમે આપણે આફ્રિકા સાથે પહેલાં બેસો અને જમાતની વાત પહેલાં આપણા સાથે કરો તો મને લાગે છે કે બહેતરીન તમને પણ એક જમાતના પિક્ચર મળશે અને અમો પણ એબલ છે કે અમારી, આ એક્ઝામ્પલ માટે કહું છું, આપણી પણ અમારી જમાતની શું તકલીફો છે. કારણ કે મને એમ લાગે છે કે ઘણી વખત આપણે, તમે શું કહો, ડબલ ડુપ્લિકેશન કામ કરીએ છીએ. હાલાકે મકસદ સારા છે, હું તમારી વાતની અંદર છું, પણ રિજનલ ફેડરેશન સાથે અગર જો પહેલાં બેસીને વાત કરે તો ડાયરેક્શન પણ એ રિજનનો તમને સરખી રીતના મળશે. કારણ કે ઘણી વખત અમોને પોતાને એ અહેસાસ થાય છે, અને હું તમને આમાં એક્યુઝ નથી કરતો, તમે, હું એમ નથી કહેતો કે તમે એબ્યુઝ કરો છો, તમારો હક મકસદ છે. પણ ખાસ પ્રેસિડન્ટ ઓફ રિજનલ ફેડરેશન, આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન, ઘણીવાર મને એમ થાય છે કે અમારી જમાતના શાયદ દર્દ હશે, કાંઈ પણ તકલીફો હશે, એને તમે પડવાની કોશિશ કરો છો સોલ્વ કરવાની, સારી વસ્તુ છે. પણ જો પહેલાં આપણા સાથે વાત કરો તો મને લાગે છે કે જે આપણા લેવલ છે, જમાત, રિજનલ ફેડરેશન અને વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન, અને પ્રમુખ સાહેબ તમને તો ખબર છે કે પહેલાં 6 રિજનના જે 6 પ્રમુખ સાહેબ છે એ પહેલાં તમારા એબલ શું કહો તમે, એન્ટરલોક્યુટર છે કે જેના સાથે તમે વાત કરી શકો છો. તો આ પોઈન્ટ ઉપર હવે એક્સકો છે, મોકો છે, હું તમને, આપણી ઘણીવાર વાત થઈ છે દિલથી, પણ અહીંયા બધા રિજનલ મેમ્બર છે, તો મને લાગે છે કે આના ઉપર જો તમે જરાક વધારે ધ્યાન આપો. મને ખબર છે તમારું ઉત્તેજન મકસદ, તમે કહો છો કે બધી જમાત એની જગાએ સરખી નથી, પણ રિજનલ ફેડરેશન સાથે પહેલાં જો વાત કરો તો મને લાગે છે કે આપણે એક ही દિશા, એક ही દાયરામાં જશું, કારણ કે ઘણીવાર જમાત પણ કોન્ફ્યુઝ થઈ જાય છે. જમાત પણ કોન્ફ્યુઝ થઈ જાય છે કે અમે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન સાથે વાત કરે, આપણી ફેડરેશનની વાત કરું છું, કે વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન સાથે વાત કરે. તો આના ઉપર જેમ કે જો આ ગ્લોબલ મેરિયેજ કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ બરાબર છે, પણ આપણા આફ્રિકામાંય પણ મેરિયેજ કોન્ટ્રાક્ટનું આપણે લઈ લીધા છે. તો એવી રીતના જો પહેલાં સાથે બેસીને કરે તો પ્રમુખ સાહેબ મને લાગે છે કે તમારી હિંમત અમને મળશે અને આપણી જે તકલીફો છે એ શાયદ તમને વધારે ખબર પડશે. તો મને લાગે છે કે આના ઉપર એક વખત આપણે સરખી ચોખવટ કરી નાખીએ તો બહુ સરસ થશે.
We'll now go to Shabir Bhai Najafi, but I see also Arif Bhai Jaxi's hand open, so we noted. No. Okay. Bas, kai वांधो નથી. Bismillah. Let's go for it. And Muhammad Bhai Jafar as well we have seen. Bismillah, Arif Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to first of all take this opportunity to congratulate Siptain Bhai, Ali Bhai for such a wonderful project that you've embarked upon. I'm sorry, I cannot see you, so I'll move this a little bit. Congratulations on this. Any support that we can provide from our region would be most welcome to. Please, pay a visit and would support you in any way possible. I'd also like to congratulate WF on such a beautiful house that we're sitting in here today. Inshallah, the presentation that you've shown of your vision that is going to take place here in this house is, we're looking forward to that in any way we can participate in as well, inshallah. I'd also like to congratulate our very own Dr. Mohsin Bhai Jafar on his award. Only Allah can reward you, in the way that you contribute through your foundation to all of our communities around the world. So may Allah bless you and your wife and your foundation, inshallah. So just a point that I wanted to actually echo the sentiments that was spoken about earlier. When we meet here once a year to speak about all that World Federation has done, sort of reporting that you provide us, it's really a means of learning of what World Federation does. I feel we need to have more of a dialogue where we can sit within the federations and find out best practices of what other federations do, so we can at least learn from other federations directly first before even we speak about what World Federation, how World Federation can assist us in completing that kind of vision. So if there is a way for us to even sit together, even during the conference or during the excos, or even within the year span, where we can sit together and share all those best practices where we can learn more, that'd be, I believe, efficient, inshallah. So just that for me. Hassan.
Thank you very much. And now to Shabir Bhai Najafi. Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will just touch on અમુક પોઈન્ટો, બીજું છે we can discuss offline. Quickly, આપણો marriage contract ની વાત થઈ ગઈ. Yes, Africa Federation has this in place for last 10 years. આ તમે તલાકુનો જે કહી ગયા, એમાં અમને આ દારિસ્લામ હાઈએસ્ટ નંબર આ કોન્ટ્રાક્ટ સાઇન કરાવી છે. અમને આ ખુલ્લા જે અમે લીધું છે, which you very well know, એ અમને બહુ પ્રોબ્લેમ હતા કે છોકરા તલાક નતા દેતા. It is all incorporated here, and that now doesn't happen. So look, we have that. We can build on that. You can seek experiences of how it's going, but we have had it for 10 years and it's working well with all the Jamaats. So I think it's timely કે we embark on that so other regions are catered. કારણ કે આમાં છોકરીઓ ઉપર બહુ તકલીફો આવે છે હમણાં, you know. Housing, you touched for India, Pakistan. I tell you, superb. And the costings that we sent, because these are, because where it is, and if we can house people for 20,000 and 13,000, I think, Mr. President, we should go for it. All of us get this money, as you said, you have done, these are very easy to raise. We must focus on that. Give them house and education, we have uplifted. So I commend, and that should be really taking off. Same thing, you talked on education. I'm very happy now because in Africa, Africa is part of the world, but we had that no child would go without education, without lack of funds. And today, globally, you said we have now established that. So wonderful. Thank you very much. Coming back to working, this thing of, I think you said, give us the boundaries on how to work. I'm so glad that it's come here. And I think I'll just touch here. Most of it then you can take offline with the regions, but it's timely that this needs to be addressed. This is the core and cause of so much what we call tensions and problems. I mean, I'm not saying it's one-sided, but it has to be addressed. And I know, you know, Salim Bhai no pache jawab this because I'm focusing on the observation on this. It's baduchi ideal, but we have to address this now. Mr. Chairman, you said we want to strengthen the region. WF is a strategic body, and it has to give capacity also where it's lacking. So it has to be done through region. And you confirmed that rightly. And you said it has to work through the region. So that's fine. But then at the end you said, give us boundaries. So, you know, these two things. At the moment, and you said, what are the modalities? Modalities are very strict. We can change the modalities. But as it stands, WF is a strategic body of 6 regions. Yes, there could be some regions where Africa could be weak or another region. There, the WF through the region can do that because it might take you time to build up the capacity. But strategically, the model is based on the Constitution. And the Constitution is very, very clear. We have 6 members and we work through that. So whether we bring the Constitution or not, established practices says work through the regions. Now I know, we have that at region that maybe there is some Jamaat where they don't have the capacity, but we need to serve them today. Go through the region and let's do it. So I think, Mr. Chairman, it's very important. The regions are here, the president's here. We agree that we adhere and we stick to the practices that are there. I'll tell you in past when I was the chairman, whether it was Dr. Molidina or Anwar Bhai, and I'm sure Tamara Satebich, when the World Federation president, I know protocol and we talk about a lot of but Amaru evu hotu given a phone call and we just follow them to Jamaat. We need that to come back. Now that's not coming because there is no comfort. There is, everybody barabar nathi. So I think the modality, the model is there. Strategically, that's how they. Kok fere tamne change karu khape ke jo ya dire che to regions ne kejo, right? So I think, Mr. Chairman, this is very important. I'm re-emphasizing you brought it. We need to solve it. We don't solve this. To panja tensions ne halda. And I'm not saying it's the 2 chairmen of the whole system where the secretariats. This has to be maintained. This is strategic ways of working. This is the model. Kaik define karu hoy to me ane biju jo evu relation a badu offer kare ne the president can just phone the regional president. At the end of the day, Secretary General Chanbhai ne keto on the same year. He's our boss. Forget the president to do niwaj. So just pick up the phone and let's do it. Hamna, and I'll be very honest, because of the gray areas, it has not been very harmonious with Africa Federation. I won't mince my words. And it's a small thing. We'll put it right. So let's put it right. We assure you full working, even for other regions. We are there. Please, this has to be maintained. Let's not put new boundaries. Let's just get this in place, and we'll dance at your, we'll work at your tune. This is the burning point right now. Let's address it. Offline karo, badai chairman. Maybe Kuwait ne loga come for loga no judo operations, but Africa, we need this to work. But yame tamne free card desu. But this is what the problems are. Tensions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And
Dr. Molidina, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. At the onset, I would really like to congratulate Sipten Bhai Ali Bhai for spearheading this project to acquire this property, despite many challenges being faced and continuously being faced till today. We saw it right now as we are entering here. But inshallah, we will overcome all that with time. This is an amazing property, as you already described, and I think this is the future of our community. Let me reassure Sipten Bhai and everybody here that no project of our community has stalled because of lack of funds. It may have taken time, but we have completed all our projects, and this one and all future projects and current projects will be completed, inshallah. Just a point on that, Sipten Bhai and people at Hujjat, we will have extra capacity in space very soon, as far as space is concerned. Let us now work and focus on getting our own community faith-based school, open to all. This is crucial and very, very important to our community, where sizable communities of exist in cities like London. Already done in Toronto, we have more than 5 schools there. Let's do it here. New York is trying to work on that. And I think we should focus on that to save the current and future generations. And I think as we go on to the Vision 2050, Mr. President, we should even look at colleges and universities where either we have more say or we have our own, just like Mohsin and Jafar Foundation has done in areas around Miami. Mr. Salim Bhai, his address was really very heart-rending, especially the hardships in Europe. Times are changing, and they have launched this Imam Raza Hardship Fund, and I congratulate them. I get calls from our communities on the continent of Europe, outside England, saying their energy bills from almost equivalent to 500 pounds have gone to 5,000 pounds a month post-Ukraine, and they are seeking help. So we got to look into this hardship and see how we can overcome it. Salim Bhai, Mr. President Koech, differences of opinion are very welcome. It shows that everybody is thinking. The issue comes when an individual uses the podium or the member to attack our fundamental core, our Aqidah. That's where the issue is. We don't have problems with difference of opinion. But now we have, just starting here, the institute where we are going to have Islamic Center of Advanced Islamic Research. This is the venue. This is the place where to come with difference of opinion, discuss it, debate it, and come to a consensus, not the member or the podium where we have an audience starting from 5 years to 100 years sitting who don't have the capacity to analyze everything that is being said from the member. Mr. President, housing projects I see is commendable in India and Pakistan. Africa Federation has done great work on this, whereby the goal is to make sure that every family of ours is a homeowner or house owner. Let us spread this worldwide so that we only about 25,000 families. If you are 150,000, every 25,000 families worldwide is a house owner. This asset can be passed on to generations, and it's a great asset. It will reduce their burden on the limited budget. Education, you mentioned education. Koech is aware, Abbas Bhai Pira is aware that on the continent of Europe, higher education, tertiary education is free. Let us explore that, Abbas Bhai Pira. Koech, let us get into that and make sure that our students, especially from Africa, can get access to the tertiary education free of cost. I heard about the matchmaking challenges. I missed a few of your points because I had to go for a comfort break, but this matchmaking challenges are very real. Wherever we go, we get requests from the families requesting us to assist in that. Let us get this organized and work in a way that can benefit most of our families. Thank you very much.
Hassan, thank you very much. Now, Al-Hajj Muhammad Hussein Jafar, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. First of all, Siptan, what work you have done, Alhamdulillah, inshallah, you'll succeed in your funding and everything, because this is a beautiful place. And I'm very glad that the WF has put their own headquarters, so that at least now, any outsiders we can invite and can see that we have got our own organization, not that we are in 10 by 10 or 20 by 20 room somewhere. I wish you all the success, and inshallah, I think this institution can go very far, provided you remain within your concept. You are the federation, you are the head of all the federations. Do not, please, otherwise you are going to create a lot of misunderstanding, as you have already created in Africa. I'll be honest with you. Nobody's going to tell you, but I'm going to tell you honestly. Africa Federation thinks that you are overriding and going to the Jamaats directly is creating a very big problem. You have got no right to go to the Jamaats, because Jamaats are not your member. Your member is federations. And every federation, we should make sure that every region, we make them strong. The stronger the region, the stronger the World Federation. Stronger, and we have, what you have now gone into the housing, it is the way to go forward. We must house each and every Khoja, Shiite, Nashari. This is the beginning, and with education, this is what you are now giving them. Pet khali arse, to religion nahi aave, kai nahi aave. આપણે એ લોકોનું પેટ ભરેલું અને છત હોવું જોઈએ, કેમ કે છત હશે તો યુ કેન, તમે છે ને મોગો બાફ કે આફ્રિકામાં મોગો બાફીને ખાઈ લેશો, કે તમે ઇન્ડિયા પાકિસ્તાનની અંદર કોઈ પણ રાઈસ બાફીને ખાઈ લેશો, પણ છત હોવું જોઈએ. છત is very important. Second thing of India, Chairman Saab, I don't know whether you have that experience. Mullah had created housing, and can you believe it, I think more than 70% of those housing are already being sold to somebody else. If you can, if you have to secure, it's a very good way. We have to do that, but you have to be secured that that family cannot sell that house to anybody without, even you can put it in your lease, without the authority of the regional federation. Otherwise, શું થશે કે આ લોકો ક્યાંય પણ થોડો પ્રોબ્લેમ થાય, મકાન વેચી નાખે, અને they go back to square one. આજે શું છે, આપણું જ શું છે, આપણે ભાવનગરની અંદર કેટલા મકાનો બનાવ્યા, ક્યાં છે એ મકાન, ચાલ્યા ગયા. તો તમે જ્યારે આ કરો તો you must make sure કે ભાઈ આ પ્રોટેક્ટ હોવા જોઈએ મકાનો. Alhamdulillah, you don't have a problem in Africa, you don't have a problem in what you call Europe or in America, but definitely you have a problem in India. The second thing, આપણે મેં તમે જેમ કીધું તેમ, તમે જો World Federation remains within the concept of the World Federation, that they are the federation, they are the head of all the federations, and they are coordinators. I can assure you, this federation can go very far. And you've seen it up to now where it has come, how it has come. Where did you get the support from? You got the support from the region. Region are with you, 100% with you. But you have to respect the region. Region are the bossy, are the principal of each community, each region. you cannot override them and go direct to the Jamaats. You have to go through the regional heads. And inshallah, with that in mind, and with the concept that this is how we are going to go through, I can tell you one thing, by 2050, what you are thinking and what you are planning, we can succeed. Because we are fighters, it is true. And Subtain, as the chairman of the Toronto Jamaat has said, Arifat, and what Shabir Bhai said, no project of Khoja, Shia, Nashari has stalled. One way or the other, it is finished. See, Bacchus. It took time, but it's finalized. So, inshallah, this thing is a very good thing. Inshallah, you'll succeed. You will have a lot of people talking negatively. You just do your planning properly and go ahead. I had the same problem in Mombasa. So I know what you are going through. With that, I wish you all the best. Inshallah, I pray that we handle this ESCO and the conference in a friendly and accommodate things which are not right should not be encouraged. Not that because we have some sort of, one of the chairman said, કે ભાઈ જે હાથ આપણને ફિટ કરે છે જો એને બાઇટ કરશું તો આમાં પૈસા ક્યાંથી મળશે એ બાપા તો પછી તમે forget about the Sakifa. Forget about the what Mavia's policy. So the Mavia policy, yes, he was feeding everybody and he bought them. The same thing would happen in Sakifa. So forget that. You can't say that. If the World Federation is wrong, tell them, because they cannot see their back. Nobody can see their back. Tell them, Bapa, there's a problem here. Correct it up. But don't say that because they are giving you something, so you just keep quiet. That is a wrong policy. With that, thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Because of time, we are approximately 1 hour plus behind, okay? So, but we will not stop. We'll take 3 comments, 3 observations more, and those who I was going to mention, I see more hands coming up. All right? So let us see where we go, please. The 3 which I've observed so far is that we're going to go to Zahir Abbas Bhai Khimji first. I have seen Salim Bhai Remtullah who will come on second, but we need to give people who have not spoken first, if that's okay. And Muhammad Ali Bhai Merchant. But then I've seen hands coming up from also Onali Bhai as well. And so we'll see. I will see how the time goes, and the chair will also at his discretion. And I also see Ibrahim Bhai, your hand also up now.
He was actually before me.
And we also see Muhammad Raza Bhai Devji as well. So, we don't want to restrict or anyway, but let us see where we proceed, if that's okay, yeah? Ahsan. So now, can we go to Zahir Abbas Bhai? Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I'm not going to repeat everything what has been said. Congratulations to Siftin Ali Bhai. Very well done, inshallah. We pray for your success, and inshallah we'll support you as much as we can. Salim Bhai, also very heartwarming speech, inshallah. We'll discuss. There are a couple of things that are common between everybody. What they've said is unity. And I feel many times in our community we only speak unity, we don't act unity. In terms of the problem I see here, which has been spoken in the last maybe half an hour or so, is only one region that has an issue, and that's Africa. I didn't see Kuwait saying that WF is interfering with Jamaat directly because they are cooperating with the World Federation. The World Federation is serving the Jamaat members because they are the ones who elected the office bearers. And in terms of the remit, I'm going to ask us to reflect on something. If Maro doctor mane sari medicine apto to bida doctor પાસે શેના માટે જાય? It's a very simple concept. If Africa Federation was addressing the issues of the Jamaat properly, why would we come to you? Who are you? You're some 5,000 miles from us. So Africa Federation needs to reflect, and I'm an AFED counselor as well, there, not here. But we need to reflect on this, that if the Africa Federation was doing their part properly, we would not have to go to the World Federation in the first place. So as a fundamental issue, we need to look at that. In terms of what I said first is we can speak unity.
One moment.
Yes.
Bio. Okay. No, wait. One person with one point of order. And secondly, please do not speak out of turn. I really request that, please. Zair Abbas Bhai, there is a point of order. We'll give it to Shabir Bhai Najafi. Who is saying the point of order? No, on the mic, please. Please, button khali press.
I think, Mr. Chairman, you should correct. It doesn't matter. Amaro pramukh chhe, ame je rekha chhe. He is a World Federation Councillor on this table. It's very important. The Africa Federation Councillors are here. So, it's important because what he says is saying as a World Federation Councillor, not FED, yeah?
Thank you.
Is that correct? He's a WF councillor?
We have noted and we introduced him as an elected councillor for this body and this meeting here, and that is what we have recorded. Bismillah, please continue.
Thank you.
No. What he is in the forums of his regional federation is a second. Here, Zair Abbas Bhai is a councillor at this part. So I think we give him a chance to adjust that and comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, see, so what I was saying is we can speak nice words, but we also have to act them. All right? This federation, World Federation, Africa Federation, COAGE, whatever, we are all serving the same people. So why are we fighting? The point, what I'm saying is, why has not Nasimco complained about this? Or COAGE? COAGE don't complain about it. Because they are working in harmony. You see, my point, look.
Zair bhai, maro ek guzarish hai tamne, if you don't mind. The way I have seen the house so far, we have been very harmonious. Constructive criticism is a good thing, but my humble suggestion to maintain the decor and the positive spirit is if you can try and focus on positivity, it will help the house.
I understand. You see, when direction is given to World Federation, it's not right also. You see, when we talk about unity and speaking nice decorum and nicely, if everybody speaks nicely, everybody remains nice. But when directions are given to the World Federation, I feel it's not acceptable, especially being an elected councillor of WF. You see? So the regional federations we can discuss this constructively, but giving directions to the WF is not right. You see, that's important. In short, let me finish now.
Yeah, thoro,
okay?
because
Yes.
Bismillah, if you
I'm
can
finishing.
just
Okay,
summarize,
so
please.
action and not just words, I think, is my say to Shukran.
We'll also take Muhammad Ali by Merchant, please. Bismillah.
Salam everyone over here. I would like to congratulate Siptain, and I would like to congratulate Al-Hujjat and World Federation. Yesterday when I came here, really it was amazing and mind-blowing for us to see a very huge place, what has been acquired by the World Federation in coordination with Al-Hujjat. I congratulate on that also because it's, I think so, over 100 years, it will care the needs of the community. Over here, I would like to mention that I would like to acknowledge the efforts being done by World Federation globally, and especially thanks from our Federation. And you have seen our work of area. We are moving towards, in education, we are moving towards university. You are well known, Safdar Bhai, when you came over there. We are moving towards housing project, and you were there when you have visited the site over there. And but that needs further strengthening in relation with Pakistan Federation. There is no doubt that World Federation, and especially you and your team, has coordinated, has helped out, assisted Pakistan Federation a lot. We do acknowledge and appreciate this thing. And as Jafar Bhai was saying regarding the housing, once we give the loans or house to some community members, they go and sell it out. I will offer them, we have a very good system of housing lending, loans and house, so that any community member cannot sell it without the permission of the Jamaat or like that. As regards to education, higher education, I'm thankful to President. He had acknowledged that to Pakistan Federation he will give. But the main problem which nowadays is arising in Pakistan is that the youth, which nowadays they have come over here also, they are not getting any education out of Pakistan. In Pakistan, yes, they are getting it, but you know the situation of the Pakistan as well, education system is not so good. So everybody is going, trying to moving it out. And for that, I will request and address this August House, if any assistance given, you know how much talent we Pakistani youth have over there. For that, I will request kindly look into it. And all the work which World Federation do, it should be done in coordination with Pakistan Federation. And at the moment, you have been allotted a place as well over there. I'm thankful to Mustafa Haimani who's there, and I'm thankful to you and your team once again. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, and we'll go on, and I will be such a broken record. 2 minutes, please, because otherwise we will not be able to give through. And Murabi Ali Bay Khalfan, Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First and foremost, I would like to reiterate the sentiments made by some of our councillors here in regards to these wonderful facilities. I wish to congratulate the World Federation, COAGE, and Hujjat Jamaat for the wonderful work. At the same time, we prayed for the success as well. I am very pleased that both the COAGE chairman and the Hujjat Jamaat chairman recognize the contributions made by the members from Africa, and I wish to thank them all. We will continue to support the project, inshallah, and we want to see this completion as soon as possible. So from Africa Federation, we would like to again express our best wishes and congratulations. Coming to the President's address, he mentioned about the education and housing and I guess economic development globally. I would just like to again request him that Africa should be part of that as well. While we're looking at India, Pakistan, and other regions, Africa still needs the support, and we still want to build up on what we have so far achieved. On the last point, Mr. President, you spoke about, and initially that we want to conduct this meeting harmoniously. And I fully support you, and from Africa Federation we support you. However, you see, our councillors were making observations on your speeches, and they had every right to do that. Any councillor wants to make observation, they do on your address and not on the councillor's address, because whatever was mentioned by my colleagues here were from the councillors, and the session now is observation on the chairman's address. I'm really very saddened that Africa Federation, one of the chairman or councillor talks about Africa Federation. I mean, this is not the platform to talk about that. We have ample time if there are any issues to speak about it, but let this meeting move on harmoniously. This is my request. Thank you very much.
Ahsant. Muhammad Reza Bhai Devji, Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Prong Sahib, I would just like to appreciate and commend on Pramukh Sipten Bhai for this project. And after looking at this project, it gives me more courage. Yeah, we Khojas can do such big projects, which inshallah we are going to do in Africa also. It's not the right time to speak. પણ કે છે ને કાનમાં જરાક તમે whisper કરી નાખો તો આગળ જતા કામ આવી શકે છે. So we have also a big project in Dar es Salaam coming up, inshallah. Tomorrow we are opening up the tenders for the hospital, which we want to be the five-floor hospital. So after looking at this project, and a big project like this, if the Khojas can do, to me himmat આવે છે વધારે કે also we can do it. And with the support of the Africa Federation and the World Federation and all the federations, because ખબર છે ને આપણે તો professional beggars છે, તો inshallah બધે ફરશું. I want to also comment on the Pramukh Salim Bhai speech. He spoke it from the heart. And Jay બોલ્યા છે, especially કે અહીંયા બી families છે which we have those problems in Africa, especially in Dar es Salaam. So we are surprised to see that those type of families which they go with only 1 meal per day અહીંયા બી છે. So inshallah we will talk we can take it offline, so we can also give you our experience of how we are doing, and we can get more experience from you. But especially you spoke from the heart. Thank you very much. And I would also like to appreciate and commend on WF to get this project going, and you got your own office now. And inshallah, thank you very much, Asant.
Thank you, man. Ibrahim Bhai, Remtullah, Bismillah.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I will try to keep to 2 minutes, and I'll start my clock right now. So I've started that. Maybe that's a way for us to keep to the 2-minute limit, give everybody a timer. First of all, just wanted to congratulate Ali Bhai, Siptan Ali Bhai, for the project, and also Salim Bhai, one Remtullah to another. Just want to say that you should stop writing your speeches and just say it from the heart, because it's the best way to do it. And just want to touch on some of the comments made regarding the speech by Safdar Bhai. A few points. One on the Zainabia child sponsorship. I know I was quite critical 2 years ago in Dubai, given that the program was actually not doing well and faltering. It's nice to see that the focus has been re-engaged and the program is doing much better now, and the number of children that we're supporting is going up. I hope that we can continue to focus on that and make it a flagship program that it used to be many years ago. The other item I wanted to touch on was I see a lot of projects happening, especially on housing and education and so forth. And the focus of the World Federation has been, to put their energies where it's most needed. And it's in Africa and India and Pakistan, I understand that. But I also think that we also have to look and see, because needs also change. And as we evolve, we need to also look at other areas of the world. And I can tell you that although in the West, our families have migrated many, many years ago, and they all have beautiful homes now, many of our families from Africa, India, Pakistan are migrating to the West. And they are struggling deeply to find housing, to find support. As you know, we have had discussions, and as you know, in Vancouver, we recently, about 3-4 years ago, started an affordable housing project. But I can tell you the demand far exceeds the supply. And I hope that we can start having some of these conversations where we start looking at other areas of the world that are also in dire need of housing, especially given the extreme high costs of housing in the West. My 2 minutes are up, but I'm going to take 30 more seconds and just say that I'm amazed at the project, and I hope that my next trip to London with hopefully my son, and my daughter's here today, but with my son, I hope that we can come and enjoy a latte in the cafe, maybe work out at the gym, and hopefully meet all the young professionals and learn more from all of them. Thank you very much.
તમે પ્લીઝ મને થોડોક ઇશારો તે આપો કે અર્જન્ટ છે તો હું તમે આપું ને મોહિમ છે તો બિલકુલ હું આપું ને 1 મિનિટ હોય તો બિલકુલ આપું બાય બોથ ઓફ યુ યા ઓકે તો 1 મિનિટ each please if that is okay ne it will be Salim bhai first who came up and then after that Amin bhai bismillah okay thank you.
So through the chair, I'm just going to, there's a couple of things. I'm going to respond to Dr. Molidina. He mentioned about the differences of opinion, the fact that that you know, we worry about the speakers going and speaking about against our Aqaid. And first of all, I did not mention about the differences of opinion about any speakers. But because we bring that, I think it's very important that we understand the point I was making. My point is not what we're talking about. My point is how we deal with the differences of opinion. We become very disrespectful and personal when there's a difference of opinion. And that's what I'm saying as a Khoja community, we need to up our game. Differences of opinion are okay. Banning is not okay, but we still ban. But where we should stop is becoming personal. So that was number one, if that answers the question. Secondly is another point that was mentioned about me making a statement about don't bite the hand that feeds you. And this was something I'm trying to explain. And this is a big concern because this was in a closed meeting, yet is circulating in the whole Khoja community. And this is sad. When you see these anonymous, I would say cowards, because when you see Shabir Walji, for me, somebody who will try to teach us something who's anonymous, sorry, doesn't mean anything. Come up, speak about it like a man, and say what you have to say. So what I feel is, the hand that feeds you, what I was trying to explain, that this is our mother body. We have some akhlaq that we have been taught to deal with people in a certain way. That doesn't mean World Federation is paying us, therefore we just follow and listen to whatever they say. Not at all. We at COEG are the first ones to challenge WF all the time. You know that. We sometimes make your life hell, and I'm really sorry for that. But because we have to do that. However, we are going to do it in a very professional manner. Again, I would respond to Zair Abbas as well, that yes, we do have issues with World Federation. However, I don't bring it into this forum. We deal with it privately. I have various conversations with Safdar and I tell him, and as brothers, we sort it out and we move on. We deal with it in a professional way. So I hope I've cleared everything in 1 minute. Thank you.
Ahsan. Amin bhai, bismillah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. પ્રમુખ સાહેબ આ જે હુજ્જત જમાતનો પ્રોજેક્ટ છે અને આ WF હાઉસ એટલા બધાય કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન મળી ગયા છે તમને પણ મને લાગે છે કે મારો કોંગ્રેચ્યુલેશન તમે કબૂલ તો કરશો આમાં કોઈ શંકો શુભા નથી માશાલ્લાહ જે પ્રોગ્રેસ અટાણે આપણે જોઈ રહ્યા છે અલ્લાહ તમને આવી જ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ હિંમત આપે જેવી રીતના સલીમભાઈ કહી ગયા આપણે હમણાં તમારાથી કાંઈ કોમ્પ્લેન નહોતા કરતા પ્રમુખ સાહેબ પણ આ એક હુશિયાર બોડી છે બરાબર આ એક મોકો છે કે જ્યાં આપણે પ્રોસેસ અને મેથોડ ઉપર વાત કરે તો મારી માગણી છે કે જે WFના કાઉન્સિલર હોય છે એ આપણા જ કાઉન્સિલર કહેવાય તેઓ રિજનલ ફેડરેશનને રેસ્પેક્ટની સાથે મળીને આગળ જાય તો બેતર લેખાશે આ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનની કાંઈ કમ્પ્લેન નથી વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશન સાથે બહુ સારા માશાલ્લાહ આપણા કરારો છે પણ જો આ મોકા ઉપર આપણે નુકતા ઉપર ધ્યાન નહીં આપે તો ક્યારે આપશું તો મારી એ જ માંગણી છે કે આપણે બધાય સાથે છે અને જેવી રીતના દારે સલામ જમાતના પ્રમુખ સાહેબ તમને દાવત આપી ગયા હોસ્પિટલ માટે તો પ્રમુખ સાહેબ ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન મોર આ જે પ્રોજેક્ટ છે ઊંડી રીતના દારે સલામ જમાત સાથે વાતો કરી અને ઇન્શાલ્લાહ અમો પણ તમને દાવત આપશું તાકે WF આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન દારે સલામ જમાત સાથે મળી અને પ્રોજેક્ટને આગળ લઈ જાય.
Jazakallah. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Bismillah.
First of all, I would really like to thank all the councillors for having spoken from their heart. And criticism, if done in a constructive way, is actually a gift. Criticism has to be constructive. Criticism should not be destructive. And what I've heard today encourages me that you are open. We are an open organization. We are transparent. We are accountable. We have governance. And it is your role, actually, to point out where we are going wrong. That is why you are here. So we encourage it, but done in a profound way, as we have just heard. I will not respond to all the points that have been raised by the councillors, because there is a lot points noted. The Secretariat has taken minutes, and rest assured we will address them in our own way as we discuss through the Secretariat report. But I'll just mention one or two before we move to the next item. The marriage contract, let me reassure Amin Bhai and Shabi Bhai that Sheikh Afzal, who will do the presentation tomorrow, has had extensive discussion. In fact, Africa Federation's template was at the top of the list. Through you, the Dar es Salaam Jamaat's training program for the marriage has also been factored. The Toronto contract that Maulana Rizvi has put together has also been with us. In fact, many Jamaats we are facilitating. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to take the best and support the other Jamaats that don't have a contract, inshallah. So be rest assured, we are already talking to. In fact, our relationship with Africa Federation in a number of areas of collaboration is there. Let me assure you, MC is working extremely well. On the issue of Islamic education is working extremely well. Yes, we do have challenges in other areas. We have heard loud and clear, and we need to work together to try and resolve it, inshallah. Loud and clear on the other issues. I won't go through that right now. I would just also like to express surprise, but I feel the pain in my office. Better tell me, because I don't live in Europe. I live in outside Europe these days. And going back to the point that Ibrahim also mentioned about hardship in the West, this is new to us. It is a serious matter. We are barely struggling to meet the needs of the East, that these needs are coming. So if the region can be proactive, COAGE came up with this hardship fund. I think it was a very good move. It is our role to support with others, and sure, if Nasimco does feel, although I feel that there is enough resources, we come to North America and Canada to get support for our projects here. So I'm sure local funding can be mobilized within North America and Canada. The more local funding can be facilitated to resolve problems, the lesser for the World Federation to send money from London to North America and Canada. Likewise, within Europe, if it can be raised, even better. Of course, there are sadaqat and other dues that can be utilized, and we are always here to support. I won't mention about the other good projects. Suffice to say that the housing has been mentioned so many times. And look, 3 projects that were presented to us by India Federation. Let me reassure also that there's a proper diligence that is done. The Jamaat is facilitating. In fact, the ownership goes into the Jamaat, and gradually the ownership goes down the line. I'm convinced we have 60 flats that are required right now at the average cost of $20,000, which is nothing. I really hope by the end of this conference we can try and raise those money and get 60 people settled with the barakah of so many great people here, inshallah. Lastly, yes, Alhamdulillah, I'm delighted that whilst I've been talking, COAGE has already pledged $25,000 towards the housing in India. Jazakallah. Thank you very much. We have also reciprocated that on the hardship fund, the World Federation is going to support COAGE with another $25,000, inshallah. Inshallah, we look forward to more support for India, and we will allow that. So lastly, there is a need to prioritize. East has its needs, West have the needs. We need to work together and optimize the resources.
માફ કરજો
જી પ્લીઝ
હવે તમારા જોશમાં અમને જોશ આવી ગયો
માશાઅલ્લાહ
તો હાર ફિલ્ડ જે ફંડ છે તો એમાં 10,000 ઇન્શાલ્લાહ આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન તરફ
Awesome. Thank you very much.
اللهم صل على محمد وآله
પણ હું ઉમ્મીદ રાખતો હતો કે આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન 2.5 લાખ દેશે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ.
ના ના આ તો હજી શરૂઆત છે.
આસત વડે ઉમ્મીદ છે આફ્રિકા હંમેશા સપોર્ટ કરી છે અમારા પ્રોજેક્ટ્સને અને કરતી રહેશે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ. ફાઇનલી આ મારું હમ્બલ ઓપિનિયન છે મોમિનીન કે જો ઇખ્તલાફાત ડિફરન્સ ઓફ ઓપિનિયન્સ તો હશે, હોવા જોઈએ, સારી ચીજ છે. અને હંમેશા આપને કુરાન મજીદની જો આયત જોઈ ઉદઉ ઇલા સબીલ રબ્બિકા, અલ્લાહ હુકમ આપે છે કુરાનમાં કે તમે દાવત પણ ઇસ્લામ તરફ કરો તો 3 કાનૂનને મદ્દેનજર રાખીને, હિકમતના સાથે, વિઝડમના સાથે, મૌઇઝતિલ હસના, સારી ચીજોના સાથે, અને ઇખ્તિલાફાત હોય વજાદિલહુમ, ડિબેટ કરવું હોય, ડિસ્કસ કરવું હોય, હિયા આહસન, બહેતરીન અંદાજમાં, આહસનિયતના સાથે. તો મારો ઈરાદો છે કે આ મીટિંગ કામલી થાય. જેટલા ડિફરન્સ ઓફ ઓપિનિયન હોય, પોલ્સ અપાટે હોય ને અમે તૈયાર છું, કારણ કે અમારું રોલ છે. અમીરુલ મુમિનીનના ટાઈમે ખવારીજ આવીને અમીરુલ શું નહોતા કહેતા, તોય એ ફેસિલિટેટ કરતા હતા. અને બસ એ અંતની અંદર ઇન્શાલ્લાહ મારી દુઆ છે, જેમ તે શાયર કહે છે, કોણ સિત્તેનભાઈ અશાર પડી ગયા તો પછી મને પણ દિલચસ્પી થાય છે હું એ ઉર્દુમાં કંઈ પઢ નાખું તમારી રજાથી. અવાજ મારું નથી એના જેવું. तबर का, तीर का, तलवार का जो गार भरा, लगा जख्म जबा का रहा हमेशा हरा. जे तमारा स्वॉर्डना साथे के नाइफना साथे के एरोना साथे તમે કોઈના ઉપર જખમ નાખો તો એ જખમ આસ્તેથી એની મરમ્મત થઈ જાય છે. ઇટ હીલ્સ ધ wound, but that which comes from the tongue always remains evergreen. તો મારો એ તકાજો છે કે અમે ઇન્શાલ્લાહ મોહબ્બતના સાથે આગળ વધે, ડિસ્કશન, ડિસએગ્રીમેન્ટ્સ રાખે અને ઇન્શાલ્લાહ we will move forward. And with this, inshallah, we will move to the next item. Alhamdulillah, I've got some more pleasant news. Alhamdulillah ta'ala, $10,000 for the India Federation housing for Imam Raza. Sorry. No, Imam Raza Hardship Fund. Imam Raza Hardship Fund, you got another 10,000, mashallah, dollars. Yes, and Murabi, the genuine Shabir Baiwalji, okay, who has pledged the 10,000 fund. Okay, we have a genuine Shabir Walji. There's only one Shabir Walji we know is our counselor. There are no other. Okay, and Alhamdulillah, Shabir Bhai Walji, I really appreciate that he has also pledged $10,000 towards the India Housing Fund as well. Ahsan, Jazakallah.
તમે એવી જબાનથી બોલ્યા પણ હવે તમને ખબર છે હું તમારાથી આગળ તો બહુ ન વધી શકું, તો આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશન જે આપણે હમણાં 10,000 દીધા, બીજા 10,000 આપે.
માશાલ્લાહ, થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ. Let's move on. Thank you very much. We can have offline discussions. Murabi Muhammad Bhai Jafar has also pledged $20,000 towards the housing fund. Jazakallah, bless you.
Africa Federation
Hardship fund or housing, or both? Housing. Jazakallah, bless you. Salim Bhai, ત્યાં વધારે જરૂર છે. આપણે ફોડી નાખશું.
મેં તમને કીધું કે આ શરૂઆત છે.
Of course, we will. Gulam Bhai Najafi, Nasim ko? And $10,000 for the hardship fund, alhamdulillah ta'ala.
Thank you.
Jazakallah.
Pramukh Sahib from Nasimco, $15,000 for the India Housing Fund.
MashaAllah, Allahumma sallah. Thank you very much, we appreciate. And I'm sure it will keep on coming over the next. This is the spirit of the celebration of Khoja philanthropy, alhamdulillah. Please. MashaAllah. Mohammad Raza Devji through Africa Federation, $5,000 for housing in India and $5,000 for the hardship.
કીધું ને પ્રમુખ સાહેબ આ શરૂઆત.
ઇન્શાલ્લાહ, સંત તમારી બરકત છે અને આ કોમની સભાની બરકતની દાદ આપું છું એના માટે આપણે એક સલાવત પઢીને we move to the next item inshallah. I've seen more hands. Before we recite salawat, we need.
Why don't we just move to gala dinner straight?
Okay. We'll move on, please. Thank you very much. We'll move to the next item of the agenda. And I will give it back to the Secretary General.
Ahsantu. We will, I'm just looking at the time, it's 12:17 at this moment. We are going according to the agenda, but we are delayed. We will be going to the report from Mediation Task Force. We call upon the chair of that, Amin Bhai Nasur, would you like to come forward there, or would you like to sit down and speak? Tame kya ત્યાં થી જ કે podium થી? હા.
વિનંતી કરું છું સાબિરાબેનને કે રિપોર્ટ પેશ કરે.
Can I ask that when we start this, we have a salawat, and we start now. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Thank you. Sabira Bai Laka will be speaking on behalf of the Mediation Task Force. Bismillah, Sabira Bai.
No, it's fine, thank you. Amin Bhai, thank you for putting me on the spot. Okay, so we haven't shared the written report, although we've drafted it. The reason for not sharing it is because there is still the aspiration and the ambition that a out-of-court settlement will be achieved. Some members of the group are of the opinion that by sharing a report, we may jeopardize our aspiration for an out-of-court settlement. However, તમને ટૂંકમાં કહું કે અમે ઘણી કોશિશ કર્યા બંને પાર્ટી સાથે મળવાની. અમે જે draft કર્યા હતા was in line with what we thought had been discussed at Ras Al Khaimah and what both parties wanted to achieve out of the settlement. The terms of settlement recommended by us were shared by both parties, with both parties. We did get feedback from both the parties, and the recommended terms were therefore amended accordingly. The latest is that we were able to meet with the office bearers of the World Federation, who gave us their personal commitment in wanting to achieve an out-of-court settlement, for which we were very grateful. They felt that the last version of the recommended terms were agreeable, with a couple of wordings to be changed, but on the whole, in principle, it was agreeable. Mohammed Bhai Jafar was not able to meet us throughout the year, and therefore the term of the task force ended on the 31st December without us having the opportunity to sit with him and have a conversation. He did respond to the terms, but as I said, we did incorporate his responses into the revised terms. So the revised terms are still on the table for both parties to accept and to discuss further. And it is, we sincerely pray to the Almighty that the two parties will meet as many times as it takes to achieve an out-of-court settlement, because it is our belief that in their hearts, that is what they want to achieve. Thank you. Open to any questions or observations, please. With the permission of the chair.
So, thank you very much, Sabira Bai, for the report. And as Sabira Bai mentioned, we as office bearers have always been open, are always open to make sure that reconciliation takes place. And whilst the mandate of the reconciliation team is now over, we, the office bearers, that are trying to directly discuss this with Mohammed Bhai Jafar to see how we can resolve this matter. And I earnestly hope and pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that we can get the tawfiq, that we can inshallah resolve this as soon as possible. And I would certainly request Amin Bhai Nasser to see if we can make sure that we can try and converge at the earliest opportunity, inshallah ta'ala. Any observations before we move to the next agenda item? Okay, without further comments from the House, I suggest we move to the next item, which I presume is the, I'll leave it to the Secretary to give the preamble to that.
Ahsantum. before we just move on, we also have a very generous pledge of $10,000 towards Harefield, and it's specifically towards the clearance of the loan account. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless Shabir Bhai Walji, who has committed for this one. May Allah give you even more, inshallah. Asantum. We will now continue and we'll go to the Treasury and Foundation Fund updates. We will stick to time, and the time is such that namaz will be upon us. So this will be the last item before Salat, and we want to finish this item, inshallah. And I will give it over to Mr. Chairman that you give a preamble, and then from there we go. Bismillah.
Yes, please go ahead. I think we'll go straight to the point, the Treasury report, with the hope that we can complete that, inshallah, by Zohar. So our honorary treasurer, Zafar Bhai, and assistant treasurer, Sajad Bhai, will co-present the Treasury report.
Okay. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. My fellow councillors, elders, sisters, and brothers, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So it is with great pleasure that I present to you today an update on our Treasury function. And for today, if you can move to the next slide, please. I would like to cover our Treasury updates. So what are the activities that we've undertaken over the last few months since our last update in Australia? We will talk about our financial performance to date. And I note that these are still unaudited numbers because we are going through the audit as we speak. In usual fashion, Brother Sajad will go through the numbers, comparison to budgets, etc. I will then finish off with an update from compliance and then share with you the results of the last 2 internal audits that we have undertaken. What we will try and do is keep this presentation to 20 minutes between us at the most, so that there is an opportunity for everyone to have any questions. So with that, I'll pass it on to Brother Sajjad, and then I will come back after that. Sajjad bhai. I don't think this works. So you want next slide, please.
Joys of modern technology. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. All right. Thanks, Brother Zafar. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. It is with privilege and honor that I stand before you today to present the financial report for our esteemed charity, and the first at WF House. When the agenda for the Exco was released, I'm sure this was the most exciting part that you were looking forward to. Financial reports have a reputation for being dense and tedious, drowning readers in a sea of numbers and technical terminology. But rest assured, as I've done in the past Excos, I'm committed to the cause in providing you an overview that not only ensures clarity, but also offers a more approachable perspective on our financial achievements and, of course, challenges. If we start on the first slide here, I'll point this way so you don't lose my sound. If we start on the first slide here, which covers a summary of the donations received, we can see that 2022 has been a record year for the WF since inception, with the highest amount of gross donations at 20.5 million. Can I have a salat, please? The key drivers of that income being WF aid, capital projects, and comms, and a good split between the three, with WF aid-led projects being the highest grosser at 6.1 million. Although the main difference between 21 and 22 was the income from capital projects, primarily because of Harefield, which we'll come to a little bit later, even if we remove these donations, even if we remove the Harefield donations, the gross income would have been, well, would have crossed 15 million. So still a substantial amount. Moving on to the next slide, please. This side, we can see that from the graphic that 22 has had the greatest level of expenditure as well, which has naturally been towards the three areas I mentioned. If we move on to the next slide, please. This deals with the disbursement of capital projects. Just to reiterate here, when we refer to capital projects, this relates to restricted amounts received for the building of new mosques or centers, and importantly excludes comms. Suffice to say, the disbursements in 2021 is reflective of the fact that there were no significant new projects. However, for 2022, we had of course the KSIMC of London's Harefield project, which makes up almost entirely of what was paid out. If we move to the next slide. Now, speaking of Harefield, we thought it would be useful to illustrate the inflow and outflow for this project. So I'll slow down a little bit to explain this next slide in a little more detail. As you can see on the left side, we have provided support to Hujjat who are in need of funds to complete the purchase of Widewater Place, also known as Hujjat Harefield. The project was approved as part of the capital projects process through approval in principle, and the funding from this came from a mixture of three. Donations specifically for the project from donors who wish to support Hujjat, but at the same time strengthen WF. B, back-to-back loans, and by this we mean that the money is only repayable back to the donor if recovered from Hujjat. So essentially no risk to WF. And C, advance donations. These were effectively donations from donors who were willing to use their funds to support the project in the first instance. And when additional funds for Harefield are collected, they would be used for their desired WF project. Alhamdulillah, thanks to the assistance from these donors, Hujjat were able to complete the purchase of Widewater Place. But the key message to hone in on here, and as we saw on the income slide earlier, that these funds came from additional donations for the cause. We now have the opportunity with Hujjat to use these lovely premises and, as Septain Bhai mentioned earlier, grow in our endeavors. If we move on to the next slide, please. Now, this illustrates the disbursements of WF aid funds. The largest spend was during 2022, was for the Ramadan relief at 1.4 million, 1 million for the Pakistan relief, and 900,000 for the blanket drive. In comparison, 2021 had almost an identical total spend, although the breakup of the split varied slightly. Next slide, please. This reviews our foundation fund. Although 2021 had some recovery after COVID-19, 2022, as you can see in the slide, didn't perform as well. Just to summarize the key reasons for which I highlighted in the last Exco, was we had tenants struggling to pay on the back of COVID-19 escalated with rising costs. This unfortunately continued for the rest of the year. And also in August of last year, our largest tenant, Royal Bank of Scotland, vacated their lease, leaving a void of 57,000 annual rent. Now, this is a common trend seen in the UK with high street banks ironically vacating the high street. I also mentioned in the last Exco that we were looking at options to mitigate this loss, and I'm pleased to say that we are actively pursuing the conversion of the commercial premises into residential flats, and we hope to use the residual amount of the foundation fund for these purposes. This will see us earning higher yields with lower risk. And you may have noticed the drop in funds available to spend in 2022. And if you recall, this was due to the acquisition of the property near Birmingham, about 2 hours drive from here, worth circa 400,000. This will see us receiving an additional rent of 25,000 annually, a return of just a little over 6%. If I can move to the next slide, please. So moving on to Secretariat funding, on the income side, whilst we received 1 million in 2021 towards our internal expenses, in 2022, the income was less by a little over 100,000. The main contributor to this was the loss of investment I just discussed. But the other point to note is that gift aids are proportionately doing better in 2022, and gift aid, for those who are not aware, is the tax reclaimed here in the UK on personal donations, which would suggest our UK personal donations have increased, which is a positive sign in terms of donor confidence in the WF. For 2023, with interest rates going up, we have proactively placed our funds in deposit accounts, and we're expecting circa £8,000 a month, which will assist in the Secretariat expenses going forward. Moving on to the next slide. Now this is our Secretariat expenditure during 2021 and 2022, and it compares it with the budget that we proposed in the last conference. Our largest expense was the regional support that we provided, which was 85,000 to Simcoe and 74,000 to COEG. This was higher than what we budgeted, but we had some bandwidth from the previous years and other elements of our budget, especially where there were common objectives. Salaries made up 24% of our annual Secretariat spend during 2022. However, this is less than 2021 due to an internal reorganization, and there are some roles we're still looking to fulfill, which is the cause of the variance in the budget. Our bank charges are also quite high due to the need to transfer funds across the globe, in many instances at quite short notice. However, you'll note that considering the higher amount of spend during 2022, we have actually managed to proportionately reduce this compared to 2021. And the other notable variance is the audit fees, which we were over budget, mainly due to the cost of the internal audit work that we are carrying out on an ongoing basis. But given that these are steps we are taking to improve our internal processes and compliance, which I'm sure you all agree with me is quite important, it would be justifiable. Overall, 2022, we spent less than budgeted by 215,000. And the standout elements here that make up this variance is capacity building, community-related projects, and of course, we provided for some contingencies. We also didn't spend as much as budgeted on office expenditure, and these four items make up almost 140,000 of the variance that you see. You also know on the next slide that we have used the surplus in other departments, but before you move on, just 1 second. The overall spend, you'll note, is similar to 2021, but notable differences in regional support, salaries, and the audit fees I mentioned. And this will be the final slide that I will be discussing today. And it effectively shows the departmental spend and review against the budgets that we had in that last conference. With the various departments, we've tried to break this up into its activities to give you an overview of where the spending has taken place. Islamic education externals oblique make up over 40% of our departmental cost. However, the key part of this is the inception of eye care, so there are a lot of one-off costs that you'd see over there. Even including this, overall we are under budget by just under 60,000. And that concludes the Treasury financials. Hope it wasn't too boring, but if there's anything I haven't covered, feel free to ask any questions later. Jazakallah. Thanks.
Okay, so moving away from the financials, and we will come back to questions later on, just wanted to cover a few other things. So as we have talked about before, we have focused a lot on improving internal controls and processes. So we do continue to invest in internal audit. And I'd like to say that this is probably one of the very few charities that does internal audit almost 3 times, if not more, a year. So I think it's an incredible achievement. We have conducted 2 audits over the last few months, and I'll come back to the results of these reviews in the next slide. In terms of process improvements, we have improved our Know Your Partner procedures, bringing in a scoring mechanism for all our partners, so there's a clear explanation of which partners we work with and why we're comfortable working with them. We've also conducted a number of monitoring visits, whether it's in India, Pakistan, Africa, Middle East, and we've reported on a number of these in the various newswires that you see coming through. Our compliance manager, Sister Malika, who sat over there, has also started her own testing internally, and she looks at a sample of items internally and reports to us on where she sees gaps and how we can improve further. And finally, she's also helping us to make sure that we improve the training that we provide to all our staff and bring everyone up to speed. If we move on to the internal audit slide, please, which is the next one. There were 2 internal audits covered. One was around governance, and then the other one around risk management. Both the ratings were reasonable assurance, so a satisfactory rating from our perspective, and the key recommendations are set out on the slide above. So from a governance perspective, we needed to produce more timely updates on our policies, update our risk registers, so we had missed out updating it frequently. And finally, the auditors highlighted the need to report more regularly on the manifesto and the KPIs around the manifesto. So these are all the things that we are working on at the moment. From the risk management perspective, the key updates was, again, updating the risk management policy, which we have already done, enhancing the risk register, which is also done, and finally training, which Sister Malika has started already. Okay. So that's a quick update, and then in the
Noise, please. Please, if everyone remains silent. Please, Zafar Bhai, Bismillah.
Yeah.
Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
So if you can go to the next slide, please. So there are 2 slides on this, just sharing with you the summary directly from our internal audit report. So this previous slide was a summary, but then this one and the next one is the detailed slide and just the executive summary, and you can read that in the pack. So I will skip this one and the next one because I've covered it, but it is available to you if you'd like to review it. So in terms of looking ahead, absolutely, we continue, and this is as we came into the office, our #1 priority to continue to focus on compliance and risk management, and that will continue to be a priority for the Treasury function. As Safdar Bhai has mentioned, you've seen we've continued to invest the foundation fund. We're looking to convert those the commercial premises in Southampton into flats. That'll give us more stable revenue, and the residual investment fund pot will be used there. Now that leaves us with a challenge that Safdar Bhai has talked about. Where do we go from here? We need to think about the foundation fund, think about how we can improve that, how we can then use that to support not just the WF activities, but as we discussed, and the support that we're offering both to COEG, NASIMCO, and any other federation that needs our support. So that is something I think I would really request this House to think about. We've talked about Harefield, and we'll work closely with Hujjat to support them in realizing their plans, and the President has already talked about how we're going to do that. Digitization continues to be an area of focus. You know, we have invested in MCE, in some of the apps that you've seen around WF Donate, around Madrasa Center of Excellence. So there's a lot of investment in digitization, and we'd like to continue to do that. Our internal audit will continue, which goes without saying. And finally, on the CIO, I think I reported in Australia that that is on hold at the moment until we resolve internal matters. And once that is concluded, we will decide how then to carry on that journey. So with that, and before I hand over for questions, I just wanted to express my gratitude to the councillors, but I also cannot forget all the staff and the volunteers at WF who have really, really supported us, and their dedication and hard work. The great work that we do around the world would not have happened without their support and their dedication. One thing I wanted to mention, and we have talked about working together across regions, I think the one area that we, and particularly in the Treasury function, can really make a difference is to share all our policies, procedures, how we're approaching risk registers, risk management, testing, due diligence. If we can share some of that practice together with our regions, I think that will strengthen all the regions and support us in being one of the best charities, or one of the best charities around the world. So that offer is there, and I will work with my respective treasurers to offer that support should it be acceptable. So with that, I wanted to open up with any questions with the permission of the chair.
Zafar Bhai and Sajjad Bhai, I'll come to thanks in the end, but I think the floor is now open for observations and questions, and again I will request the Secretary General to facilitate that, take a few questions and then give it to you to respond. Yeah, please.
So we have Shabir Bhai Najafi, Zairabaz Khimji, followed by Ibrahim Bhai Remtullah, followed by Dr. Askar Moledina, followed by Morabion Ali Bhai Khalfan, and then we have Rasul Bhai Bhamani, and we have, I'm slowly saying, so we register all the names. Dr. Saab is saying he has not registered any names. Inshallah. So we saw Brother Zairabas' hand first up. We'll go there, there. And if I miss anyone, you know, just remind. However, as we said in one of the excos a few years ago, first thing, most important thing is namaz. Asanto. Bismillah, Zairabas bhai.
Asant. So the first question, first of all, thank you so much for the report. First question I had is the khums collected, is it all spent within that year or do you carry it forward? And that's the first question. Secondly is how much exactly was WF House? You showed us 6.3 million in donation. How much was it exactly? Was that the exact amount or was the house more expensive? And how was that funded? And the slide where it was written funds to invest, I didn't understand that slide because the previous 2 years there was 700,000 or something, so that was put in or how, I didn't understand that. So also very well done on the 2 slides, the admin expenses were down by half, which is a very, very good achievement. Even the Secretariat, the expenses have really been controlled, so very well done to all of those in that effort. And the last question I had is, we didn't hear the expenses for the court case. Court case, or lawyer mate free lade che, ke nati court case na expense. Shukran.
Can I just say that we don't have comments and speak through the chair, inshallah. Ahsantum. If we now go to, yeah, Shabir Bhai Najafi, please.
And through you, I thank the Honorary Treasurer. I just have one question. ICO, why I need clarification? You commented that it's put on hold. CIO, sorry. ICO ma paisa chal, CIO. You said it's put on internal hold. Now, I might be going into sensitive area, so if you can, and if you feel that it's not to be revealed now, it's fine. But you said it's put on internal hold. The reason I'm asking, because the draft constitution that we're looking into it has got that in it. So if it's on hold, I just want to know, and I leave it to your good judgment through the chair, whether you need to answer, but you said it's on internal hold. So I think just put some light on that if you want to. Otherwise, we'll take it offline. Thank you.
Dr. Molidina, followed by September Ali Bhai. Bismillah.
Thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the detailed and enlightening update on the financial situation of the organization. I had just one very quick question. The invested funds are £4 million plus, and I believe most of it, if not all, is in bricks and mortars. What is the approximate value of the properties that we hold right now? Thank you. Market value.
September, Bismillah.
Bismillah. Thank you very much. Very well presented report. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't have a specific question to that, but I just wanted, on behalf of Hujjat, would like to pledge to COEG £10,000 towards the hardship fund, and also to COEG, or rather through COEG, to the housing fund, another £10,000 towards that.
Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
And if I can just have 30 seconds only more, just to say that I'm actually very humbled with all the compliments that we've received towards acquiring and acquisition of Hujjat Hairfield, but it would actually be unfair if I take all the credit for it, because actually it's the entire executive committee and our steering team, the property team, who has actually worked tremendously hard in delivering this to the entire community. So thank you to all of them, and thank you to all of you who've actually made that possible. Thank you very much.
We have Ibrahim Bhai Remtullah, followed by Onali Bhai Khalfan. Ibrahim Bhai, Bismillah. And Mohammad Raza Bhai, we noted you as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you to Safdar Bhai and Sajad Bhai for all the hard work, and Sister Malika for all her hard work. I don't think we really appreciate the amount of time and effort these people put in. So thank you, and I really appreciate that our focus for the last 2-3 years has been on compliance. And I think being a charitable organization, being a Muslim charitable organization, it's very important for us to ensure that we follow the law of the land. And I'm glad that we're making sure that we improve our internal controls and implement changes wherever necessary. I think this is something I had also mentioned, something I mentioned a couple of years ago regarding compliance for each of the regional federations, right? And I know we continually mention that, you know, WF and the Treasurer is available to assist and guide and so forth, but there doesn't seem to be anything happening, and I think it's time that we become a little more proactive, right? Rather than just saying we can provide assistance, I think it's time we become more proactive, because at the end of the day, if the federations are not in compliance, right, it is going to end up affecting the WF, right? So I think that I would ask Sajad Bhai and Safdar to please try to be proactive, start arranging some meetings with the treasurers, try to understand what systems and procedures they have in place, and try assisting them to be more compliant than what they are today. Couple of quick questions. I noticed in the slide, page 36, talks about capital projects in 2022, 4.2 million, of which 98% was for the Harefield project, which is about 4.1, and on the next slide, it talks about 5.5 being the funds given to Harefield project. Just want to know what the difference is. I think it has to do with CUMS money, but if you could just clarify that, I would appreciate that. And another question regarding the commercial property that we have lost the tenant, and the discussion about converting those to flats. If you could just expand on that, on what the timeline is on that and the costs involved to do that, and what the potential revenue might be as a result of that. Another item on the, I noticed in there that the travel expense was quite low, and generally you'd wonder why I'm asking the question when it's lower than budget. But given that Safdarbai said he had visited 45 Jamaats in the last 2 years, and I know the last conference was in Sydney, just wondering why the budget, the actual expense for travel was so low in 2022. That's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have noted questions. We know that there are questions which have come online as well. For example, we know that Habib Bhai Meghji as well as Zahid Hussain Wasnani have posed questions, so we note them. But I think we give an offer now to the Treasury to be able to answer the questions. Bismillah. તમે છો એટલે ખાલી અહીંયા દરખાસ્ત આવ્યો કે લોકોને આમાં જવાબ આપો છે પછી you are next on the list. ના ઘણા આવ્યો છે એટલે so that's why, nothing else. We can't forget Honorary Bhai Hassan. Thank you.
Okay, so let me try, and again, forgive me if it doesn't fully respond, so do come back if you have any follow-on questions after we've gone through this. So between Brother Sajjad and I, we will go through this one by one. So we start with Zahibas by your comments. One, around khums collected, yeah, the vast majority of that is distributed. It's not as straightforward as is it gone in 1 year, because obviously we have a year end. There will always be things collected in November and October. So over that period of 12 months, almost all of that is disbursed. The second one on WF Hayfield funding, we did put up this slide over there. We've collected the various items, and I think it's been picked up on by Brother Ibrahim Ramtullah as well. Harefield, there are a number of different places. You see it in the capital projects. There'll be some of that in the Khums project. And then what we presented, the 8 million, was the amount that has been put forward for or as part of the WF Harefield arrangement. So that's on that one. Brother Sajjad, you want to pick up the funds to invest point that was raised?
I think it'd be easier if we can get the foundation fund slide back up.
Because there are a couple of questions on that foundation fund, so maybe we can take all the foundation fund questions in one go.
So I think, Zairabas, your question was... your question was the funds to...
You want to clarify?
Yeah, sorry. I asked what is the amount. You see, what Zafar Bhai has answered is how much was given. My question was specifically to say we gave 6.3 million. What was the full amount? How much are we supposed to give? SWF 9 million, 8 million, 10 million? How much is it full? Because we got 6.3 in donation. How are we funding the rest?
Okay, we'll come back to that slide, Zaibas Bhai, and I can put it up again and we can clarify.
I think your other question was on the funds to invest was reducing, particularly from 21 to 22. And you can see the drop there was roughly about 400,000, and that was the purchase. So essentially, these funds are to acquire properties or similar. And we acquired the Birmingham property in 2022. Hence, from 2021, the bottom line there, if you see funds to invest, dropped from 709,000 to 305,000 because of the 400K spend there. Plus legals and bits and pieces, so it's slightly more. But I hope that answers or clarifies that question.
Yeah, so the foundation fund was set up many years ago, and it has not really been contributed to since then. I mean, certainly not since we've come into office. So what we've been doing is just utilizing those funds. We used part of it earlier in the year to purchase that Birmingham property. We have 300,000 left. There was a question raised around the timing, so we're going to use that 300,000 to refurbish or reconfigure the commercial property that we have to make it into housing, and that will then be rented out. So that is the exact amount, funnily enough, that we need to invest £300,000, and we're doing it together with COEG, so we're working on this project together. I think the total cost is 350,000, out of which COEG is 50,000, WF is 300,000, and based on that, we expect a return of 12% on the funds invested. So that's, hopefully that gives you the full story of the investments. There was also a connected thing around the value of properties. Now that is really difficult to do, but we think because these properties were acquired at least 5 years ago, 4 to 5 years ago, it is probably, if not double, I would say at least 50 to 75% more than what we invested. So it could be around 6.5 to 7 million is my complete guesstimate, maybe more if we sold it all out individually. And this is one thing we are reflecting on, whether we can use some level of financing to then purchase more properties. But this is something we need to think about very carefully. And we will come back to EXCO before we take any further decisions on that. Okay. So I think that's most of the foundation fund questions. Then on the court case around the expenses, frankly, there are limited expenses being impacted or being passed on to the charity. Alhamdulillah, the vast majority of it is covered by our insurance that we had in place. There'll be some minor legal expenses that we incur for personal advice, but for charity advice, but beyond that, limited impact on the charity's funds. On the CIO point, I did make this point at the EXCO in Australia, because just before the EXCO in Australia, we'd received comments back from the Charity Commission, who said we will put the application on hold until you've resolved the legal dispute. So it is on hold until that is resolved. Sorry?
Later.
Okay. Ibrahim Bhai, I completely accept. I need to be more proactive in reaching out to the regions, and I think it is a commitment that both Brother Sajjad and I, and with the help of Sister Malika, I think we need to take to make those active steps to go back to regions and help them and offer them the support and the templates that we have. And to be honest, NASIMCO has very high standards. So I'm sure we can also learn a lot from NASIMCO as well. So I completely take on board that point and a commitment for us to rectify that not happening as yet. Finally, there was a question on travel expenses and why we had not spent so much. And the reality is, as far as the office bearers are concerned, any of our travel expenses are borne personally. We do not recharge anything to WF. So the only travel expenses that you see at WF are for employees and staff, but none of the office bearers are reimbursing any expenses related to WF. So I wanted to put back up, if I can, get the Harefield slide, because I just want to make sure there is clarity, because it comes up in a number of places. So I think the first place is this slide. So what this is the, sorry, not this one. Can I go to the capital projects one, please? Yeah. So you see this 4.2 million, this is from the capital projects policy, that's recorded over here. You then have Harefield donations going through CUMS as well, which is reported in the CUMS slide. And then you have the Harefield slide, if we can go to the Harefield slide. This is the 8.1 million, which is directly linked to WF Harefield. So this is the amount that has been given. Now, we have not, as you know, we have not acquired anything apart from just a short lease at this stage. We have a 3-year lease. However, there was a resolution approved at Hujjat with the majority or super majority allowing the trustees of Hujjat to transfer the building to WF should the loan be repaid at the end of the term. But at the moment, the only arrangement we have is to use this property for 3 years, and after the loan is repaid, then we would hope that that property gets transferred over, inshallah. So I think we can open up for further, I think
No.
we had a carry on.
We will have to stop because
sorry.
now, brothers and sisters, we are approaching Salat. We will continue on this agenda item. And just to recap, Onali Bhai Khalfan, Rasul Bhai Bhamani, Zahid Wasnani, Habib Bhai Meghji, Muhammad Raza Bhai Devji, and also from the floor, we have also Dr. Mohsin Jafar would like to say. So we have, that's how we will do, inshallah. And we will now conclude, or we'll adjourn just here, and we'll go for Salat. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Salat will be prayed upstairs. Upstairs. So food is downstairs, but what we will say that as-salatu mi'rajul mu'min upstairs, inshallah. Asantum. We have salat arrangements for both ladies and gents upstairs. It's upstairs for both. Thank you. And you can do wudu upstairs as well. Thank you. Those who are delegates, not councillors, but delegates for the conference for tomorrow. If you can go to Iqbal Bhai Panju, he's my gentleman on my right, and collect your badges. These badges will be important for the gala dinner, and they are important for now. So if you can go to the desk on my right, where you can collect your badges. Thank you. The delegates who are here. Thank you. For everyone, there's a question which has come, so I'm just clarifying. Please, can I have a salawat for those who are here, please, please? Allah. Can I have a louder salawat, please? Salli ala Muhammad. We will be, I request everyone to come back here at 2 p.m. So because we have lost time, we'll have to start at 2. And if you miss, they will miss, you see. We'll continue with the Treasury report at 2 p.m. Thank you. Okay. Can I ask for a loud salawat, please? Allah. Welcome back. We'll be continuing on the same agenda item, which is Treasury and Foundation Fund updates. We are into questions and observations. We have next Murabi Onali Bhai Khalfan. I ask everyone to sit down, please. Thank you. Murabi sir, Bismillah.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, and to the Treasury of the World Federation, especially the Honorary Treasurer and Assistant Treasurer, for submitting this financial report. It's a very detailed one and well presented. My question is under Secretariat Expenses 2021-2022. I see that capacity building had a budget of £30,000 and nothing has been spent. That's one. What is the reason for that? Two, I know a question has been asked about traveling expenses, and it was replied that it is only for the Secretariat staff. I still believe £1,613 is too little, what has been spent by the Secretariat. And I am still not very convinced, because I know World Federation is doing wonderful work, a lot of traveling as well, to Africa and other places. And I think the budget of 18,000 is a reasonable budget to be spent. Why only 1,600 has been spent? So these are the two questions. Thank you.
Next question, if we go to Zahid, Rasul Bhai Pamani, please. Rasul Bhai, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. Firstly, thank you, Zafar Bhai and Sajjad Bhai, for presenting these paper, or the Treasury's paper. A couple of questions. First is an observation that the income is pretty much in par with previous years. If you take out the 5 million or so for the Hayfield project, we're still around about the 15% mark. And I think we need to look at ways how we can increase that particular income. You know, how can we find more money? It's also noted that the Khums collection has dropped percentage-wise. Do we know why that is the case? Is there some sort of a reason for that? The other question I've got is governance and compliance based. So you've talked about Hayfield project, and you've given 8.1 million, correct? For that. Now, was this approved by the Executive Council? Because if you look at the Constitution, it's not within the powers of the office bearers or the trustees to make an investment in a project. It's the consent of the Executive Council. It's a conference, but in between conferences, it's the EXCO that makes that decision. So when was that approval granted by EXCO, and which EXCO gave that approval? And with the 8.1 million, as it is at the moment, I understand is a short-term lease, correct? With the view that it'll be extended to 999-year-old lease once converted or purchased or whatever. So can you give us a bit more details on what is the understanding of this particular transaction? Also, what due diligence were taken place? 8.1 million for this particular block of the building. If in comparison to the whole 33 million pounds, have we paid the right price for it? Have we underpaid them? If we've underpaid them, then I think we should increase our contribution to Hujjat. But it'd be just good to know what due diligence was undertaken when this was purchased. Also, I'll raise it now, but it's in the minutes, and I think you made reference to it, Sajjad, by Birmingham property. Again, this was raised at the Australian meeting, and I think I had asked a question that was there any prior approval given to purchase that building by the EXCO? Again, I use the same constitutional clauses as I'm using with regards to this particular one. And I think on the minutes it says that that requirement isn't required. However, if you look at my understanding, and I'll give you the constitutional clauses, 5.8, 23.2, and 19.2.3. I think those all refer to this issue about purchasing of properties. So just a clarification on that would be useful. And one final point, what is our renewal cost for the insurance, the trustees' insurance? Because obviously, like you said, the current court case is being financed through insurance. So because we've now used that, the renewal will be substantially higher than what it was. So if you can give us an indication on what the renewal cost is, that would be very useful as well. Thank you.
Yeah. May I ask Zahid Bhai Wasnani, please? Zahid Bhai, Bismillah. आप म्यूट पर हो प्लीज अनम्यूट करना शुक्रिया
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I want to appreciate both my Zafar Bhai and Sajjad Bhai for this presentation of Treasury. Very detailed and comprehensive it is. And also want to appreciate the whole Treasury team working under them. As I can see, the questions, the reportings they're getting from my finance team in Karachi. So I want to put it on record, this appreciation for the whole team, and just increase the transparency and give them confidence for the donors that they are having a very smooth recording and presentation. So my simple question is, I'm seeing in WF8, the Pakistan relief has increased from 4% in 2021 to 23% in 2022. So just want to know, is this all about the floods aid that has happened in the second half of the 2022, or it's something else also?
Thank you. Can we go to Habib Bhai Megji, please?
Hello, assalamu alaikum everyone. First of all, again, my congratulations to Zafar and Sajjad Bhai for the excellent treasury work and their teams are doing. My question was very similar to Rasul Bhai Bamani from a governance perspective. My understanding is we approve budgets, for example, the operating budget at our triennial conference. So do we also approve capital projects at the same time? And I mean both from purchasing of capital property or assisting federations and Jamaats with respect to their capital projects, but also from WF8 perspective. I think going forward, we should probably approve those budgets if we have not done that in the past. So from a governance perspective, we do have a upper limit. It may be 10 million pounds, 20 million pounds, whatever that number is. So from a governance perspective, we approve, and if the expenses increase more than that budgeted amount, then we can collectively get together to set a higher limit or approve forward in the future. Thank you.
Mohammad Reza Bhai, Bismillah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I think Rasul Bhai has asked the same question. Okay, as we understand and hear that we have bought this property for 8 point something million, and then it says we have leased this properly. So for more clarifications, can you guide on that, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I will not take any more new questions, please, because that was the list which we had said from before. But there is also Dr. Mohsin Jafar, which we only person from the observers who have asked to speak. So please, if you can. ના પ્લીઝ તમે અહીંયા
પ્રમુખ સાહેબ વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનને અમને પૂજા કરાવી અને સરસ પેટ પૂજા કરાવી એનો આભાર. I have two questions. Number one, I sincerely hope that World Federation is leveraging our NGO status. It's a very valuable commodity that we have in our pocket. Today, I know, because I work with many foundations in America, there are so many international charities that are looking for NGOs with credible past performance records. We have done some wonderful work all around the world, and we can leverage our NGO status from these charities where there are billions of dollars out for you to capitalize on. Why don't we do that? Second question is that about 10 years ago, we floated this foundation fund. It has been stagnant. Our desire when we launched this was that we will make World Federation independent, that all your expenses are coming from the foundation fund. It has not progressed since the start. So can you relaunch it and make it more viable and push forward for it so that World Federation administration has to never extend a hand for help? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bismillah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I think what we'll do is I will try and perhaps start off with Harefield again, because there have been recurring questions. So maybe I need to step through a little bit more detail explaining the structure, but also then the stand back on this project. So we asked about the due diligence. So we spent a significant amount of time over the last 3-4 months leading up to Harefield, leading up to October 2022. We formed a small committee which had lawyers, which had some property people in there to look and do an assessment of this proposition. We got survey reports, we got proposed valuations, etc. So we did a lot of review to understand the different aspects of Harefield. Now, the agreement was twofold. There are two parts to it. There's one which is just an advance agreement. So we've given that money of 8.1 million in advance, and that the intention is that it would be converted into a long-term lease at some stage in the future. In the interim, we have a short-term lease on the side as well for the next 3 years. So I think it ends in October 2025. Now, there was a question around the approvals. In this respect, I just wanted to make one observation here, which is in the past, when projects have been approved through the capital projects policy or approval in principle, what do we normally do? We go collect the money from donors, and then we would go and pass it on to the Jamaat. Is that right? Imagine this is exactly the same thing. And in fact, this is no different to this kind of grant that we are making all the time. We did not provide this support just because, we want some office space. This was provided to support Hujjat through COEG to get this community center. The objective was that. And the only difference now between this and another grant is actually we have retained some optionality that can help us strengthen WF in the future. So let me be very clear. We could have given, so this would have happened under a normal situation, the money would have come and would have gone without anything left for us. In this case, we have now got an ability to actually use this property that you see in in front of us. So I'm again take advice from the House how you want to proceed. Sorry, you carry on.
So to add on to what Zafar mentioned, as he made it clear that there was a two-tier process. The first tier is that with the advance that we have given Hujjat over a period of 3 years, because they also have another loan they need to settle, this building has been given to us on a rent-free basis with the option to convert into a long-term lease after 3 years. And we also have a document, a legal document on that basis. Of course, if Hujjat wants this building after 3 years, they will have to pay us 9 million. Otherwise, we will retain this building after 3 years with the option to convert. Now, when it comes to the constitution that Rasul Bhai has rightly mentioned in 6.1, we need to come to the Executive Council at some point in time to say, should we exercise the option to convert? If there is consensus today in this House, and I think the spirit is good, we would be overwhelmed and very happy that if the Executive Council can endorse, because Hujjat itself had its meeting a few weeks ago, because the other reason as to why Hujjat also did not want to rush like us is because they also needed consent from their membership. And they went to the membership, and 69 people voted, 68 in favor, only 1 was not in favor, which was an overwhelming majority that the Hujjat community wants World Federation to have a WF house with the vision that we have provided you today. So the humble suggestion for governance perspective, from what Habib Bhai also mentioned for completeness, either we can bring it up at an exco a few years down the line before we convert, or alternatively, if we can have an endorsement today that this house would be supportive of the World Federation to convert into the long-term lease, then that brings permanency to this matter. So you have a follow-up question on this point? Should we take it now? Okay.
Okay.
What do you mean by long-term lease?
So on long-term lease, we have kept it open, if you're being very honest, because what we agreed with Hujjat, and September is here, is that when we get to that stage, we will need some of the lawyers to get together and agree what is the best way forward for both communities. Yeah. But generally, by definition, long-term lease is long, yeah? Like
999 years, could be 150
long,
years.
Long. I mean, we're not talking about 5-10 years.
It's effectively a freehold, but the lawyers are saying based on the structure, a freehold may not be feasible, but we haven't ruled out a freehold either. So the option of freehold and long-term lease are both right now documented subject to legal approval at the point of conversion.
Please carry on.
Yes. Secretary General is not there, but I'll continue. So you'll need to monitor who is asking the questions first. Yeah, we'll start with Murtaza, then we'll come to Shabir Bhai.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm just trying to get an understanding here. So Hujjat are willing to convert this into a long-term arrangement.
Sorry, 1 second, I need to hear.
Hujjat are willing to convert this to a long-term arrangement, and as office bearers, you intimated that you would like that to be a long-term solution. The sentiments I heard earlier on at the beginning of the meeting was great. We now have offices and we now can move forward and build on them. At what point are you going to be seeking approval? Is it, do we do it now? Do we propose something now, or is it later?
We have 3 years for that to happen, but the sooner the better. So the uncertainty comes out and we get endorsement from the House. Ideally, I would prefer that based on the information you have, if the Executive Council can support us on this today, at least Jamaat has already got its consent. Now the consent is your consent.
Okay, so we can do it here after discussion. I'm sure everyone has some points to raise, but after that we can, okay.
Yeah.
Ji Shabir Bhai. And I think what we'll do is we'll take all the points and then answer. It's easier, I think. Yes, go ahead, Shabir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. very clearly, this project is pride of our community, like Bathurst was and everything. So we should bend backwards to do it. Yeah, we can find ways out. But from the explanations given, I don't think that could accommodate it. We have to do it, and we'll find ways. We're smart, and we'll do. For example, you mentioned the capital projects. I don't think it fits, because capital projects is approved by EXCO. There's a difference. It's not automatic at any level. So even if you use that, though this is very different from capital projects, but even if you do it, it has to have an EXCO approval. Why I'm saying that? We want to accommodate this, but we do it in such a way that this is not going to function. It will get unstuck. That's number one. Then we said that there is an agreement in place. Now that agreement has been approved by the Stanmore membership, correct? And you had 69 or 68, huh? That they would like to do. Similarly, and we can probably give a mandate to the office bearers to do it, it has to have an approval from here for us to sign. Now, my question there would be, you said the agreement is ready, and I'm sure the lawyers and you were involved, but I just need to point out, is that irrevocable? Because tomorrow, in this 3-year term or next time, if the leadership, for whatever the reason or the authority changes in Hujjat, we need this to be irrevocable. That's very important, because the next committee can say, hey, hold on, look, we want to accommodate, but let's do it properly. And so these capital projects, I think we need to revisit how to do it. We'll find a way. We need to do this, and but not on these terms. So that's my points.
Okay. Let's give others a chance. Who else raised his hand? I can't see from here. Rasul Bhai Bamani has raised, and Zahira Baz Khimji has raised this. So we can first Rasul Bhai spoke, and we come back later. Yeah, and Muhammad Bhai Jafar has also raised this. Go ahead. Bismillah.
Who is starting? I'm starting. Okay. So thank you for that. I feel there are two parts to this. First of all, to give a blanket mandate, I don't think is the right way to do it. When the actual agreement is made with Hujjat or proposed agreement, it should be brought back to EXCO to say that this is the proposed agreement, 100 years, 200 years, 500 years, and this is how we're going to proceed. Because, for example, jo hame tamne hamna bole ha, tame kari nakho ne tame 50 varas ni le lita. For example, obviously we know that the WFOBs will not do that, but let's say, for example, 1 year down the line, there's an election and you are now not the office bearers anymore. It leaves the Executive Council or the World Federation a bit unclear. Secondly, I have 2 points. I can't remember the second one. Okay, anyway, it's fine.
Thank you. Rasul Bhai, Bismillah. You don't want? Okay. Muhammad Bhai, Bismillah.
Chairman Saab, this project is fantastic. There is no question about it. We are not arguing here about this project, the money spent, the World Federation buying this place for 9 million something. But fundamentally, it is wrong. You had to have the approval of the ESCO. Today, ESCO can be called emergency because it was an important thing. And today we are in Zoom. Illegality cannot be washed out by anything else than a clean water. So let's agree to agree first that this thing has happened illegally. What we have to do now, yes, we have to correct the illegality into legality. And we should find a way to get it done. But my dear brothers, this was not done as per the Constitution and the powers granted to the executive. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So there are no other questions except for Murtaza Bhai now. Is it fair to say that this is the last question? Yes. Thank you.
Sorry, it's more a comment than a question first. Forgive me, I'm a bit confused here when we're talking about illegality, because which part? Because I've heard capital projects come into play, I've heard AIP come into play, and I've heard that the project is illegal. Now, are we talking about the approval given to Stanmore? Because as COAGE, we were very much party to it. And we used a completely different procedure, which is a procedure of the World Federation, an approved procedure called AIP. And that's what we've used, which doesn't require capital projects. Now, so first we need to establish that didn't have a problem. Once we've established that, we can then discuss, okay, it is in the benefit of everyone to move forward with a long-term lease. Instead of confusing all these issues, that we need to get the procedure right. And so until the fact that permission was given to Hujjat through AIP, there's no issues. Then we move on to the next point. World Federation acquiring. At the moment, they have an arrangement that was money coming in, like they've done for any other AIP that's passed on to Hujjat, and now they're just looking at converting that with the permission of this house. That's what I'm hearing. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if I've got it right or wrong.
Yeah, I would like to stop this discussion. This will go on and on, unless it's very pressing. If it's very, very pressing, Rasul Bhai and Mohammad Bhai, if you can very quickly, less than a minute, yeah, please. Rasul Bhai, then Mohammad Bhai.
This is the meeting of World Federation.
Oh.
We are talking of World Federation, the authority of World Federation. So COAGE and nobody comes here. So please don't mix it up. This is World Federation, whether the World Federation had the authority to give that money or not. Whether the World Federation has the authority to lease it or not. That's the question. It has nothing to do with Hujjat or COAGE.
Okay, thank you. Rasul Bhai?
Yeah, it's a fantastic project. There's no issues with that. My only concern is that we do what is right, so we don't come back and it haunts us. That's the whole thing. My problem, not a problem, but my query is this, is that as a capital project, it's absolutely fine. Money came in, you give. But for that 8.1 million is for this property which belongs to World Federation. So we haven't, as far as I understand, we may need approval for that. And what I suggest, we can park it aside for now. Let's have some think around, come back and then resolve it, rather than just leave it like that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the positive thing that I hear is that there is no doubt that everybody says this is a no-brainer. This, inshallah, will remain the World Federation file. The issue is we do it to the book, by the book, with not only the spirit, but the letter of it. I think the spirit is there, okay? Now, I will lay down succinctly as much as I can our understanding as OBs, and then we can agree on the way forward, yeah? The AIP took place, yes. And under AIP, basically the process would suggest that the regional federation would go through the project in detail and then provide the recommendation to the president of the World Federation to issue the ijaza. And that is what happened. That process was approved. We as World Federation, naturally as a parent body, would support the community to provide the funds. Alhamdulillah, we got donors who flew in here. Some of the donors were here, some of them came from abroad. They saw this project. Initially, they said, "Ek floor aapne le liya, 3 million no donation aapne api de, Hujjat ne, tame piche discuss karjo." Then slowly, later on, when Hujjat came and said, "We really are desperate now. We need the funds before closure. Otherwise, there is a danger." At that point in time, we had a few more donors that came and said, "Why don't we optimize, create a win-win situation? Ke WF ne lokani jaga male, ane kom ne elokani male, ane what the community wants from here, we factor in it, like what we saw in the vision document on the ground floor." So with that in mind, our treasury team worked very hard with compliance requirements, legal advice, going to the lawyers, bringing structural engineers. We got the valuation done, and obviously we had all this documentation to make an informed opinion that is this feasible. And when we entered into a discussion with Hujjat, we felt a two-pronged approach is necessary. The second, we will have to go to the Executive Council. That's why we come. The first process is we give an advance, like any other community. આપને જ દીકરા છે, અમને નહીં મળે તો હુજ્જતને મળશે. આ એડવાન્સ છે અમને મળ્યું છે, ડોનેશન છે. In most, you'll see the bulk is the donation. So we entered into an agreement with Hujjat that we are advancing you the 8 million. In return, you have the option to pay back to us after 3 years, the 8 million. Or alternatively, that converts into a long-term lease. So now, finally, the point is that you are absolutely right, that for the long-term lease, whether it is 125 years or 900 years, this is work in progress. We will have to come back to you, probably at the next EXCO, with a proper pack to say that these are the feasible options, and then we can discuss, and I am sure with the spirit we have, the letter will inshallah be approved. If we are happy with that, I would like to move forward to the next item. Unless, very pressing point, Ghulam Bhai. Yes, please. Yes, advance.
It has come as advance.
Yes, it's documented.
Advancing to them.
Correct.
You have got no commitment.
No.
Correct.
And nothing.
Our commitment is either they pay back or we will convert into a lease after 3 years.
Exactly. So subject. So you have given them as advance.
Correct.
Well, that's fine.
Correct.
So you now taking the permission from the ESCO that we are giving advance to Hujjat
to be converted after 3 years.
After converted.
Yes. On terms that we are still negotiating with the lawyers and obviously with Hujjat.
Fine.
Yes, convert or refund. Yes.
Just a point of information.
Last point, please.
Just very clear. Just clarification. The Hujjat project and whatever the studies were done, and for granting of the ijaza, was that not supposed to come to the EXCO for approval?
No.
That doesn't come?
No, it doesn't. Approval of capital project, and again, by the way, this is also a suggestion for future of update of capital project. We need that paper updated, it's high time. Right now, you know, the process is 2-tier. If it's a ready-made building, you go through the process of AIP. If it's a land purchased, you go through AIP. If it's construction commencement like Birmingham, it has to come to the EXCO for approval. However, that paper also needs to be revisited at some point in time because things have changed, and you can see the magnanimity of this project itself deserves that it goes through a process. But that's something that we can note, okay? So I think... Okay, the last question that Zafar Bhai will address, and then I will just summarize and close this subject.
Yeah, sorry, I wanted to address one more point which Rasul Bhai has raised, and you raised it before as well in the Australia Exco, because this is to do with the Birmingham property now, which was an investment property, right? Now, our understanding, this foundation fund that everyone has referred to was set up with the sole purpose of asking the office bearers to invest. That was the sole purpose. We have been showing you at every EXCO how much is the capital amount left to invest. So our understanding, and we also, going back, if you recall, to the conference when we met, the conference, we set up a company and we got approval of this house specifically to set up the company to buy that property. KSI, I can't remember the name now. Yeah? Sorry? WF Investments. That is the name, WF Investments. If everyone recalls, I know it's some time ago. So what I'm trying to tell you, and you can, again, with Mohammed Bhai's comment, if you think it was wrong, let's sort it out, okay? But our understanding was it was set up for this exact purpose. We're using the same funds. We've been updating you every EXCO. We set up the company to buy it, and then we went and bought it. So if you have missed something, tell us what to do.
Okay, so I think
so I just want to clarify if they can close that down. So Rasul Bhai, if you have any further comment, because I do want to deal with this because it comes every time otherwise.
No, thank you, Zafar Bhai, for that. So basically what you're saying is that the company that was created for the foundation fund, that the authority from that you've taken to purchase this
I'm
property.
talking about multiple authorities, you know?
Yeah, no, that's fine.
The
that's fine. I wasn't aware of this.
Okay.
Of that.
I just want to resolve it once and for all.
No, thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. So there are a couple of questions, but if it's not super important, I can come back to it privately, but I think we are running out of time and the president is trying to push me along. So
no, if there is anything pressing,
yeah.
Go ahead.
So there were a couple of expenses. So there was one question on travel expenses. So I think just to be clear, those are just Secretariat travel. So for example, if our WF aid head is traveling, that goes to the department budget for WF aid. Yeah? Orally Bhai, so that is why that amount is low. So it's only like if Iqbal Bhai is traveling or someone from the Secretariat. Yeah, Treasury team or anything like that. Okay, so that's a quick one. There was a question on trustee insurance. Yes, that had gone up in price. I can't remember the exact number. 40, 50? From what? Small amounts.
Significant increase.
Maybe 2 or 3 grand. And it wasn't, and it wasn't the same company either. We've had to go to the international markets to get it. But alhamdulillah, it was funded by a donor as well. So we received donation to cover that fund. Okay? So I wanted to make that clear because that is a consequence as well, which you rightly said so. The budget, the aid budget, someone asked the question around setting up budgets for aid. I think this is something, President Saab, we can probably reflect on, because the reason we don't do it is because we don't know. Every year we'll just have to make some informed decision, you know, whether it is. Oh, you'll cover it? Okay, I'll let Arif Ali Bhai. Okay, he'll cover it in the report. Okay. That's fine, I think. Okay, I think we've covered. If I've covered most of it. If there's any question.
If it's a pressing question, please. Try and.
It's not a pressing question, but what I would suggest, seeing as we've discussed this, and I think the mood is there, why don't we seek for an approval to get this passed and give you the liberty, if you have come with a long-term arrangement with Hujjat, to go ahead.
On this,
we're giving them the blanket approval to go ahead and make all the arrangements. Bring it for ratification only at the next one.
Okay, can we have one, please? Let's. Please, can you repeat
okay.
On this point? Yeah. Oh, okay. Please.
શુક્રિયા પ્રમુખ સાહેબ. આફ્રિકા ફેડરેશનનો પ્રપોઝલ છે કે જ્યાં પ્રોપર્ટીઝ લેવી છે તો એનું આપણે એનું સ્ટેન્ડ મોરનું છે તો એનું આપણે અપ્રુવલ લઈએ જઈએ તો હમણાં
Okay.
થઈ જાય.
We'd love it.
We'll appreciate that. Yes, let's have one conversation. It'll be easier. So Murtaza Bhai is proposing. Can you please propose what you are suggesting against for completeness, which Africa Federation is supporting, in my understanding?
I propose. Oh, you've proposed.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Can I understand your proposal so we're all on the same page? Through the chair.
Please.
આપણે પ્રપોઝલ મારે છે કે જ્યાં ઉજ્જતની પ્રોપર્ટીઝ છે લેવાની એનું આપણે અપ્રુવલ લઈ લઈએ.
Okay. So, President of Africa Federation is proposing, from what I'm hearing from COEG Vice President also, is to seek an approval in principle for the office bearers to be authorized to look into a long-term lease or freehold potential with Hujjat. Of course, reporting back to the EXCO after.
For ratification.
For ratification.
For ratification.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need a resolution for that, or there is consensus? Anybody objecting to that? It's part of the Treasury.
I think it would be good practice to put a resolution in place so tomorrow someone doesn't say that.
But then it will go into a debate and we need.
No, we've all agreed.
I think, can I have the sentiments from the other regions, please? We have heard two regions. Nasimko, what is your view on this?
Nasimko will second that proposal. The same thing.
We have a point of order from
Muhammad Arif Jagani.
That was it. I was just wanting to point out there was no seconding of the proposal.
Okay.
Okay, supportive. You are supportive. So we have three regions in support. Can we hear from Pakistan Federation?
Speak up in the mic.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And India Federation, we have Murabi Mohsin
Yes.
Bhai?
We support the motion that we should give the office bearers the authority to continue with the long-term lease arrangement.
May I just say, okay, first of all, I don't want to break the spirit and બધા જોશમાં છે, પણ અહીંયા છે ને wordings more important છે. Alhamdulillah, Murtaza Bhai had very good wordings. હું દરખાસ્ત કરીશ કે please, if you can just start writing down a resolution with those words and others who are helping out, so that we can put it forward, so it's on the table, please.
Can you please speak?
Would it be, we want to do that, the spirit is that, but would it be right, because I'm just hearing the notice of the resolution is not being, I know
It's
it is
part
from
of the
matters
Treasury
arise.
report. It's a matter arising from the Treasury.
Yeah, but we are giving an approval. So just cover that. That's all. And I think you have some, Amara, with your permission, if Ali Hassan Bhai can just put some light, so we'll get it clear and done.
Pramukh Sabha, I think just a matter of procedure. Since this has just been brought up right now, it's not part of the agenda. I think it would rather be more prudent to be brought up in the next EXCO. As you rightfully mentioned, that since a whole proper pack will be prepared and thereafter we can approve it.
Sorry, Mr.
So if I may say so,
break for 2 minutes, because this meant we want to sort it out now.
Yeah.
Can we get a break just for 2 minutes?
No, you can, but may I just, so this you can use in your 2 minutes, please, inshallah. First of all, you know, it went towards creating a pack and a discussion because this house went towards that direction. It's my interpretation. Thereafter, it has gone towards, no, we are okay to actually give a support to it. And is it on the back of exact questions on expenditure and money raising under the Treasury report, and it's a major item which has been discussed thoroughly? Yes, in my opinion it is. I'm giving my opinion on it. Now I'm not giving an opinion as assisting chair, I'm giving it as a one councillor as a point of being Secretary General, nothing else. That's my view.
Yeah. So I think Africa Federation is suggesting a 2-3 minute break. If we can quickly have a break and get a resolve on this. Do you want to work with other regions or you want to have your own consultation? Yes. Okay, we'll give a 3 minute break.
Bar Muhammad wa Ali Muhammad salawat. Allah, where is the salawat? Allahumma salli. Can I ask everyone to come and sit? Take your seats, please. Thank you. Thank you. Ahsan. Okay. May I ask everyone to sit down? We are coming back. There is a. Thank you. Councillors, please, can you take your seats, please? I understand that a resolution has been worked on. Can I ask the tech team, how far are we away from showing a resolution? Okay, may I ask the tech team, are we far away, please? Can I ask for eye contact? Okay. Okay, so please, brothers and sisters, please, councillors. This is the draft written up. There will be some typos, probably something to be adjusted, but it's going live. I would like to know, please, who is proposing this one? I understand it was Africa Federation who asked for break to discuss. So so let it be read. One moment. Okay. So this is proposed by Amin by Nasser, and there's can, okay. So okay. Please, can we have please silence, please? Thank you. Ahsantum. Yeah, I mean, there's a spelling of the World Federation. Before I'm going to ask Amin Bhai to read it up, can we just change it to of, please? There's a spelling. Office bearers of.
Sabir.
Okay, thank you.
Musgrave.
Now,
How do you pronounce it? M-U-S-G-R.
I'm asking
Musgrave.
brother, please. Thank you.
Musgrave. Okay.
Brothers, can I please ask that sometimes more is not the merrier, please here. Too many people, can you all sit down, please? Please, brothers. Okay. Now, okay, Murabi Onali Bhai, can you please read out this, and this is your proposal, which you are putting.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The resolution reads as follows. It is hereby resolved that the office bearers of the World Federation of KSIMC be given the authority to negotiate and agree terms with the KSIMC of London, a long-term lease of freehold arrangement relating to Musgrave House, Widewater Place, Moorhall Road, Harefield, Uxbridge, UB9 6NS. The agreement will be presented to the next Executive Council. Can we add next? Council for ratification once concluded. Any? Okay. Okay, so let's leave it as it is. Is that okay?
It is okay because it was not changed, so it's exactly what you
Thank
read,
you.
inshallah.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is proposed, and who is seconding? Yeah. It is seconded by Ghulam Abbas Bhai Najafi as well as Murtaza Bhai Kanani.
Mr. Chairman, I have a suggestion.
No, one moment. I saw you, Murabi Mohsin Uncle. I've seen you, but this has been first proposed unless you have a friendly, and we say thereafter. Okay.
There's a mistake in the grammar.
Yeah, so you can put a friendly amendment. So Bismillah.
Right, in the second line, after KSIMC, it should not be B, it should be R. When you say B, it means that we are resolving to give them by another resolution the power. So we have to pass another resolution if you put B.
Is that fine as a friendly amendment? Okay, thank you. So I'm going to ask now Murabi Onali Bhai again to read it out. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. It is hereby resolved that the office bearers of the World Federation of KSIMC are given the authority to negotiate and agree terms with the KSIMC of London for a long-term lease or freehold arrangement relating to Musgrave House, Widewater Place, Moorhall Road, Harefield, Uxbridge, UB9 6NS, full stop. The agreement will be presented to the Executive Council for ratification once concluded.
So it's proposed, and then can I have a seconding?
Can we propose an amendment?
Is it friendly? We don't know.
Well, I'll propose it, or I'll mention it, and then you can decide whether it's considered to be friendly or... I mean, the wording there is that we are giving them the power to negotiate and agree terms. What we should do instead is to say, on the third line, to negotiate delete those 3 words after that and agree terms. Just say to negotiate with KMSI of London for a long-term lease or freehold agreement instead of arrangement. And then everything else will flow.
I would say this doesn't go into the bucket of a friendly, even there is a difference here. Okay, and I understand they don't accept it as a friendly neither. Okay.
You see, the point I'm trying to make here is that, you know, we can't pass a resolution giving them the power to agree. We're just giving them the power to negotiate, and if they bring it back to us for ratification, that's when it'll be agreed and it becomes an agreement, correct?
I think the spirit we came with is that we're actually giving them power to agree, negotiate and agree. That's the spirit we were talking in.
Then why do we need ratification for it?
It is just going to be brought as a matter of procedure to this House to say that this is what we've done. It's not just put in a file somewhere. It's brought to our attention that this is what has been agreed.
So, I have a question.
Zaid Abbas, please, your turn.
Okay, I think similar question he has.
Please, what's your name?
Siptain Merchant.
Siptain Bhai, Bismillah.
So what I'm saying is that if you're going to say that you're going to negotiate and agree the terms, and what if once you come back from the executive council, you come back and we say no, it's not approved, then what do you do? So what we are saying is that you say negotiate the terms with them, and then come back at the next executive council for ratification.
No.
So why? Then there's no need for you to ratify it.
No.
Amin Bhai, Bismillah.
હા એટલે મને લાગે છે આમાં એમ કે છે કે તું નેગોશિએટ અને જે નેગોશિએટ કરે ને એ ટર્મ એક્સેપ્ટ કરે પછી આપણા સુધી લઈ આવે એક્સકો સુધી ઈ છે એનો મીનિંગ.
Yes, but sorry, can I add to that? So, but then what you're saying at the end is that you're saying the agreement will be presented to the executive council once it's concluded. So you have already concluded the terms, and then you're coming back. So what if we at the executive council you're gonna not agree to it? Then you're gonna come back to do the resolution again?
Okay, Bhayo, let me come in here, please, if I may. This will take another hour or two if we continue like this. Look, it is your decision. We work at your service. If you trust us that we can sit with Hujjat, negotiate and agree terms that make sense in the best interest of this charity, then you give us that authority. If you don't have confidence, that's fine. Then remove the word, no problem. You see, my concern is that we have agreed in spirit. The question is now negotiating with 125 years lease, whatever is practical under the law of the land, we'll have to negotiate with the lawyers, sit with them. It's a painful exercise. We'll have to come to a conclusion. And of course, we'll have to present it ultimately to the EXCO for completeness. Otherwise, it's just an academic exercise, giving a symbolic permission where you do not have that sense of full confidence that we will negotiate the right terms. We already have the House, we are sitting here. So the decision is yours. Let's not continue the debate. Tell us what your view is and we move on.
Mr. Chair, a friendly amendment. The words you have used, it is hereby resolved that the office bearers of the World Federation of KCMG are being given the authority. If you can replace it, they are authorized to. This is a wider meaning for that. Are hereby authorized to negotiate and agree.
Does it make any difference?
Yeah, it doesn't make, but it's a legal language, we can do it.
Yeah.
Number two, I can, as a friendly suggestion is that you have written the negotiate and agree terms for the land, long-term lease or freehold land. Can we describe here a short purpose and use of the property? To put on the record, as already informed, everybody knows, but to put on the record, it's a first resolution regarding this property.
I think the community has already seen the vision, they understand the vision, the discussion has happened, and now this is a resolution to be put forward for acceptance or otherwise. So I don't fully grasp your point that you want a change, a friendly amendment on this resolution.
Yes,
I
if
think
you
the
can.
vision has been understood. We showed that, well, we are.
Yeah, it's already understood, but I had used the legal language.
Yeah. Thank you, Wandali Bhai. Yes.
So if you're going ahead with, if we do agree with this, then you don't need our ratification at the end. Right? You just need for information, not for ratification, because then if you're going to come back to us to ask us that, okay, we have done this and you're going to ratify that.
Gee, thank you. Murtaza?
Sorry, through the chair, you would actually need to procedurally, you'd need that step to procedurally for completeness of procedure. That's all it is. You're bringing it back to inform us of what has been agreed. We've given them authority to agree on terms. So it's, when it comes back here, it's only for completeness of, so it's not just filed away, it comes back to us, and we are informed of what has been agreed.
જી અમીનભાઈ
ભલે આ લોકોને ઓથોરિટી છે કે નેગોશિએટ કરે ટર્મ્સ ઉપર, ભલે એ લોકોમાં એગ્રી થાય, અહીંયા આવશે સુપ્રીમ કાઉન્સિલમાં. જો આપણને એમ લાગશે કે આમાં નથી બરાબર તો રાટિફાઈ નહીં કરે, પણ એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલને લાસ્ટ પાવર છે ટુ રાટિફાઈ. ભલે એગ્રી ઓફ ટર્મ્સ એ લોકો કરશે, પણ પાવર એક્ઝિક્યુટિવ કાઉન્સિલને છે ટુ રાટિફાઈ ઓર નોટ.
Yeah, I think.
A friendly amendment would be the agreement will be presented to the Executive Council for approval once agreed. Because once it's concluded, it's over. You can't ratify something that's concluded. So then you approve something that has been agreed upon, and once it's been agreed upon, then it's concluded.
So it's a ratification can be brought here for presentation.
Or approval.
No, not approval. It's already been approved.
Well, no, the agreement hasn't been approved. We are approving the fact that they can go and make an agreement, but we haven't approved the agreement itself.
No, we approved.
Right? No, we don't, because we don't know what the agreement is, because they haven't made the agreement yet. So here we are saying that once the agreement...
I think...
Yes, so it has to be the...
I think let's make it very simple. I think I see there are two views in this house. Let's be straight forward on this. There is one component of the house that wants to give partial authority to us to say that it has to come back here for your approval or ratification. You could come and challenge the terms we have discussed. And there's a second school of thought that is saying, no, we are now convinced we need to move on with this. Let's carry it on for completeness. It will come for information that you will have, so there is transparency on the process. You decide which one you want. We can't keep on this discussion on and on. Let's close the chapter. If you have confidence that we will represent you, this is your building, we move on. If you feel no, it needs to come back for changes, then. So there is a friendly amendment. Okay. Okay, so there is a suggestion that the agreement will be, or formally, if you can suggest.
So the friendly amendment suggested is that we delete the last line. And therefore, we trust WF and Hujjat to proceed with their own agreement.
Okay, so if is Africa Federation specifically, I mean, by okay with this and all members? Because it is come from yourself.
Hold on.
Okay. On the basis that the friendly amendment has not been accepted, the previous wording needs to be reinstated, please. And then there'll be a counter friendly amendment. Okay. So in the last sentence, we remove once concluded. Yes? And are we?
So the friendly amendment is we remove the word once concluded, the two words. No, so I think, let me clarify the understanding of this friendly amendment, and I would like to indulge both Africa Federation and COAGE on this one as proposal as seconders. We are removing the word once concluded. Let's remove that, and let me then explain the context of our understanding. Our understanding is that we have the authority to negotiate, agree terms, even sign it, and then we bring it to the Executive Council for completeness, for documentation. So the word ratification effectively is completing the process with the Executive Council being informed about it. So that is the proposal. We have a seconder. I strongly now suggest we don't entertain any more discussions and we go for a vote if need be.
I don't think this is right. That's not the
Our treasurer wants even more transparency, and our treasurer is suggesting that he is not comfortable with the word ratification because it still means that things could change.
Yes.
So rather than ratification, it is for information.
Information, yes.
So there is no ambiguity.
Yeah. We agree to that.
Yeah. Would you agree to that?
Are we comfortable
For information.
with that? Africa Federation and COAGE, I'm looking at both of you. COAGE is agreement, Africa Federation?
Information, just.
To endorse only. Can I explain, please? Mr. Chairman, the word ratification is the correct word, and this has been used all previous resolutions that I remember. I don't think we should change that.
Okay.
Ratification does not mean that we ask you to go back.
This is minuted, so I'm glad we have clarity.
Thank you.
You are the experts, we rely on you. It is minuted, the ratification actually is for information, but it is the right word to be used. Fair enough.
Okay.
So I think we are all clear now. I think we have a proposal and a seconder.
No, we don't have, because
Not
it
yet.
has been changed.
Okay, go ahead.
Possibly. So now,
Go ahead with
yes,
the
it
process.
has been changed. It's not the same as the one proposed. Only by, sorry, please, if you read it up first, and we will have, but it seems like no one else is coming in now. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. The resolution reads as follows. It is hereby resolved that the office bearers of the World Federation of KSIMC are given the authority to negotiate and agree terms with the KSIMC of London for a long-term lease or freehold arrangement relating to Musgrave House, Wide Water Place, Moorhold Road, Harefield, Uxbridge, UB 96NS. The agreement will be presented to the Executive Council for ratification. Full stop.
Just one thing. બધું બરાબર છે KSIMC કાઢીને full let નાખી દો.
No.
You can't.
It is understood.
No, it.
Us, not to.
Hujjat uses KSIMC.
No, they use in their own name. They use this as well. Okay. So we have a proposal, and who is second? Thank you, Sabir Abai and Murtaza Bhai. Very good. Okay, and Zahir Abbas Bhai. Fine. This is now put on table. Any objection to this? Is there an objection?
Sorry. So, I mean, I just want, because I'm hearing people are still not understanding what the resolution was, but I just want to make a point, right? Like, I don't know if people understand what a negotiation is, right? But it's two parties, right, getting into a room, you know, both sides trying to negotiate for their benefit. When you go into a negotiation, knowing that the party you're negotiating with is mandated basically to make an agreement, it puts that party in a very weak position of negotiation.
Ibrahim Bhai,
I just
I
want
think,
to point that out.
yeah,
And I think the other point I want to make is just to make it clear, because there seemed to be a misunderstanding, but I understand from this resolution that you would negotiate, agree, sign, sealed, and delivered, and bring it to EXCO for ratification. Just want to clear that for the minutes, right?
yes, I think we have clarified that I think several times now, and I think time has now come for us to see if there are any people who have objections to this, so that we can then prepare for a vote if need be. Okay, any objections? No objections. I think with that, if we can recite salawat and Allahumma salli ala Muhammad.
Abstentions. Yeah, are there any abstentions?
I would take this opportunity. Any
No.
abstentions? Any abstentions?
Thank you.
Abstention.
Okay.
Ibrahim Bhai Ramtullah.
Ibrahim Bhai Ramtullah, note abstention.
I take this opportunity of thanking, with all humility, the Executive Council for their support and confidence in this, and it is very humbling. And I really appreciate and thank each and every one of you for this support, which definitely helps in strengthening the workings and encourages us to proceed on that basis. Jazakallah. We will move on to the next item. Before we move on, I just want some closing remarks on the Treasury report, if I may. Two observations in the close, and then I just want to thank the team. The first point that was mentioned is the foundation fund. Yes, the foundation fund has barely grown from where we inherited. It's grown a little, but not much. We are at 4.2 million with an income of between 200 to 300,000 pounds. It's not sustainable. We heard many people say we need to grow. We need your help to grow that. And I don't have a formula of how. We are professional beggars, as we heard Muhammad Raza Bhai earlier. That is what we do on a day-to-day basis, and it continues the journey of begging. I strongly urge us to think about how we can move forward, but I know the energy levels are low at this stage. There are two very important points that have been raised in the Treasury report that I think are fundamentally important for reflection. One is the transfer of funds. Right now, alhamdulillah, we can transfer funds to Africa, Pakistan, and India, but over the last year, we have had major challenges transferring funds, particularly to Pakistan, and also to India, and this is only going to be tightened. There will be a time, I'm afraid, that we will be unable to transfer funds that will be necessary. And this is a serious point we need to reflect. We heard Dr. Mohsin mention about leveraging NGO status, and every advice we get from lawyers we talk to is, you need to open an NGO office equivalent in the respective regions. Otherwise, there will come a time when you will not be able to send your funds for transparency, accountability, and governance. We have had a practical example in Pakistan this month for Ramadan relief, where our money was blocked. And even now, with the flood reliefs, our money has been blocked several times. And I have appealed to Pakistan Federation, and I appeal once again to you to think outside the box and help us. Otherwise, our good work will stop at some point. There is no other agenda. And we can sign a solid memorandum to say that we will not interfere or do anything that will harm or hurt the region. On the contrary, will support you. With India, we have an approval in principle to open NGO. We haven't started the process yet. We want to see robustness within India Federation to help us ensure that we can start that process. And with Africa, of course, we have not yet had discussions, but my humble appeal is that let's start discussing this mutually, because I'm worried today is okay, but I don't know about the tomorrow. The NGO status of the World Federation is not optimized. I agree with Dr. Mohsin. We have not optimized. At best, at times, we send people to Geneva or Zurich or whatever to have meetings and talk about it, but we don't have the modus operandi, because the Constitution does not allow us to open local offices without the explicit permission of the region. So that is one area. The second area is reporting. If the reporting standards are not met, Nasimco is a classic example where their reporting requirements in North America are much higher than what we see in UK. And we have had serious discussions and debates with Nasimco of how we can enhance it. Alhamdulillah, we have managed, or we are still finding common ways to get there right now, but it is not easy. And with Nasimco also, we have been having discussions. It's not a debate I want to open today, but my humble suggestion is let's talk about it, let's reflect on it, because my genuine concern is I don't want us in 2-3 years down the line, we cannot send any money to no country and our NGO status is just sitting in the cupboard, unutilized. So let's reflect on that. So I think with that, I really want to thank our team. Look, Mominin and Mominat, my respected councillors, we have the best of a treasury team. We have a treasurer who is probably the only one of the partner in one of the top 4 firms in this country, globally. And we have an assistant treasurer who has his own practice specializing in charity work. Our objective is to be transparent with governance, and we are very fortunate as a community that we have such volunteers with us. So I really want to thank both of them and the treasury team, Mohammad Bhai Lakha and Hassan Pir Mohammad, for providing that phenomenal support to the treasury team, not forgetting our compliance officer, Malika Bai, who has also been supporting us with the compliance. So thank you very much to all of you. And with that, we will, inshallah, move on to the next item of the agenda. Asante. Whilst the Secretary General is preparing the team together, we will now move on to the Secretariat report. I think we are moving behind schedule. We had the upliftment reports, which we will have to park it for tomorrow because we have a gala dinner this evening as well. So we need to finish in good time. We have an hour left, and I think it's just about adequate for the Secretariat report and discussions that follow, inshallah. So over to you, Arif Bhai.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Many a times, you know, when we speak about money, we forget about the reason why we spent it, where did it go, the why, the how, and that you all have an input and a stake in it. I'm pretty sure that the presentation today is going to be very different. It's also going to be one of those which is, I'm not going to talk all the time. I'm going to speak the most, but you're going to help me as well, inshallah. So we're trying something new. And specifically, you will see that the fantastic team of the World Federation is basically the departments, the Secretariat, the members. They are the ones who deliver work day in, day out, come rain, come shine. Absolutely amazing. Just to create a bit of incentive, here I have limited numbers of special fragrance from inside the haram of Kadhamain and Jawidain. Inside. Those who will be a bit active may get a gift. Ready? Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Let me share a true story. About more than a year ago now, Sister Sabira Lakha and myself had a discussion. She said, regardless of what it takes, we need to get our youth connected spirituality in ziyarat amongst the 14 Masumin, alayhimus salam. When is the camp going to come? The camp which unified every region, capacity building for future, and which stalled during COVID time. We, the World Federation, had to take a strategic point and not continue in the same place which we had been for 17 years. We had to go to Iraq. 55 participants from all the different continents, except for Australia. They will come next year, inshallah. And an interesting ratio that we had 37 girls and 18 boys. We can clearly see where the Iman levels are from 5 regions. This time around, you will see a speedometer on the right bottom corner. This is a new way. The President and myself and the Secretary have decided that we're going to have KPIs, which we're going to be transparent on. What does that mean? We told you last time we're going to do this. These are the risks, and this is then how we deliver it. If it says on the green there, it means it's on target. If it's further to the right, it means we exceeded it. On this particular part, we would say that we actually delivered on target, but there are few or many points of learning because we take feedback. Both Sheikh Nadir and Sheikh Afzal both work tirelessly and ask for feedback. Sheikh Afzal, what would you say are the key learning points when it comes to this epic camp? Please. If you can press the button and keep it next to your mouth. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. First of all, I would just like to start by thanking the extreme efforts of the respected team led by Sheikh Nadir for this course, who truly, I remember the tireless red eyes of after many nights of, many sleepless nights. So if I can request, first of all, a salawat for them. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa Muhammad. We have 2 key learning points that if I could summarize them with. Number 1, we need to work with our regional federations in order to finalize the list of the participants a bit earlier in order to ensure that the flight itineraries and the general program, the logistics, they can be as required for the comfort of our participants. That's number 1. Number 2 is the fact that we also request our regions to inform us of the needs, of the questions, of the problems that are being faced by our youth within the region so that we can better cater for those matters. Why did we have this camp during Christmas, some may ask? It's because of the fact that we had to work within a few matters. Number 1 is that the country is very hot, so in the summer it's difficult. On the other hand, we have to work around the holidays of the students. So we have Easter, Shahr Ramadan, our Islamic Education Conference. So what was remaining was Christmas. But inshallah, we'll work together to better optimize all of the logistics, inshallah.
Ahsan, thank you. In summary, many things to learn. Some people say we don't want Christmas. Well, Iraq in summer is very, very hot. We go forward. The World Federation, many times, why is it so special? Well, because it can penetrate right into the offices of the Maraji and the ulama. From an identity point of view, policy making point of view, where are we going? And we have had multiple meetings with many ulama. Can this be put a target on? It's unfair. We can talk about what policies we make, but not. I'm going to put Sheikh Ali Dina on the spot. Sorry about that. May I ask, out of the plethora of meetings which you've had, can you say a particular meeting which you had which touched you in the last 12 months?
Thanks for that personal question. Alhamdulillah, it's a great honor to get the opportunity to be able to visit great ulama
in our Hawzat who have spent decades and become giants and experts in their field. One prominent example, recent example that I can recall is a prominent student of Hazrat Ayatollah Sistani, Hafidahullah. And in fact, he's also a student of Marhum Sayyid Khoy, Rahmatullah alayh, and other great teachers. And obviously, you would expect them to be able to give the necessary guidance in their field of expertise in fiqh and usul. But after we finished our discussion, before I left, I said, Ustaz, if you can just give me some nasiha. And interesting was this spiritual angle which he mentioned, which impressed me. You would hear this normally from other scholars who are good in akhlaq, in spirituality, in ethics. So he said that you must always remember that we are in the presence of Imam al-Hujjah, Ajjalallahu Farajah. And then, and then, as if as evidence, and he's an expert. He's an expert in the study of narrators and the science of biography of narrators, and of course in fiqh and usul. And so he started quoting from Dua Nudba, that see how the Imam has taught us in Dua Nudba to cry out, or where are you? Where are you, the Savior? Where are you, the Rescuer? Where are you? Where are you? It's as if we are pleading out to a living person. So he was trying to impress upon me that if we develop this basic connection and awareness and reminder that we have an Imam who is of our time, who is living, who is watching, to whom all our reports go to. So it's interesting what, now this is my interpretation, it's interesting what we are witnessing here is that the office bearers are being put to scrutiny whereby, and accountability where they are being asked whether you are performing according to the task which was entrusted to you. But what Sayyid was telling me was something beyond, where it's not only the office bearers, but all the counselors and everybody here, every individual should have a personal connection to the Imam, whereby he says, but my report goes to the Imam. It's conducted to him by the angels who are guarding me, and the angels are reporting to the Imam. And the Imam is questioning me spiritually, have you lived up to the commitment? I found that profoundly touching and moving.
Thank you very much. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. One of the KPIs which we said, those who were listening in to the Exco when it was from Australia, was that we are going ahead and we're going to appoint a lead in Najaf al-Ashraf at the Najaf branch office. And we have done that in November of last year. We appointed Sheikh Jafar Farishta, who is a person on the ground there. It means that solidifying our contact with the Hawzat directly on the ground. As Khojas, as Shia Ithnashris, Adiyat, Ziyarat, Amal are part and parcel of us. However, we have seen that the onslaught of attacks on spirituality, not only about, oh, this is superfluous or this, no, is it actually right or not? So one of the things commendable Islamic education has gone into a specific agreement with one of the greatest brands in the Shia, duas.org. That the World Federation and duas.org exclusively, with the expertise of the ulama, done tahqiq, has gone into the research and said if the duas are correct, what is a good translation? And alhamdulillah, we were able to put for the first year Dua al-Iftitah in KSMC of London this year with a different translation. Sheikh Afzal, in only a few sentences, please. Could you say what is so special with this proposition, please?
Bismillah ar-Rahman. Okay, so you put me on the spot with a few sentences with repetition. I'll try to be.
du'as are the basis of spiritual wayfaring, and the corpus that we as Shias have received of du'as from Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam is the greatest throughout humanity. As a result, what is our goal? This is the only path, or the main path, attachment to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and being attached to the du'as that will strive, or that will serve to help our youth overcome the challenges of this material life. What are we doing? Our goal is that for each and every single dua that has reached up until this age, we want to get all of them and put them in one source. Then we want to, and even those du'as that are still in manuscripts of books that have not been printed, we want to bring them all out and start by doing a tahqiq, an authentication about the sanad and everything. Number 2, the variations in the wordings. Number 3, the vowelings and making sure that they are correct. I would like to bring to the attention of the respected body that if you look at the slide over here, the first slide that was before and comparing it to this slide over here, if you look at the word فَصِرْتُ أَدْعُكَ آمِنًا, the fatha tanween, where do you find it? Is it on the alif or on the noon? It is on the noon, because this is the correct Quranic way. When we as Indians, Arabic is not our original language, but when we put the dua for all aqwam, including those whose mother tongue is Arabic, to look at, it needs to be correctly. So the tahriq, the harakat, if you look at that below, the transliteration, fasirtu, what is under the S? There's a dot. To differentiate between sin and sad. Fasirtu ad'uka. Okay, amina. There is a line above the A. Look at the translation. We have retranslated our du'as in modern dua type English. That is to say, modern confessional worship-related English.
And what about the translation?
This is the translation.
Yeah, no. What is special about the translation?
The translation, alhamdulillah, is done in-house by our specialist translation team, represented by Sheikh Alexander Khalili and also respected Sister Mona Khalili. So this is, alhamdulillah, then those 2 designs that you can see. This is our work. We want all Jamaats to benefit from this, inshallah.
Ahsantum. Now comes quiz time. Those who have downloaded the pack, you can go to pages, I even give you 65 to 83. A certain office bearer went to Nepal. Who would like to guess who it is? Not any of the team, a counselor it has to be. I will also accept if there are any observers who want to give a guess. Here we have Akhtar Bhai Jafar. Please, can you come up here? Very fast. With the chai, with the kebab. This is absolutely fine. Can you say? Who do you think? Closer. Don't be shy.
Nadir Jafar?
Office bearer.
Office bearer. Office bearer.
આ જે બધા અહીંયા છે ને એકનું ખાસ ગેરહાજરી પણ છે અહીંયા હમણાં.
Dr. Munir.
Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Akhtar Bhai Jafar, first of all, is the son of none other than the founder, the first president of the World Federation of KSMC. And he has got many brothers and sisters, but specifically Sheikh Abbas Jafar as well, his brother. And everyone who's gone for Hajj knows him very well. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala. I have a question now. How many books were published in the Swahili language last year? Last year being in the last 12 months. Is it none? And they are going to be published next year in 2024? 2 books or 3 books? Who would like to guess? September. 2 books. Not right answer, but good effort. Ahsan. This one is yours. Salawat. You also? Sahiba. Amin bhai, I saw you as well. Now, French is also written how many? However, this takes us to 7 publications in the Swahili language under external tabligh of Sheikh Nadi Jafar. Now, I'm going to put up what we would call something which is tough. Very, very tough. If you go in and try to teach people, you will also get a lot of feedback. Feedback will be, this was not good, this was not okay. Hausa Online is starting to become a global brand. It's got a USP. It's got specific teachers who can reach any student, and I understand you've got students in Bujumbura, you've got other students. Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail, who heads Hausa Online, can we put the mic close to him, please? I'm going to do some fire round question, please. Could you just give us which kind of geographies the students come from?
Right. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. So they come from all around the world, and we have students from the most remotest parts of the world. You mentioned some of the regions where there's only one. So, for example, from the Philippines, we have a student from Indonesia. We have a student, and then the places where you would probably most expect students from, like the UK and North America. So among the most populated areas where we have students are the UK and North America, and then we have gradual sort of like reduction in numbers further afield. Yeah.
Celebrities.
Celebrities.
Do you have any celebrities?
We do, and some of them are here, mashallah. So just in fact, over the break, I was talking to one of them, and he was telling me how much he enjoys it and everything, and he's a prominent leader of the community. In fact, we have 2 prominent leaders right here. But the one I spoke to, he said that in his opinion, well, inshallah, I'll let him say more, but he was just saying that in his opinion, everyone in this room should do Hausa Online, at least something to do with leadership in Islam.
Ahsantum, thank you very much. If I'm now may ask, if you get all these 4.53, 4.7, 4, it looks a bit like cheating. But if you can say, what is the ingredient for this success? How come you get very good, strong feedback?
So, in fact, so this is the average you see there over 3 semesters, and we've just collated the results for this last semester. So we've been running 2 years, so 4 semesters in total, and the 4 semesters feedback is very much the same. Every single category scores 4.5 stars out of 5 and above. So it's not just a one-off. We thought, okay, first semester people might just have husn zan or something and trying to encourage us or whatever. But over 4 semesters, when all the categories score, 4.5 above, then we're very humbled by that. In terms of the ingredients, I would say there are a number of things. First of all, we've always tried to go for quality over quantity. We knew that the quantity will come in if we focus on the quality. So, for example, our Arabic program, we have live Arabic lessons, and we've made it a point to have small classes. We have 9 batches of Arabic, but we don't accept more than 7 or 8 students per class, because Arabic needs to be learned by using it and engaging with others, and therefore they get special attention. Another factor I would say is the structured approach. So we have over 20 modules running over 3 different levels, and the feedback has been that we really like the structured approach of the programs, both Arabic and Hausa studies. A third factor I could point to are the teachers. So unlike some other online programs, we have tried to choose teachers who are experts in a particular area. And so we have over 12 teachers, each one a specialist, experienced, professor in their own right with a university and Hausa background, teaching just that particular area of their expertise. A fourth factor I would say is marja'iyya backing. We said from the beginning that a Hausa must have marja'iyya backing, And alhamdulillah, we have His Eminence's backing there, and his statement is there on our website for everyone to see. Another factor I would say is the flexible study options. So we always wanted to make sure that the teachings of the Quran and the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam are accessible to everyone. They should not just be accessible to those who have the time and tawfiq to travel, across the world and spend years and years and years in a place to learn. We wanted people to learn these things from the comfort of their homes, and people can progress as fast or as slowly as they like. It might take them several years to finish the program. It might take them just 4 years or 3 years. And so the flexibility is a key factor. And finally, finally, I would say a very fantastic admin team. Alhamdulillah, with an online program, the costs are relatively low. We only have 2 employed admin staff, and the others are volunteers. And so they do a fantastic job as well.
Thank you very much. Now, can we have a salawat, please? Wow. Khojas are very much, and anyone who is part of the World Federation family, not only Khojas, those who are part of this amazing august body, like to have not things just starting, but being sustained and growing. And it seems like our institutions, when we do that, we would like to have sustainable solutions. On that note, there is one person here who has gone in 2 events, both part of the KHP family, Khoja Heritage Project. He went to the Khoja tour, and he also in the Toronto program, when it was organized, he was also sitting there. I'm going to ask Murabbi Barabas by Najafi, what do you say if we announce today the Khoja Day again? Would you be positive, happy, negative? What's your thoughts, please?
I would be positive.
And why would you be positive?
Because I think there is something that after being on this Khoja Heritage Tour earlier this year, I realized that there's so much that we didn't know growing up as of our heritage, of our language, of our culture. And I think this is something that should be really targeted, and all of us should, in the younger generation, to encourage them to participate in this trip so they would be able to understand and see about our culture, which they can inculcate into their children.
Ahsantum. May I put the president on the spot and ask him that why is it important to have a Khoja Day once every year? After your reflections, when you were there, what are your thoughts? This is not rehearsed, eh? He's hating me now because I asked him on the spot. But it comes from the heart, Salim Bhai style.
You want me to answer? Yeah, look, I went to Toronto for the Khoja Heritage Day. Hasnin Bhai Walji was there. We had this beautiful Khoja chart that you can see will be inaugurated when Murabbi Razali Bhai comes at some point. And Ghulam Bhai Najfi was also there. What was interesting is we had even the president of Toronto, Jamaat Rizwan Bhai there, and he actually got his daughter to come in there, and she was sort of 18 and not exposed to the heritage, and it just changed her mindset to understand the roots of our origins and the richness of the heritage. So I think celebrating that day, promoting that day, enhancing our culture and heritage, I think inculcates in the young mind our strengths.
Hassan, thank you very much, Hassan. And of course, I'm going to come to, and he knew it, Murabbi Onali Bhai Khalfan on this one. Bismillah. Is it telepathic?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the Khoja Heritage Day was celebrated in Africa as well. It brings a sense of belonging, especially for the younger generation. So I think it's so important that we continue with that. Thank you.
Ahsan. These are one token each for Gulawas by Najafi and Onali by. Please. Salawat. Salimba, you wanted to say Bismillah. How can I say no?
So it's a shame Razali Bhai is not here, so I will just say something, add something, because he always raises it with me, and I think it is a very important point as we're talking about Khoja Heritage Day. One of the points that he raises, and a lot of people in the community do, is our language. And they get very upset the fact that we call ourselves Khoja Shia Ishnashri, but our meetings are always in English. You know, and they feel that if we want to preserve our culture, we should seriously preserve our language as well. And I'm saying that, I'm sure he'll be happy that I did mention it, because he wanted to mention it and he's left at this time. So I'm just mentioning it on his behalf. Does that count?
It depends who is speaking. And when it comes to me, it has to be translation. So absolutely. Thank you very much. That's a very good input. Ji, bol. બધા જોશમાં આવી ગયા અલ્હમ્દુલિલ્લાહ.
સલીમભાઈ બોલી ગયા, પણ તમે તો માનો છો ને કે આ મીટિંગમાં ગુજરાતીની ખુશ્બુ તો છે ને?
ને ખુશ્બુની બારામાં આ મૌઝુ ઉપર તો આ પણ એક ખાસ ખુશ્બુ અહીંયા છે. Now we come to something which is a brand name which has been there, but it has gone in ebb and flow. But I tell you now, it has been put into pole position again. When we entered into office, and I'm looking at Sajjad Bhai, Zafar Bhai, who are the links for education from the office bearers, we had only 970 students. And we thought we can do something. And if you look at the manifesto which the president put forward, part of economic pillar, which we're going to come to, this is where we could accelerate massively. Massively. Gulama Baba Aspira, you were appointed as head of this education department. We reopened this department and we're going to make it even better than ever. But with transparency, due diligence, growth with sustainability. Ghulam Bhai, what was the KPI for how many students were we envisaging after seeing a phenomenal growth last year? What were we thinking about for this last 12 months?
Assalamu alaikum. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. So the KPI for 2022-23 academic year was 3,500 students.
And you can see that where the dotted red line is. And how many have we reached now?
Close to 5,000 students.
You can understand that we are talking about a 12-month increase with 100% increase, yeah? But then you must be thinking, yeah, it's amazing to get students, but how will you then be able to sustain the model? How can you look into the schools and so forth? Ghulam Bhai, what kind of measure have we taken and what is the additional KPI?
So while getting students might be easy post-COVID because things have become difficult, it's also sustaining the model. So you have to go and look for donors. And then it's not only adding numbers, but it's also having a look at the quality of education. So it's a multi-pronged approach.
Very good. So there is an operational transformation. And I understand that you're appointed in Pakistan an education consultant.
Yes.
Because one of the things is you need to be on the ground to look for the schools. You have to see what's going on. And this is where the collaboration, both with Pakistan Federation, but also with the different agencies, and we come back and hear and report. Here it is. On higher education, what was one of the things which you are very passionate about? Specifically, you asked about Ghulam Bhai, what is it that you are working specifically? Then there is something. You say it with your words, please.
So, well, one, it's student numbers, trying to help as many students access higher education, quality higher education. Another one is making sure the system is self-sustainable. So donors entrust us with their funds. But then what happens is students don't repay because, well, it's community money. So one of the things which we've been following up is having a look at the agreements which they've signed
and making sure they abide by the agreements. And if they've fallen short because of any personal financial hardship, we take that into account, recalibrate the plan, and make sure that the donors' funds keep on coming in, right? And it's recycled, reinvested in the system so other people can benefit.
Hassan, thank you very much. Just a note that when we do Secretariat reports, it's not only departments, it's also portfolios. I just want to touch to, you will have a whole conference about the CRC or Constitution Review Committee. I would even say that most people have come here for that. There's been significant amount of man, female, sister, brother hours into this. And more about that later in the conference. However, from a community point of view, you have noticed that this exco is different. On one very floor, we are holding 2 conferences. A youth conference there, but you can't hear the voice because it's been soundproofed. Somebody has done that. Ali Jawad Bhai, would you like to say, just come up here and say a few words, please, about the youth conference and what its objective was. Bismillah, you go for it.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. One of the vision items of Pramukh Sahib Sadr Jafar has been to engage the youth community. We have sought to have the first ever Visionary Youth Conference, and alhamdulillah that's come to fruition. Next door on the same floor we have youth from all across the regions getting together their ideas, their energy, and they will form together a task force which will report back to us at the Exco how they would like the future to unfold, and then it is our responsibility to provide them the support and infrastructure to deliver the future that they desire, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Ahsan. We're now going into one of the flagships of the World Federation. Madrasa Center of Excellence touches students, teachers, parents, and all relatives of students around the world. I cannot see any project in the World Federation which each and every region is extremely passionate about, yeah? If I ask Sister Zulekha, Zulekha Bahirji, who is the head of MCE, what makes MCE so special and why is the teacher's ingredient so special here, please?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I begin in the name of Allah, the most kind, the most merciful. MCE is really special because it shapes the learning journeys, the Islamic learning journeys of children around the world, and they are our future. So we work really, really hard to make sure that that our teachers are empowered and they feel comfortable and confident to be able to facilitate the lessons. The content is, is an evolutionary process. So, the material is always looked at whenever we get any feedback from anyone. We look at it and we take it on. So MCE is very, very special because it's for all of us. It's our children and it's our future.
Would you be able to say that, what do you think about the figure in regards to the number of teachers trained? Does it make you pleased, or what are your thoughts?
So I think teachers training is possibly the most wonderful thing that we do, is because we talk to teachers on the ground. They tell us this is what works really well, but this is what we've got problems with. Can you help us to do this a bit better? And it is spectacular to see the amount of volunteers. It's all about the teachers. They give their time and their energy, and we're really happy to be able to empower them in any way that we can.
Can you imagine that over 554 teachers trained over 13 months? It's not a small number, yeah? It means there's the same teachers who then get energized, equipped to then go in and spend time and teach our future generations. It's massive, yeah? It's not small numbers. That's why this KPI was completely smashed. I'm not even going to tell you what we thought of numbers, but above 550, we didn't think like that, okay? If we now go into one thing which we are asked all the time, how many madaris around the world have signed up to MC? How many? Last time in Australia, we had just touched 80-ish. How many, what is the number now, Sister Zulekha?
So 94 madrasas officially teach the Tarbiyah curriculum. We have many, many more who are wanting to come on for training. So at the moment, we're just shy of 100.
And do
right
you
now.
think we could touch the triple number, the 100?
Yeah, so like I said, they're just waiting for training. We already have 100 madrasas within our portfolio.
Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Last time in Australia we said that we have gone over 10,000 students. If you were to do a guesstimate, how much is it in your best ability of calculating? How many would you say we reached?
So we're just shy of 12,000 students at the moment.
So 12,000 students, us as an organization, have sponsored this MCE to be this amazing, and it is growing. Next question, I know that there is one person specifically who's going to ask, hey, you done this, where is the digitalization? Ready for this? Out of the 90-ish madaris, there are how many, Sister Zulekha, which are digitalized?
So 40 madrasas around the world use the digital platform on a weekly basis out of the 94. And there are many more that are wanting to come on. So alhamdulillah, it's looking great.
So that means out of those 12,000, almost 40-ish plus % use digital means, logging in. That means the teachers and parents as well are part of that journey, the digital journey. So it's not like, oh, we're yearning to go on that journey. No, we are on it. It's now, you know, almost the digital one and zeros are the lingua franca now, okay? And I'm just going to ask, is there anyone who wants to make a comment on this? No? Pramukh Sahab, would you like to say anything about when you see these numbers? How does that make you feel?
No, I think this is definitely the way forward. I remember Dr. Mohsin Jafar had given us a challenge a few years ago where he had even encouraged the World Federation in the time of Dr. Mouladina and Anwar Bhai as president that, that every child should have an iPad and the entire curriculum should be on that. I think that inspiration has taken us to further heights where now we have a portal in which a student, a teacher and the parent can go in and the entire tracking of what the child does, interactive with the kid is in progress and the take-up rate is increasing at an exponential rate, alhamdulillah.
I would like that.
So I just want to end by saying that we have saved you money there, but we might get it somewhere else.
So was pointing towards Dr. Mohsin, and I see also Akhtar Bhai. I would ask Sister Zulekha, could you do a special session with them during a time when they're here and really, really show what's going on? Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you. Now comes one thing which I believe will be a milestone for our community. Religious self-education, I would say many people in this room don't know what that means. But I'll tell you what, during the dinner yesterday, I spoke with two young fathers. One was waiting for a second child, and one was waiting for his first, I think only a week away. The biggest conversation was, I feel nervous for my children going to a school where we cannot teach certain things and we do not want them to be taught in a certain way. It's not the way we have been brought up. Yes, but also we don't feel it is in line with our religious values. I would like to ask Sister Zulekha, phase 1 of curriculum RSE, what is it in a nutshell? And I'd like everyone to hear this because this is extremely important, this one. Please, Bismillah.
So if I can just correct it, it's relationship self-education is the name of the curriculum. So just to give you a little bit of a heads up about what it is, relationship self-education is, everyone knows RSE as relationship sex education. It's part of the PSHE curriculum that's been taught in the United Kingdom, but it's also the different variations are taught around the world. Phase 1 was to create a curriculum. We wanted to convert the main topics that were taught in the PSHE curriculum as the RSE here into something that was Islamic based. And we wanted to address the same concepts that are taught to our children at schools, at inappropriate age levels, inappropriate akhlaq levels, and some of the highest thinkers in education also tell you that the ideologies that they're spreading are inappropriate, but they're not even grounded on actual scientific proof. It's just people's opinions. So we wanted to create a curriculum that allowed our children not to be hidden from what's going on, but to give them the Ja'fari Islamic lens, to raise the bar of conversation to a more akhlaqi level. So RSC, the first phase is done. That was the content creation. As you can imagine, something like this will have taken a lot of, we put it together, we took it apart again, we put it together again, we took it apart. Is this too inappropriate for children who are 12 years old? At the age of bulugh, what should they know? What should they know? So, and then so that the content is now written. Phase 2 of the curriculum now it's scholarly review. It's teacher training, which is so very important, making sure that our teachers are equipped to deliver this very, very, very sensitive information. This is not content that we will just hand over to madrasas. It is just, if the teachers are trained and given bespoke training according to the nuances of their particular region and their particular madaris. We spoke to many institutions around the world, and Africa isn't too far away from America in terms of the needs of RSC. England is not too far away from India. Because of social media and because of the globalization that we're facing and digitization, everyone is exposed to everything. So this is very, very important in making sure that the children are equipped with the akhlaqi knowledge of what is out there, but they're able to raise the bar of conversation.
Sister Zulekha, may I ask, what is the KPI? What are the timelines which you have for the next part, for phase 2?
So we, inshallah, we've emailed all the madaris around the world, letting them know that RSC is open for piloting in their regions. If you can just let us know if you are interested in something like this, we will come to you, we will do training for you. And inshallah, September 2023, this September coming, is when piloting will open, and inshallah, we'll take it on from there.
Thank you very much. Another exciting and very much, because it's the year of the Quran, the President, he announced this as being the year of the Quran, had a special Quran conference with, I would say, practitioners from everywhere, and that resulted in a commitment to deliver a Quran curriculum. We have 2 specific KPIs, if you can just go through them very quickly, please.
Yeah, so the Quran curriculum, alhamdulillah, we're doing really well. We're working really hard on it. It is the recitation curriculum that we're working on at the moment. We are going to pilot, inshallah, in 3 madrasas in Kuwait, 83 teachers, 823 children. They will be given all of their PDFs, their manuals. We are recording beautiful videos for teacher training. In a nutshell, basically, you'll see that you can. Once you've done training, sometimes it's difficult to remember the different kinds of techniques. So there'll be little QR codes that you can scan, and you'll have a little video that pops up that reminds you of the teaching techniques that you need to address in the classroom. So that's where we are at the moment.
Thank you very much. Very much linked to RSC. There's also a feedback always that what do we do when our children reach the bulugh age? And there's actually very exciting news about this and very tangible datelines, KPIs. Yes, today we are very much on, we told you so, we're doing this, and we would like you to see where did you progress next EXCO? And in between as well. Very, very important. Sister Zulekha, what would you say about the timelines which are there, and what makes you positive that it can be delivered?
So we would like to introduce you to Iman. There she is, Iman. She's our character for our girls' bulugh curriculum. This is targeted to children who are 8, turning 9. We wanted to make it a very relatable, person that she will take you on the bulugh journey with you. It talks about toilet manners, salah, wudu, taqleed, hijab, all these different things. And we wanted to make it as friendly to children as possible. We've tried to make the colors very conducive to children with different kinds of needs. And inshallah, this will be ready for all madrasas to use from September 2023, inshallah.
Inshallah. Around the corner, we entered summer, end of summer, we will have this, inshallah. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Allah.
We now go into an area which you all interacted with, we all felt touched about, and there are multiple campaigns. WF Aid has got certain projects which come in every year. You know that the brands of Ali Asghar appeal, Ali Asghar water appeal during Muharram, September, and the wells around the year. It would be strange if someone would not have heard about that. But you also know about Ramadan relief. It's also there. But then there are occasions where this community has to step up. And I like to just, before we jump in, I would like to then give the mic quickly to Sister Zainab. I would like to engage Pramukh Sahib, please. You know, when we look at Pakistan, devastation, we were there all together on the ground, and then you traveled again, back in again, and so many people, even here around the table, have engaged with the Pakistan building appeal. If I were to say, what was your initial target? What would you have thought in the beginning, and where are we now, sort of? Bismillah.
So when we looked at the situation, it was very, very bad. I mean, everything was destroyed in almost the entire country, in all the key provinces. And again, we focused obviously on the Shia community because that was our immediate responsibility. Everything destroyed, even the home destroyed. And you're talking of homes for $1,200, you could have a home done. So initially we had a target of 1,000 homes that we thought we can raise over $1 million and get that work done. But obviously, it went beyond expectation, alhamdulillah, with the support that we have had with major donations as well as many, many individuals who have contributed. I think our target is more than double of that now, inshallah.
And it can only be double if everyone here commits to such things, isn't it?
Yeah, I think I really want to acknowledge two gentlemen here in particular, and obviously many, many others throughout the world. Because there is also an economic upliftment component of that as well as housing. One is Dr. Ahmad Hassam himself, who has been taking keen interest in supporting us with more than 1,000 homes. And the other is Dr. Mohsin and Fazia Foundation, who are supporting us both on the housing as well as the economic upliftment of these communities, inshallah. And many, many other donors throughout the world who have really supported, given us the boost to continue this good work.
Can I say that we pray that for all those donors who went out there to help others who did not have a roof, who didn't have a home, that, oh Allah, create a house and home for them in heaven, inshallah. Inshallah. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ala. Before I jump in, I'll just say, look, currently the status is 366 houses built. In progress, the same kind of double number, if you can see. And then also initiation number as well. So when Pramukh Sahib said about the 1,000, we're reaching there, we can aim much higher as well. Okay. Sometimes the world changes. You expected something, it gives you something else. We come to middle of Sha'ban. Sister Zainab, what happened when middle of Sha'ban came?
Assalamu alaikum. So just within 2 weeks of launching our Ramadan relief appeal, something really unexpected happened, and it was a disaster in Turkey and Syria. We saw people losing their homes and lose their livelihoods. Alongside the donors who had already donated towards Ramadan relief, the community really stepped up and donated as well to the Turkey and Syria relief to provide shelter, medical and food aid.
This is a slightly outdated number. We've reached now over 300,000. What,
317,000.
Thank you very much. It's a huge number because you think about, you're running an emergency appeal in Pakistan at the same time. You're running Ramadan appeal because you want to send the money before Maha Ramadan comes in. And we as a community can do some multiple angles like this. It's very, very nice. I'm now I have to touch on Ramadan really very clearly. One of the things is already past. We were very, very pessimistic in the numbers and how many we could feed, how many we could do. But now we are very happy we delivered a fantastic campaign. On par with last year. Yes, on par with last year. But still, when having so many other campaigns, one very important point though. when our regions and our partners, yourselves, you do not give us the reports, we cannot be able to grow in the way which we want to. We really, really need everyone to step up in this way. And if it's a capacity building, let's come together and see how we solve it, but we need to have solid reporting. The donors need it, but that's not the most important. We as a community are known for being penny account. It's very important, extremely important. But it's on target. We've delivered the KPI as well. Now I'm going to go into something which everyone has been struggling with. I think we have cracked the door open. Everyone talks about we cannot engage with the young people. We cannot reach out in a digital era. We're so bad. We need to have like super experts, I don't know from where, from Mars, Pluto, and they will tell us how we will engage with our people. But it's been a huge effort. Sister Sabira Juma, heading marketing and communications, why are we saying that we maybe have cracked the problem? What would you say?
Assalamu alaikum. I think it's very important to understand. I mean, you all have the Exco pack and the pre-read. You will see that our growth rate that has been published for all our platforms from the last Exco, it is growing. But the difference is we have been growing organically. And what you see is a true growth rate, and we have actual followers. I think that's what makes a huge difference.
Why don't we talk about the demographics? It seems like there are two things which people would not have expected here. Let's look at it. Let's dig under the surface. Sabira Bhai, Bismillah.
Sure. So if you look at the age emphasis here, we're actually attracting younger followers. We're using an approach whereby we have started to launch content that is engaging for both young and old. Two simple examples, if I may. Being the year of the Quran at the WF, we launched the Quran challenges successfully. We ran one during Fatimiyya, December/January, and there was a few that ran during Shahr Ramadan. And this highlighted one thing to us, that our engagement levels soared because people were genuinely interested, right? And also during Shahr Ramadan, we launched the 30 days of daily dua, which were all under 1 minute. So we had a dua every single day. And these du'as were raised, we actually put them out as reels. So they were portrait, not landscape, not a YouTube video. This did not exist out there in the Shia world, at least for du'as of the month of Shahr Ramadan. We used an influencer, we used Mullah Nazar al-Qatari, which brought engagement like we have never seen before. If I can just give you an example, an engagement level that we had for these 30 days was 50%. This is on Instagram. And if I can just compare this, an average, the largest charities, non-Islamic, have a 5% engagement rate on most social media platforms. And if I was to compare this with a very well-known Shia charity, they have a 0.5% engagement rate. So I think it's crucial to deliver content that resonates with our audience. So we have to go through change, and it's definitely a process. It's not, something that we can just do tomorrow.
Sometimes you have to try and try and try again, and you try different ways, and suddenly that door opens up. So that's the thing. But, so Sister Sabira has spoken about the age bracket, but can you just touch on it? Would you have thought that our community, if I ask someone who wants to be a volunteer, I'm going to ask something now. Arif Bhai Jeksi, may I ask you a question? If I were to ask you, do you think that our community, the spectrum, the strata would be in those which are under the age of 35, most of them? Would you have thought that, or would you have you would have thought that boring WF would appeal to 18 to 24-year-old? Would you have thought that? Please. Leading question.
No, absolutely not. I would not have thought of that. This is an eye-opener, and I think we need to capitalize on this. Things that engage the youth needs to be continued. It's something that's always been a challenge for us in the SEMCO, and congrats to you for getting this.
Very good. And can you say congratulations to us? Sister Sabria, could you say how important the engagement between the different regions is?
I think it's actually improved fivefold, if I must say. You know, we can see just there on the PowerPoint slide there that now we're not only, reaching out to the United Kingdom, which was our, 90%. The 4 countries you see there, they're actually equally distributed. We have loads of other countries which we couldn't show, but I think it's growing, alhamdulillah.
Very good. Then someone will say, yeah, but you're talking about demographics. Can you give me real numbers? Real numbers. Sabira Bhai, what does these bars say?
So these are just a comparison between the 2 excos. So we had one in Sydney in September and, the one we're having today. You can see on there, I've just picked 2 platforms as YouTube and Instagram, and you can see we've grown, at least on YouTube, 25% there. Instagram, we've grown as well. And there's a reason why, perhaps some of the platforms we use are not the right platforms for certain content. And I think it's striking the balance of content that is engaging as opposed to just launching something because we have so much to report on. I just feel like, if I can just take an example, Instagram, is it really the right platform to read news? I mean, how many of you go to Instagram to find out your news where you live? I feel like we need to sort of think about the changes, and we are actually working towards it. We do have exciting plans to push traditional content like news directly to all WF members through an app, so that burden will not be on Instagram per se, and it will allow us with more bandwidth to deal with content that is more suitable for a certain platform.
Thank you very much. I see hands. I'm not going to forget you. I'm going to keep it, Thabai, just for a moment, yeah? Okay. Somebody said about, Khoja Day, but when is it? Well, it is on the first weekend of October. First weekend of October, that's when the Khoja Day happens. First weekend of October is the idea. Now, in the style of bit of Steve Jobs and one more thing. We have been on a journey where you go back to 2017, us together went, we're going to have something called the Khoja News launched. Then we went into, in the half decade, into what you would call app world. So then it was like I Sadqa 1, I Sadqa 2. I remember that some of the members 2 Ramadans ago, hey, Arif Ali on Shab Qadr, I can't give my sadaqah. But then it was fixed, good support system, alhamdulillah. And actually many charities try to copy our app. Brilliant, alhamdulillah. Thawab is great, it's very nice. But can you have a place where you can have the things you need from a religious, traveling, dynamic person in one place? The President's manifesto is to have a community app. But we realize you cannot have a community app without users. Nor can you have a community app without it appealing about something. What are the brands of the World Federation which are the most appealing? The calendar. You've not sent me the calendar, I want a calendar. But what about if you can travel and you can have your Khoja calendar wherever you go? What about when you go around the world, you can then see that your local federation news is given to you. Your Jamaat is given to you, and your World Federation news is in one place. It's possible. This is what's going to be launched very soon on Eid al-Adha of this year, only few days away, inshallah. What about you have other needs which you have, that you can say that I'm a Jamaat member. If I go to Pirai Jamaat, I can show authentication that I'm also a member in, let's say, Leicester Jamaat. Or I'm a member in Miami. And I'm able to then mingle and go about and be a Jamaat member wherever I go. This we can do. Who doesn't like when you travel and you have your golden card or your platinum card here. I just go through and check in. Well, I'm going to check in as a Shia Ithnashri member of a WF federation somewhere because I've got this card. Exciting? This is part 3. This is not going to come overnight, but this is building up. The planner I've talked about. The idea is then to be able to connect. Let us say that here in London, somebody passes away. You want to be able to then connect to the right person as fast as possible. Well, you say, well, WhatsApp does it, but I need to have that I'm speaking to the right authentic person. Who are the people of the Ghusl Kafan committee? Who's going to be the car park volunteer person? Who can I go and connect? You can do everything. And I'm looking at Mehdi Bhai Fazal, one of the members of the census team, say, well, I can use this for my census. And I see that smile. And that's the idea, that we also are able to then not have just volunteers, but we can also run our live polls, censuses on the same kind of app. And this is something, so a real community app where authentication is key. The person owns his or her own data. And you can see the journey which we've been so far in through the years. It's an organic journey. And we are now reaching what you call a WF Central. That's what it's called, inshallah. And so ends the one more thing until next time. But I hope that each one of you download the app when it comes on this Eid, inshallah. Thank you for listening. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Thank you very much for the comprehensive report. Do we have, how much time do we have for discussion and observations? Because we are cognizant there's a gala dinner and...
We will have to break here by 5:25. Why? Because we all collectively also need to be on the bus and the transport and go there. So please, Bismillah.
So we have around 15 minutes or so for discussions. So if we can start taking names of people, first, second, third, please.
Yeah. Brother, Arif Bhai Jaksi was first. And then, what's your name, brother? Ali Hassan, from Dar es Salaam?
Yes.
Brother Arif Jaksi first, and then Brother Ali Hassan. Bismillah, if you write this up. Thank you so much. And Zair Abbas, we have noticed. Dr. Molidina, we have seen. Murabi Onali Bhai Khalfan, and Brother Kazim Mahdi as well. Bismillah.
And then we'll come to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I will not forget Akhtar Bhai, even though he's not, but he will get a chance because he has been there. Bismillah. And Dr. Mohsin. Aye, Bismillah. I think the 5:25, we now know. Yeah, that's where we are. Thank you.
I have 1 minute, that means. Okay. Excellent reporting, Arif Ali Bhai. It's amazing what all you guys have done so far. Just a few comments and suggestions. In terms of the duas.org, the Dua Iftitah presentation that you had, I think it's important to create more of those and then eventually share it within our own Jamaats, because we in the Simco have been trying to do that as well, create a hub, and maybe you can even put that eventually on that app. So that's number one. The HOSA Online, I'm a proponent of that. I'm a student of that program as well. I'm very honored to be part of it. Learned quite a bit, took the first 2 Islamic laws, 1 and 2. And with that, I learned quite a bit. While even as a president, it actually makes you grow with your Islamic knowledge. So it's a great refresher course if you already have taken something like this before. And I would suggest, and that's what I was talking to Sheikh Ismail about, is that maybe we should make it so that it is mandatory for leaders to take a certain amount of courses in order for you to stand for position in your Jamaats. So this way then, it actually gives, it gives a chance for everyone to make that step towards, fulfilling making yourself wholesome. And, even answering questions to your own members, they would actually probably even feel you know, that you could probably answer those as well instead of going to the Sheikh. The one question that I had about the Hausa Online, I'm not sure if you addressed it, the revenue generated on that, if you could please address that. Regarding the MCE, so SIL is a reflection of MCE there in Nasimco, and it is the flagship of Nasimco. We just had a gala that took place. We had our conference about 2 weeks ago, and during the gala, we were trying to pinpoint the areas that we are most successful in, and the most success that we've had was within SIL, the Tarbiyah program, and the most amount of money that was raised was just for SIL. We raised close to $70,000 in one night just to support this SIL, and Saftabai was there and he could vouch for that as well. So thank you very much for all those behind the scenes on the MCE program. Okay, and then about the RFE, I would like to request Nasimco be the first to request for whoever is coming on to come in and train our teachers for that as well. So I'd like to put that up as well. And also about the membership ID that was on that central hub, I think it's quite exciting. I think you'd probably even collaborate with the census that you're looking to do, correct? So maybe that will even be part where you can actually find out what kind of profession they have, what kind of age they're in, and so you could hit two birds in one stone. Awesome, thank you.
Ali Hassan Bhai, bismillah.
I concur the sentiments by Arif Bhai as well that it's excellent initiatives, especially when you have supporting data to show the work that has been done. I think they're really good initiatives and a commendable job all around. In terms of the youth, the camp that's happening in Iraq, I believe you spoke of capacity building. I think Sheikh Afzal spoke of challenges. Is there a follow-up with these participants after the camp, to find out where exactly, in terms of capacity building, it is reached, number one? Number two, I think the youth conference is happening next door. Again, I think it was high time, brilliant initiative. Again, it was supposed to be done in 2020, but due to COVID, I remember we had to sort of postpone it, and now I'm glad that this has come back. And I believe, and I hope that this does continue. We have all heard and know of how Model United Nations work, MUN, whereby the youth come together and sort of work to find resolutions and find ways of addressing the problems that are being faced. I believe we need to have a similar system, especially with how WF operates. At a similar style, these youth conferences need to operate as well. And last but not least, I think the idea or the concept of having the app is a brilliant one. However, I feel maybe we might have to sort of look for ways of incentivizing people to sort of download the app, because knowing how some people just find it a hassle, maybe we'll have to defunct the iSadaqah app to sort of convince people to download the WF app. But I believe it's a brilliant initiative to get everyone connected, and we look forward to downloading this app very soon, inshallah. Thank you.
Wow, you learn when you hear, so thank you so much. And now we go to Zaira Basbhai, bismillah. Zaira Basbhai Kimchi.
First of all, thank you for a very different style of presentation. It was brilliant, mashallah. So, first of all, I would like to reiterate what Arif Bhai Jaxi said, that there has to be a minimum level of religious self-education to become a leader of Jamaat. And that has to be implemented from down up. Sometimes we speak about a very nice idea. I saw everybody smiling, but what is the plan to do that? So each regional federation should maybe we should have a resolution or something that when this comes through, it should be that each regional federation should implement that through their councils to their Jamaat. So that's very important, and it's a brilliant, brilliant point, mashallah. In terms of the translation of du'as, it was very good, but I don't know how many Jamaats used the translation this year, because we found out from some random way, okay, I got in fact, the media room somebody was talking, and I was like, are we using the WF one? And they were like, which one? So I said, somebody sent something somewhere on some random group. This should have been given by each regional federation to all the Jamaats, that this WF has worked on this new translation. This Ramadan that passed, not the next one, this Ramadan should pass, all of us should have had the same translation, which again, and I'm saying this nicely, I'm smiling, okay, I'm not fighting. This is a fundamental flaw of our structure at the moment. We don't communicate with each other, okay, inshallah. So it's just something which needs to be done not only with du'as, but many other things, inshallah, in future. Year of Quran, again, how many Jamaats implemented it? Year of Quran, posters, only WF did it. Great. Are you here to implement, or your strategy? Strategy comes by the RF. Again, I'm smiling. I'm just making sure we are on the same page. I'm not fighting. RF should have implemented this on ground to make sure all Jamaats should have implemented Year of Quran in some way or another, competition, Quran Khani, whatever. Something should have been done along those lines. And lastly, which again comes to my first point of not being cohesive in our nature of operation, is subscription. How many regional federations have sent the links of WF to their Jamaats to say, send this out through your secretariat to subscribe to WF YouTube, WF Instagram, mailing list, whatever. So the WF's reach, the WF is sitting here, disconnected from us as a grassroots, because there's a very important, two important components in the middle. WF, RF, Jamaat, grassroots. So that connection has to be made, inshallah. Shukran.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Dr. Molidina, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I think the biggest challenge for every Secretary General over the last 10 years or during my sunset years has to keep me awake during the Secretariat report presentation. But I think you managed to do that very well. My question is, we've been talking that we are about 150,000. So my guesstimate is that the age group of 5 to 16, we are close to 40,000, 50,000, assuming every family has 2 to 3 kids. We have reached 12,500, which is about 25% of that 40,000. We need to reach out to the rest who for some reason are unable to get to their madaris centers or community centers. And we've discussed this many times in the past. How do we start virtual online classes with live teachers so that students who are unable to reach physically to a center can participate in these regular classes? Let's work on that and get that right. The second thing that I wanted, and I'm very keen about and passionate, is to make the learning of Quranic Arabic language not at my age, but the age of 5 in the MC Tarbiyah program, so that Arabic language they start to learn from that side instead of struggling now at this age, which can be very difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ahsantum, Dr. Saab. Now, Onali Bhai Khalfan, then Sayyid Kadhim Mahdi. Bismillah. Onali Bhai.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Chairman, I did pose a question during the Treasury's report on the capacity building. I did ask why the budget was not spent, and I expected some kind of report from your presentation, but I don't know, perhaps I have missed out. As regards to the reports from Africa Federation, these reports were submitted. I just got confirmation that they were submitted with the exception of one, which was delayed, and later on it was submitted. So just, these are just comments, they are no these are not questions. As regards to RFs, we have been communicating effectively with all our Jamaats, and I want to reassure everyone here that Africa Federation is very actively involved in information, sending out. It perhaps people are busy with other activities like social media and so forth. They don't have time to read. However, I want to reassure this House that Africa Federation does send out all the circulars, all that comes from World Federation to our members. Thank you.
Ahsan, thank you. Sayyid Kazim Mahdi, Bismillah. Just one press of the button, not twice, just one, and it becomes red. Sayyid Kazim, Bismillah, come here. Karibuni Abu, Bismillah. Sorry, he can't get the power on or something.
Got it. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Excellent presentation, Brother Arif and your team. You've done an excellent job, really. The only part I'm really seeing how we can do better on the app. How can we include the region and the Jamaat on the same app? So there'll be like a drop down. You select Nasimco. Within Nasimco, you put a drop down. Is that part of it, or is that in the plan? Because really, just now we have all these different apps, and that's where we get lost in between. We end up not using it, and when you do try to do survey how the usage of it, your numbers are down, and you're not getting back what you are investing on, because we have multiple apps around there, and we don't know which one to use it, which one not to use it. But if we can get a subnet of each of those Jamaat, that will be really something good for the future, inshallah. But again, once again, thank you very much for the great job you've done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now we go to Akhtar Bhai Jafar and then Dr. Mohsin Jafar. Bismillah. Sorry. Okay, can we put the mic here?
Do we need to press anything?
Yeah, they're doing it. Just one more. Try. No. Sit here.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak as a guest. First and foremost, I immediately put my hand up when the report was being read out about the engagement of the community members from the apps. In 2003, I went with the then Honorary Secretary Sipten Bhai Panjwani on a trip to India and Pakistan. And on our trip to Pakistan, Karachi, we were hosted by Anwar Rajpar's son, Muhammad Rajpar, and he organized a meeting in the afternoon with the youth of Pirai Jamaat and Mehfil Murtaza. And Sipten Bhai Panjwani, the Honorary Secretary then, was going to present a report or a discussion. But before he started, I asked him to wait, and there were about 50 youngsters or youths there, and I asked the question, how many of you know World Federation? Please put your hand up. And how many people do you think put their hand up of the 50 people over there? We don't have time because we're short of it. None did. Today, I'm very pleased to see that Pakistan was second in that list of engagement of the use of this technology. I feel that the most important thing I can tell you today is we should give a mandate to the office who is dealing with digital marketing of World Federation to be able to build the scope. You want a lot of things on it, but it cannot work without a platform. And that platform comes with money. I therefore feel if all of us want our information to be on this one hub where all our mu'mineen can take participation, then asking for $500,000 or $1 million per annum investment is very small, asking for a Jamaat or a community of 150,000. Ahsan.
This is Juz Awal, Juz Thani coming now. Dr. Mohsin Jafar, Bismillah.
Great presentation and content and the style. Thank you. We all believe that early bird gets the worm, right? 8-10 years ago, we had an exco in Mumbai. The developer of dua.org was there, and he asked for funds. Alhamdulillah, we all stepped up together and we all made the fund and helped him. Today, Alhamdulillah, Sheikh Afzal, you've modified it and purified it and made it better. But I believe, like I said, early bird gets the worm. Tomorrow, any search engine will use artificial intelligence. ChatGPT, AI will be giving Google and all these search engines that impetus. And they will fill the content for you on your behalf about Islam. And I can guarantee you, it will not have the attributes of Ahlul Bayt there. So I think, again, we should be the early bird and get the worm. I know we have so many young minds, IT minds in our community. Let's embrace them and engage them to start working on how to fill this Ahlul Bayt friendly content in the artificial intelligence world. You've got a job. Thank you, Hassan.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, would you like to start off with a few? No, we should maybe summarize, and some of them are responses, but I think we should summarize. Okay. I'll do a few, and I'll try to be, what is not easy for me, to be succinct. Regarding how can we get regional federations and Jamaat signed up, and are there drop-down menus, sort of that kind of a part, which is penetration. Well, the idea here is that it is not the World Federation who should own the app. It is the person who owns the app this time. So if you know, for example, you're a Facebook user, you actually say how much of information will be out there of you. You feel that it is more and more your item. I won't go into that chapter. That's quite a philosophical angle as well, but that's how things look like in this part of half decade versus 3-4 years before. We can chat about that offline a bit. But the idea, if you remember, was it was not for World Federation to monopolize on any grassroots part. It was for the regional federation and the Jamaat to be part of the app. How are you part of an app? How are you part of a journey? Only if you have information yourself. Today, if I were to ask, I'm going to ask somebody, because I'm not going to wait forever. We'll do it like this, show of hands. How many people think that there are more than 20 Jamaats who have a website? Globally. How many think that there are more than 30 Jamaats who have websites? And how many think that there are between 5 and 10? Imran Bhai Sherali, you are the closest person. He put his hand up with 5 to 10. I'm asking you guys, look at your own Jamaats. How many of you have got a website? Easy to point at others. No, we have some. In the UK, we have a few. Then I'm going to say how many of them are active. Interesting. Yeah, we go to my home country, Sweden, for example. We go, I just picked, yeah, okay. But we go to different places and they're not. They go to, instead have their own Facebook page. You cannot then be able to say that you got data which you can use in the same way. One of the things with this app journey is that the service is going to be given that you can come and create your own identity there and there. You can create it by you subscribing up. You being which? The Jamaat, who then you have to say, I'm member of this regional federation, so that there is an authentication. And the regional federation gets also the part which is the local data. So it's not about the World Federation took the, no, it's us. We as regional federation, our members of World Federation should have a stake in it. This is I'm trying to sell it here, yeah? So hope people believe it. The other thing I said, when you travel, it will adapt. So that means also the drop-down menu is automatic, actually, Said Kadir. The question was about how many subscribe. Yes, you talked about, Brother Zaid Abbas, last Mahi Ramadan versus coming Ramadan. The answer is that people are not subscribing enough. That's the answer. Because people don't have, one, time, two, they feel a bit like, why should I advertise someone else's news? So there's a bit of that. I'm just looking at what I can ask. Incentivizing was a fabulous point. This is discussed in the census part, and your point was absolutely brilliant. I think that is a very, very nice point. And maybe that one has to break some things and piggyback on. Very nice. Very smart man. Very smart man. In regards to one point which was different, digital question was so many, but one question was about the camp. Have we taken on the feedback? Yes, there's a huge feedback, massive. And actually the feedback would then be with each region. And there's also been feedback with every person as well. We heard you, and this is what we will try to do. Is the journey easy? I mean, even from a risk and compliance point of view, I'm looking at Sister Malika, those are the kind of things we also have to think about when we run. So yeah, the answer is yes in a nutshell. I will pause here and I'll give it to Pramukh Saab to give what you would call a summary maybe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report and the feedback. And I know the time is almost up, so I will try and succinctly summarize in 2 minutes, inshallah, and with a vote of thanks. For me, there have been 3 takeaways from the feedback that we have got from the executive councillors today at a high level. Obviously, there are more detailed feedback. One is a strong suggestion that has come from the President of Nasimco, which I feel is quite interesting, is that parts of the Hausa online course should be provided to leadership as part of the training process. Now, you use the strong word of mandatory. We always promote optional component, but that is for this house to decide how to move forward, and obviously backed by Councillor Zaid Abbas as well. But definitely the online course is there. I also know that Dr. Moledina also has been a student of the Hausa Online. And definitely for now we are encouraging councillors to take that on board. Obviously if Nasimco wants to take the onus and start the pilot of mandating its Jamaats, we would be interestingly wanting to watch that space. The second thing that was a question, but I think it has major secondary impact, is Tabligh probably is one of the only key areas besides capital projects that World Federation spends homes, because it is the core of our beliefs, and this is where Agha himself is very comfortable. And the Hausa Online in particular, obviously with the support that we have from His Eminence, deserves the use of homes. But interestingly, when we launched Hausa Online, it was done on a basis that could make it sustainable in the long term. And the question that somebody asked was, what is the income that comes from the Hausa Online? I quickly checked with our Assistant Treasurer who confirmed that in the year 2022, the income that we generated from Hausa Online that people expect to be free was not free. We generated an income of £37,000. And the cost was around 77,000. So we had to subsidize by 40K. But what we have seen over the last 2 years is the level of subsidy is gradually going down because of the initial investment. So technically the only cost that would be involved is obviously the hadiyas and the payments to the scholars who put their professional time, professional payment. But besides that, the revenue is coming from the very people who prescribe or subscribe to the course, and we also subsidize and support students as well who cannot afford it. So that's a classic example of how we can even make tabligh self-sustaining in the long term in certain aspects. The third point that I feel is very important, that again I go back to the Simco, is RSC. The RSC is a serious matter. Our kids at the age of 8, 10 are taught things that really are challenging. Even the Prime Minister of UK gave a recent comment that probably RSC has gone over the top, and requesting the authorities here to relook at what is being taught. So it is shaking even the fabric of our communities outside our Shia community. But we need to be prepared. This was commissioned a year ago together with Jafliya School, and alhamdulillah, I'm delighted to hear from Sister Zuleika that we are ready for a pilot. And Sister Zuleika, you have just heard Nasimco is ready for the pilot, so you have that blanket approval from Nasimco to start in North America. And probably North America is a safer place to start with, because people are open to those concepts that probably will take a little more time as we move to the East. And last but not least, I think a very, very important point that I think Dr. Mohsin has raised is artificial intelligence. It's a serious matter. It has been raised several times. I mean, you may have recently heard, it is light-hearted, but it's a serious matter for faith. Light-hearted that if somebody asked one of the GP chats or one of the channel, one of the what is available out there, is can you compose a poem on Donald Trump? I said, sorry, I cannot help you. And then the question came, can you compose a poem on Joe Biden? And they managed to give a beautiful poem. So what goes in comes out. Are we ready as a Shia community? I was actually impressed. The last week I met a senior scholar from the Hausa who are already working on AI at the moment, to at least not in English, in Persian and Arabic, to start putting in stuff that would give answers to guide us in the right way. So the journey has commenced. Now the onus is on us to be far-sighted, to grab it. And the challenge that I give the Islamic education team, my role always is to stretch, and we have limited resources, but we have a great team, as you saw, is to take this matter seriously and let us take the lead in the Shia community to start coming up with an AI engine that would at least provide answers to the most difficult questions of our time, inshallah. With that, I want to sincerely thank the entire team here of the Secretariat. You have seen, we are very, very privileged that we have great volunteers and members of our team that are working 24/7. I don't want to take every name, starting from Sheikh Alidina all the way to Sister Sabira and Malika, and obviously everybody else here, Sister Zainab, Abbas, Sheikh Muhammad Ali, Sheikh Afdal, and the whole team, and Sister Zuleika as well. There's a lot of work that goes into this, and I really want us to recite a Salah, but before that, of course, acknowledging our Secretary General and the Assistant Secretary General as well for having done such a great work on our behalf. So let us recite Salawat ala Muhammad wa alayhi. I think with that we will close this agenda item, and I will hand it over back to the Secretary to give you the logistics to enjoy our gala dinner, inshallah, tonight. Thank you.
Okay, so what is very important, we kept a promise, especially I've had some eye contact with Pramukh Sipten Bhai Ali Bhai, that we should finish this on time, and I think we have the potential. Very, very important, because everyone is a Liverpool fan here, we never walk alone, and we will not leave anyone alone here. Everyone needs to be out there in good time when it comes to entering onto the vehicles, basically, the transportation. It's a bus switch coming. So that's very, very important. Please make sure, and I think that it will leave here, just be ready 6 sharp to leave, not to 6 sharp, I'm going to come after 15 minutes after that. No, please. Sipten Bhai, Bismillah. Say.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick note that those people who have driven here, are welcome to leave their cars here and go on the bus. It will be easy logistically. We'll all go in one bus to Royal Nawab, and the bus will bring us back here after the event is finished, and then we can all jump on our cars and go home. So that's what it is, yeah. Thank you. Yes, you're welcome to leave everything here. It's safe here, yeah. Thank you.
All right, we are now adjourning this meeting, and we are starting tomorrow, and it's very, very important. We need to come for breakfast tomorrow. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, and verses from the Holy Quran will be recited by beautiful Qari at 9 o'clock. 8 o'clock, fantastic breakfast. We've been spoiled. Please make sure. A menu, I'm not going to reveal, but it is one of those that if you don't like it, you are not a... You said it, I didn't say it. Ahsantum salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.